Hello and welcome to the JB&M Sports Fanatic channel, guys. And so it is today, the 2022 NFL Draft. And so, of course, we know what that means here. A lot of movement's going to be happening here between, obviously, now and the end of the first round there. But this is important here because you draft the right guy here. He can change the franchise, change the course of an organization. And you get this wrong, it can set your team back for years to come. And this year, I feel like more than recent years, there's a lot of questions. I mean, even at the top of the draft for Jacksonville, will they go the route of Aiden Hutchinson? Will they go Trayvon Walker? Trayvon Walker's a guy who's seen his stock increase tremendously, especially over the last really month and a half, I'd say. He really has climbed up a lot of boards because when we first started evaluating these guys, there was the combination of, is it going to be Hutchinson? Is it going to be Theodox? But now, Trayvon Walker, he's a hot name right now. Tell me, old man, how do you feel? Who's the best player in this year's draft, in your opinion?
My opinion, Davis from Georgia.
Okay.
That size, he can move quick.
Oh, yes. Totally agree with that. And really quickly here, let everybody know, old man, where they can follow you at here. I know you got a Twitter. Let everybody know that.
Yep, you can follow it's at Unholy Blade. It's called Old Man. I mess with everybody, especially if you're a Bills fan.
That's right. They stay messing with you.
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, let me look at the comment section here real quick. And so we've got Alexis here. How's it going? She says, hey, JB&M, how are you doing? How's the music going? And I know you're ready to see your Eagles there. Who do you want to see your Eagles pick with their first round picks in this one? Let me know that in the comment section. And so Carmichael, we've got Carmichael here on the stream. What's good with you, Carmichael? You say hello, JB. And so appreciate you guys so much. And so Alexis says, hey. And so, oh, yeah, I know you guys are ready here. And as for Carmichael, I know you're Steelers. Will you guys be getting a quarterback of the future, or do you guys plan on taking a different direction? We'll see. Braden, what's good? I know Braden was going to be here. Man. And so I'm going to be nervous for you when the Packers are up there, man. If they go another year and not take a receiver in the first round, bro, we're going to have to call them ourselves and have a little conversation with them about what direction they're trying to go in. But it'll be fun to see. I hear that they're actually probably considering moving up in the draft to see if they can get into a better position to get the receiver of their choice. Because just like I said, going through the mock drafts, yeah, you can get a receiver. But, there's obviously all these receivers aren't going to be the same when it's all said and done, So you got to make sure the one that you get is the one that's going to come in there and give your team the best production. So we'll see if they do package something together to move up on that board there. But, oh, man, give us a prediction in terms of something that we don't see coming that you think is going to happen in this year's draft.
I think the Panthers take a quarterback.
Ooh, which quarterback do you have them taking?
Kenny Pickett.
Ooh, that really would send a lot of people crazy if that were to happen. Personally, in a couple of my mock drafts, the only quarterback I've given Carolina has been Kenny Pickett because, honestly, I feel like if you draft a quarterback with that pick, you need him to play year one in Carolina. Sam Darnold's not the guy that can hold it down. And so if you throw Malik Willis out there into the fire, you better just hope that this works out well. Because if it doesn't, I'm not one to say I told you so, but Kenny Pickett's ready to go sooner rather than later when compared to Willis in that regards. Although I will admit Willis does come with the higher potential in terms of out of the two quarterbacks. But if you're the Panthers, you can't go off of that because you'll just be drafting a quarterback for somebody else at that point. But let's see. Alexis says the Eagles want to trade up twice in the draft. And so there's quite a few teams that do want to trade up. I have seen. I feel like all the teams that have 2 first-round picks, they're saying that it's just not enough. They want to move up higher into the draft. And so let's see. Alexa says, can the Jaguars move down? And so I feel like the Jaguars are a team that we can pretty much say that they're probably going to stay where they're at right there. However, there are some teams that do express some interest to move down. And I'm looking at this board right here. If I'm the Carolina Panthers, I'm really a team that's like, hey, you guys want to move up? We want to move down because, they need some picks for tomorrow and stuff like that. So if I'm the Carolina Panthers, I'm looking to move down. But, old man, give me a couple teams here that you think should be looking to move down. Let's see. Must be having some audio issues right there. Meanwhile, we'll go to the next question here. Lacey Carmichael says the Jags aren't going to move down. And so, yeah, the Jags, they've got their decision to be made here. I mean, you've got the first pick 2 years in a row here. So, I mean, now the question is who the Jaguars going to take? That is the question. And as for me, I'm really interested to see what the Houston Texans are going to do with that first pick there. Will they go corner? Will they go edge possibly? I mean, offensive lineman. If I'm Houston, I want to go offensive lineman there. But, I mean, it depends on who you are. It depends on which lineman you prefer. Let's see.
I think the Jags take Walker.
Perfect. So we've got Old Man's audio back here. All right, so I'll go through a couple more comments here. Then we'll get back to it, Old Man. But when we get back to you, I want you to give me a couple of teams that you feel are going to possibly move down in terms of, trading back. I mentioned Carolina earlier, and also some teams that'll probably be interested in moving up. In my opinion, the Dallas Cowboys, they're a team that's, going to be looking to be aggressive. And if they see the guy that they want on the board at around that time where, it makes sense to where they can probably move up, don't be surprised if you see the Dallas Cowboys move up. All right, but let's see. So Alexis wants to see the Eagles draft a safety. And so, I mean, there are some good safeties there. I feel like if you get one of the top safeties in this draft class, you're going to be happy with some of the top ones there. Let's see. Alexis says my best safety is Jalen Patrick. And so, okay, bet. Good old Jalen from Baylor. Okay, nice. Alexis says from Baylor. Let's see. Carmichael says, I hope we get Malik or Pickett. If we go somewhere else, I feel like safety or cornerback. And so, I mean, I feel like everybody's assuming that at that point, as long as one of those two guys are on the board, then I have the Steelers taking that direction. However, let's just say all of a sudden Carolina does decide to go quarterback so they decide to go quarterback there. And then let's say Washington decides to be aggressive and decide to get their quarterback of the future there. And which, in my opinion, if you've got Carson Wentz like they do and you draft the quarterback, he better be ready to go day one. So for Washington, make sure that you choose wisely if you do decide to make that route there. And so I know when me and Old Man did our mock, Old Man had Washington taking a quarterback there. And so if those two teams go quarterback, then I'd be interested to see what route Pittsburgh's going to go in that direction as well. What do you think, Old Man? If both quarterbacks are off the board, what do the Pittsburgh Steelers do in that situation? All right, I think we have a little audio issue right there, but that's okay. We can get back to that one. Let's see. Carmichael says the best safety is Kyle Hamilton. And so that's a guy that I'm going to be looking to see where is he going to end up at. I mean, in a couple of my mock drafts, I had the Houston Texans taking him with their second first-round pick there. I'm very high on Kyle Hamilton. Love this kid's ability. I feel like he's going to be a major star in this league. So I'm excited to see where he's going to end up at. And so something tells me it's going to be Houston, but you never know. A guy that good, you just never know. Let's see. Braden says, I'm mentally preparing myself that we're not going to take a receiver in the first round. And so don't do it to yourself, Braden. You deserve better than that. But I tell you what, if all else fails, we'll go ahead. As a Patriot fan, I'll offer you N'Keal Harry as a consolation prize. If all else fails, at least you'll get a receiver that was selected in the first round at one point or the other. So we'll do that. We'll do you that one solid. That's for sure. But no, I feel like Green Bay has to take a wide receiver. Sometimes you can't overthink it. You have to take a wide receiver. It's just a matter of making sure you get the wide receiver that you want. So if you see that the guy that you're targeting, he's about at that point where somebody's about to select him, you may have to be a little aggressive and move up to get a wide receiver. Oh, man, are you back here or are you still having audio issues? All right, I guess he still has the audio issues there. Let's see, Alexis says, but not in my opinion. And so, okay. Let's see, Carmichael says from Notre Dame. And so, let's see, Alexis says, my second best safety is Kyle Hamilton's. All right, so Alexis has, and that's okay. I mean, because all it takes is, sometimes you see something that someone else may not see. I remember going back to the draft where we had, this is a while back, but I remember the whole Sony Michel versus Nick Chubb conversation. And that year, a lot of people were extremely high on Sony Michel. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I thought it was Nick Chubb that was doing all the work down there at Georgia, in my opinion, carrying the heavy load. And so I remember that year was one year that I was right. And everybody else kept saying Sony Michel with that first, was the better running back of the two. And it turns out Nick Chubb was by far way better than that. And so there's situations like that. I remember when people was high on Alex Smith as being the best quarterback in that draft over Aaron Rodgers. all that stuff. So you never know. You never know. I mean, these boards are just projections. So I'll say that. And so let's see. Alexa says, I take Jermaine Johnson. And so, all right, let's see. All right, old man, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry
All
about
right,
that,
perfect. I
JB.
tell you what, those Bill fans, they're working hard on you today, man. Like they it's all good though. It's all good though. And so the question that
No,
we
it's
have
called
faced,
Spectrum.
oh yeah, they will do it. I had them a while back. They will do it. Um, So yeah, the last question that I have for you, old man, was back when Carmichael said that he hopes that they get, Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett. But if those two guys are off the board some way, somehow, if the draft, anything can happen. What direction do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers would go if, say, Malik Willis and Kenny Pickett are off the board, or if they just decide not to go quarterback?
Probably O-line or corner.
Offensive line was certainly an issue last season. I remember watching so many of their games, streaming so many of their games, thinking to myself, they're going to get Big Ben killed. I was like, they need to work on that offensive line. This is something that you got to have multiple picks on that offensive line and just continue to get some more, like some depth, add some more talent there. So that's certainly a position for sure. But yeah, I definitely like those directions as well. And then you got Jermaine Johnson from Florida State. So Jermaine Johnson is someone that I've seen climb up on a lot of boards. I remember early on he was projected as like a late first round pick, but the more you watch the tape, the more you like the guy. And so he's been growing on me as of late as well. So Jermaine Johnson is certainly someone that I'll be intrigued to see exactly which team's going to go ahead and take him. I know that when we're talking about edge rushers, we're always talking about, Trayvon Walker, stuff like that, Aiden Hutchinson. And so it really comes down to your preference when it comes to those guys, honestly, because for me, Hutchinson, we saw the body of work there, but the question is, how much more better will he actually get than where he's already at? Has he maxed out? Trayvon Walker, like the kid, he lit it up when it came to the combine and stuff like that. He put up the numbers, but throughout his entire career, he's only had 9 total sacks. And so, you wonder, because I remember watching the Georgia defense and I was thinking about a lot of defenders, but he wasn't one of the top 3 guys that came to mind when I was thinking about that Georgia defense from the games that I watched and stuff like that, like obviously guys like Nakobe Dean and stuff like that, Jordan Davis, those were some of the names that we were hearing. Then, the safety Stein Lewis, those guys were the guys that came to mind when I thought that UGA defense at first. Then you add Quay Walker. Then I got to around the Trayvon Walker part. So, but I will admit he's got a ton of potential. If he ever reaches that potential, he's going to be great.
I'm actually shocked he didn't eat. I'm actually shocked he only had 9 sacks with that defense.
Mm-hmm.
Just think about Watt and Davis taking on most of the blocks. He should have been at least 20. He should at least almost had 20.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking, because it's not like he was getting, called out for double teams and stuff, because they had so much talent on that Georgia defense. You had to pay attention to other guys out there. So, but we'll see. We will see. I mean, the numbers that he did in the combine and stuff like that, they look great on the chart. They really do. We'll just see if he can give you that consistent production that we're expecting him to at the NFL level. And so, let's see.
If he's good at number 2, though, I could see Lions taking him, because he sounds like like a Lions player.
Oh yeah. I'm certain that if Aiden Hutchinson goes first to Jacksonville, you better go ahead and pencil in Trayvon Walker to Detroit. Pencil it in. They are not in love with Thibodeau's for whatever reason. They're not in love with him. All right, let's see. Carmichael's up next. All right, so Carmichael says Trent McDuffie is someone I would also love to have. And so Trent McDuffie, I feel like it depends on the Houston Texans here, because if Houston with their first pick goes cornerback, I'm expecting the Jets to go cornerback as well. So that's 2 corners off the board in that scenario, which means when Minnesota gets up there, I'm expecting them to go corner as well. So I would think that Trent McDuffie would be off the board by the time we get to Minnesota if Houston with that first pick decides to go cornerback instead of a different direction. What are your thoughts, old man, of Trent McDuffie possibly landing with the Steelers?
Yeah, I think they might have to trade up because, like you said, those two top corners might go. It all depends on Texas.
Mm-hmm.
The draft starts with number pick 3, like it did last year. Whoever number 3 goes, if they want an O-line, then I can see him being there. But if they go corner, he's not going to make it to Pittsburgh.
Exactly. I totally agree with that. Yeah, Houston, they definitely have the ability to really sway this. I feel like Houston can start a run on linemen here, or they can start a run on those defensive backs. And if they go defensive back, look at here, it's going to be absolutely crazy here. Teams are going to have to make sure that they get their corners here because there's about a good, I said there's a good 5 corners that we could see potentially go in the first round without, obviously anybody reaching and stuff like that. And so, but once we start to see a run on corners, teams are going to start to go ahead and be like, all right, I got to get my corner now. So we'll see how that plays out.
Hey, take them all. Let Davis or Watt fall to us. I'll take one of them.
Right. Absolutely. Let's see. Carmichael says the first pick should be Aiden Hutchinson. All right, so this is a good time right here. So tell me who you think the first pick of the draft should be. Obviously, Carmichael's got it started here, and he says the first pick should be Aiden Hutchinson. And so for me on my board, Aiden Hutchinson has been that first pick for me pretty consistently there. And so I like the rise of Trayvon Walker, but I love his fit with the Detroit Lions. I feel like if you're Jacksonville, at Aiden Hutchinson, you're going to get a guy that's going to go out there and, hey, the proof is in what he's done so far in Michigan and stuff like that. Now, obviously, the questions do come into how much better can he get at the, at the pro level, but you're getting someone that will come in there and contribute at a high level. And so with the first pick of the draft, I mean, you're getting talented guys either way, but for me, I lean towards Aiden Hutchinson. Maybe I've saw more of his games down there at Michigan. I will say that, even though, Trayvon Walker, obviously with that Georgia defense, there was a lot of good pieces on that Georgia defense. But, oh, man, tell me who should be the first pick here? Not who's going to be, but who should be the first pick?
I would take Neil, your offensive line. In my opinion, he's the best O-line in this whole draft.
Yeah,
like I'm not saying you can get the top, like the same level guys at the right end or like D line, or you can get like the tail below him. After him, there's really not that great of an alignment. In my opinion, there's not that top tail. Like there's top A, him, and then the rest is B, and then there's C.
That is facts. That's one thing that we have noticed whenever we talked about linemen. Like once we got past really like that second round phase, once the kid from Tulsa comes off the board, I feel like the rest of those linemen that's usually on the board at that time, they're usually guys that I'm like, okay, I like the fact that you can move them around on the line, but when they're starting, they're probably not going to give you a high level production, but at the same time, it'll be something that you'll get that flexibility with those guys. So there's a lot of guys that you can take in the middle of the draft that'll give you flexibility, but they'll just be like average in terms of starting for you, but you'll love that flexibility aspect of it. And so, but meanwhile, we got ourselves a super chat here. And so appreciate Jay and the Bay getting us started here with that $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you. He say, what's good, JB and NFL fans? Happy NFL draft day. So Jay and the Bay, I know for the 49er faithful, you guys are just watching and you don't want to hear anything related to Deebo Samuel. You're like, just don't mention this man at all today, and you guys will be extremely happy there. I spoke with another 49er fan today. He mimicked the same thing here. You guys don't want to hear anything about Deebo Samuel being traded and stuff like that. Is there any chance, though, Jay, that you think that maybe another trade happens with the 49ers? Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo ends up being traded to a team like Carolina. Do you think there's any chance like that could happen? What a curveball that would be. Instead of Baker Mayfield being the quarterback to get traded, it ends up being Jimmy Garoppolo that gets moved. Would that not be for some entertainment right there? And so
I'll take Mr. Jimmy G over Baker.
Oh yeah. If I'm Carolina, yeah, that's probably the route that I prefer to go, honestly, especially with a day 3 pick or something like that, preferably. Let's see. Carmichael says, I love the signing of James Daniel. And so good old James Daniel there. And so, oh man, give me a prospect in this draft that you feel that this player could go, like, let's just say he has a wide range of teams that he could possibly land at. For me, I'm looking at Jordan Davis, honestly, because we know the hype surrounding Jordan Davis. And so clearly the guy, there's a couple teams that every time I do a mock draft, I'm like, well, he'd be a great fit here, be a great fit there, whether we're talking. I could potentially even see the Ravens being a team of interest. The Eagles, I can see being a team of interest. There's a lot of guys that would love to get their hands on a guy like Jordan Davis. Let me know your thoughts on Jordan Davis, along with who else you think is someone that could potentially, just be a key piece to watch in this draft.
See, I'm the opposite of Davis. I think Davis has to go to the right team because his motor's high, but he doesn't. He to me he slacks off a little bit because he knows why we have his back. He knows the defense
Mm-hmm.
will have his back, so he takes off some. If I'm a team and I'm looking for somebody in like the third or fourth round, I'm looking at Dan Bolton. I think the safety that I kept that telling you about.
Right.
Uh, he could play safety. He could play slot corner, man up the tight end, and he could blitz the quarterback. You could pick him any. He reminds me of a little bit of Isaiah Simmons from the Cardinals, but
Mm-hmm.
you could put him in the box if you want. You could put him safety, and he can ball out. The only
Oh yeah.
problem with him is he tries to take the hit too much. He tries to kill him. He wants to make that fumble, and if you do that too many times, you can get hurt.
Oh yeah, I remember. Speaking of a guy like that, I remember when the Colonel Bob Sanders, when he was coming out, and so Bob Sanders, he loved to hit, and so he had a ton of injuries throughout his career. But when he was healthy, man, was he a force to be reckoned with, no doubt about that. But let's see, let's see what James says here. James, thank you for coming through. And so James says Baker will be traded in the next few days. Not one of these quarterbacks are better. Debo to the Jets. So James says that Debo's going to be going to the Jets here. And so if that happens, I know Jay in the Bay is not going to be too happy about that. But I honestly could see that. If it's going to go down, it's got to be the Jets there. I mean, the Jets have been ultra aggressive there. The Jets, there's not an asking price. They're not willing to meet to get a wide receiver there. And so just imagine that, old man. If the Jets were to get Debo, you saw what the Dolphins did with Tyreek Hill. Do you think if a trade like that goes down, that this would probably push Bill Belichick to maybe try to get a corner in the first? Like, he needs
Yeah,
someone. Malcolm
if
Butler's
New
fine.
York, if New York straight up in New York gets Debo, I could see him trade not drafting a corner in the first round. I could see him trading for someone the science corner. He's up for
Yeah,
trade.
yeah. What's his name? Baker? I forget his
No,
name. I know
Basbury
who you're talking
or
about though. But
he's up for trade. I could see him trying to trade for a vet.
yeah, that would be an interesting scenario though. That would be to
I
have.
wouldn't like it. But here's the problem: you're trading for Debo. If the rumors are true, he doesn't want to be in the backfield. So what are you gonna do with him? Like that's the best use for him is to be able to use him everywhere. You take one of those advantages away, you only got a wide receiver. And Debo is
Yeah.
good, but I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up more than the first and the second. There's no way.
I feel like if I'm Debo, I'm saying I don't want to do like obviously for him, he wants to extend his career as purely a wide receiver. However, if a team's going to really want me to do this, you got to pay me as a receiver and running back if you want for me to do that at this point. It's going to come down to the money for him because that's why he wants to be purely a wide receiver to extend his career to make more money because we all know running backs after a couple seasons, that body's going to take a tank. And quite frankly, if he gets the workload he had last year in San Fran, odds are he's probably going to come up with some type of injury or something like that. It's just how the game works. And so, but I'm hoping
How
that,
mu-
that obviously that's not the case, but, that's a possibility. So he's thinking about that as well. But let's see.
Tyreek Hill? Because in my mind, he's not worth Tyreek money.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Carmichael says, I like Daniel the tackle out of Minnesota. And so that's a great one right there. I watched a little bit of the Minnesota Golden Gophers, especially when they played my Ohio State Buckeyes there. And that offensive line did have their way in that game. A little bit too much for my liking against my Buckeyes. But certainly he's a talented tackle right there from Minnesota. Great pick right there, Carmichael. Let's see. Jay says, who do you want your Patriots to pick in the first round? And so, oh, man, I'll let you go ahead and get that one started. You can answer that one first. All right, looks like we have a little audio issue right there. That's okay. But yeah, for me, I want to see the Patriots. I still want to see the Patriots take Nakobe Dean with the first pick there. And so I either want them to take Nakobe Dean or I want them to trade back and trade back with a team that has two, like second round picks early on, so we can get a couple picks for tomorrow. But I certainly want to see the Patriots go ahead and draft Nakobe Dean if he's on the board there. I mean, him, Devin Lloyd, whoever, but I certainly want to see a linebacker be taken by the Patriots if one of those two guys are available. If not, let's trade back And then early at the top of that second, we can go ahead and get a cornerback should one fall out of the first round. But that's what I want to see the Patriots do. I know a lot of people want the Patriots to take a cornerback with that first round pick. And so if that happens, that's cool. But I think Bill's the kind of coach that he can certainly develop those cornerbacks in those in the second, third, or fourth round. So I trust Bill's ability to develop there. And so let's see. Old man, are you there? All right, we've got old man with some audio issues here, but we've got one more person joining us here, and so I'm about to go ahead and bring him on. And so, what's good with you, Landry? How's it going?
Josh, man, it's been a minute.
Yes, it has been forever. I see the UWG in your background there, and so yeah, we've got Landry here. And so, guys, I'll let Landry introduce himself in a second here, but we went to undergrad together as well, graduated around the same time there, and so we both represented the Wolves over there, and so it's great to see him here. I haven't seen him in a minute, guys, so go ahead and let everybody know where they can follow you at if you got social media you want them to follow you at.
Oh yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. Give me 1 second.
Let's see. Meanwhile, old man is having some audio issues, so
we'll wait for him to return. At Golden Schmidt 85. At Golden Schmidt 85.
All right, bet. Yeah, great to have you on here. And so we were just talking about Patriots here. I know you're a Saints fan, so I'll get to you in a second. I got a question for you for your Saints in a second. Let me finish this question here. But yeah, I finished that one with the Patriots wanting to take the Kobe Dean. That's the person that was highest on my chart for who I think will come in there and be something that our defense needs. Because we got embarrassed by Buffalo. It was really bad, guys, really, really bad. So we can't go out there like that again. I know Hightower's getting older in age. I know we did make that trade with the Browns, but ultimately we get a guy like Kobe Dean or either Devin Lloyd. I'm going to be extremely happy for that defense there. But Landry, let us know, who do you want to see your Saints select?
Well, it's actually a funny story because I actually agree with you. I think the Patriots could use Nakobe Dean. His athleticism as a linebacker is ridiculous, man. So be able to just make up plays that get broken and just be able to catch up on those plays, I think will be very helpful for the Patriots. So I think that's definitely a position or a play that they really, really need. As far as the Saints, what I really think we're going to do is draft the offensive tackle. We're definitely going to miss Teron Armstead. I like Teron Armstead personally, but he got hurt a lot, and he wasn't worth the big money. And I don't really see him getting healthier now that he's getting older. So I think that's someone we need to replace.
Yeah.
Also think we definitely need a wide receiver. Chris Olave, I think that's one person that we could definitely look at because, Michael Thomas with Ohio State. So, the Ohio State connection, we could use that. So
he knows I like the Buckeyes. So
yeah, we need a speedy wide receiver to complement Michael Thomas if he's back healthy. So, and I wouldn't be surprised if Malik Willis is there. Hey, why not take a chance on him too? But we'll see what happens. I really like Jameis, but it doesn't seem like the Saints front office is sold on him as much as I am. So I wouldn't be surprised if Malik Willis is there that they actually definitely look at him too.
Okay. I like that. One question real quick. And, man, let me know if your audio is working right now or not. Definitely let me know.
Can you hear me?
But okay, I can hear you now. Perfect.
These Bills fans, I'm telling you, they don't like me today.
Absolutely. And so Landry, old man, is also a Patriots fan as well. So you got two of us on here with you. So
against one, man.
It's all right though. As long as you're not a Bills fan, we good.
Exactly.
I have a couple friends that are Bills fans though, but they always give me a hard time. I have this friend named Paul. He's always talking trash. And the Bills have been like crap for years, and then all of a sudden they start becoming good. And now you want to talk all this trash.
Exactly. And so James says, welcome, bro. Appreciate that. Let's see. Jay says, I would welcome a trade to the Jets for let's see, pick 4, 10, 35, 38, and Elijah Moore. He threw in Elijah Moore as well because, quite frankly, if you give up Debo, you're going to have to get a receiver at some point. So that just makes sure that you get at least that one extra body. And so Elijah Moore, I remember last year, a lot of people were thinking he was going to be a sleeper, but obviously you have Sam Darnold at quarterback. Nobody knows what you're going to be capable of doing. That's just not going to happen.
Honestly, I'm not biased, but I may be the only people that says this, but I actually think the Jets are actually going to be good in a few years. I think you just need to give Zach Wilson some more time. I think he's going to develop. In fact, I'm going to make a bold statement. I think he's going to be better than Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I already said that. I think Trevor's overrated.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was just my bias kicking in because he went to Clemson, and let's just say Ohio State did not have a favorable outcome with them that first time around. But yeah, I liked Zach Wilson better than Trevor Lawrence coming out.
I mean, even A.J. Brown said it. He said Elijah Moore is better than him. So maybe we just need to give Elijah Moore some time. If I were the Jets, I'll keep Elijah Moore personally because I think he can develop into something special. I think definitely I see a Debo connection with the Jets head coach because he used to coach the 49ers, obviously. But I would keep Elijah Moore personally if I can because I think he can develop into something special. Same with Michael Carter. I think that team has a bright future. They're just a very, very young team.
Oh yeah, not to mention Elijah Moore. He saved my fantasy football season. I'm not gonna lie. Like there was a lot of guys out with COVID. I was desperate. I picked him up at the right time. He gave me a good couple games. He did. So I mean, if that works out for him, either way, I'm all for it. But let's see. Jay says, agreed. Debo is not elite receiver. He's next tier. And so that is true. But you know how the market always says? The market says, pay me better than the last guy, regardless. They don't pay notes all the time based upon your, like who's the best. Like the money don't always add up like that. Sometimes it's just when your deal comes up next, and then the leverage you have saying, hey, I was responsible for, I got to guess how the percentage that Debo actually accounted for in that offense, but I know it was a good bit of percentage of that offense last year for sure. Now, can he replicate that? That's asking a lot. That's asking a lot for a man to replicate that kind of success there. But I agree with you, Jay, in that regards. Let's see. James says that Buffalo drafts good every year. Oh, man, I'll start with you. Do you agree with that statement?
Nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I think let's say EJ Manuel for one.
Ooh, we're really bringing up some failures there. EJ Manuel, I guess Sammy Watkins. Yeah, that went pretty bad as well. But I guess the gist of it is they have hit on some, but I like to remember the failures a lot more than the success for Buffalo. So we'll go with that. I mean, they were the team that, I know it's going back a while, but they were the only ones that drafted a quarterback that didn't work out when they took JP Lossman, and everybody else had Big Ben, Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning, guys that went on to have Hall of Fame or near Hall of Fame careers. So we love picking on the Bills, don't we? All right, let's see. Jay says, are the Saints a playoff team with Jameis at quarterback? And how many games do you expect Alvin Kamara to be suspended? We'll start with you, Landry, for your Saints.
Well, I definitely think that we can definitely make the playoffs. Listen, we're off to a good start with Jameis. We were 5-2 until I'll call it the dirty play because it was a dirty play. It was uncalled for. And I want revenge on the Bucs again for that because we could have went to the playoffs last year easily. I think we would have probably won like 10 or 11 games and would have been the playoff team. As far as Alvin Kamara, that's unfortunately put himself in a bad situation. And so I'm not sure exactly how many games he'll be suspended for. We just got to see how it plays out. But I'll probably say, if I were to guess, probably between 4 to 6 games if you were to get suspended because, players get suspended for like assault during that, about the amount of games is that. So I think it's going to be around that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think 4 to 6 is about accurate. But what do you say, old man, to that question? Are the Saints a playoff team with Jameis at quarterback?
Depending on which version you're getting them. Are you going to get 30-30 Jameis, or are you going to get the baller?
Hey, Jameis, he loves those 30 for 30s now.
30 he's actually come back on turnovers. Last year, he didn't turn the ball over that much.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. If you get last year version of him, yeah, you're playoff. In fact, if you get a wide receiver and an old lineman, I'll even put you as a Super Bowl because how weak that division is. You only got going against the Bucs, and let's face it, Saints has Bucs numbers most of the time. It's just when you get to the playoffs. So if you can get a legit wide receiver and then get that O-line taken care of, yeah. And health, if you guys stay healthy, I'll put you as maybe the fifth favorite at Super Bowl.
Okay. I like that. Yeah, and I think the NFC is also a lot weaker than it's been in the past, especially if Russell Wilson's moved to the Broncos. That kind of opened up the NFC a little bit, and a lot of talent has gone to the AFC now in the offseason. So I think that definitely helps the Saints' case too as well. I think this is probably the less competitive the NFC has been in a while, to be honest. I think the Saints have a legitimate shot, to be honest.
That's the only reason why Brady came back, because he's seen how weak it was.
I guess I'll chime in on it now. Are the Saints a playoff team with Jameis? I felt like last year they would have been a playoff team just with someone decent. So Jameis, I mean, he's got the arm. You get him. It's like you said, you get him that offensive lineman, you get him that receiver in this year's draft. And if he can stay healthy, keep him upright and keep him on the path that he was last year, like obviously Alvin Kamara, his availability, that's going to be key as well. But, but even without that, I mean, if you guys just and whatever you guys are able to get from the rest of the receivers, they can stay healthy as well. That'd be great as well. So I feel like the Saints are a playoff team. Obviously, we'll know for sure once we get the NFL schedule released and I can see when they're playing where and stuff like that. But in my mind, they're a playoff team barring any injuries. And if you guys would just draft a legitimate tight end to go out there and actually play tight end, keep Taysom Hill on the sideline and stuff like that, that'll make me happy. That'll make me real happy. So I think that'll help the Saints out though.
They got 4 easy wins right off the bat in the division.
As long as I don't have to stream any more
that's
games
the Falcons and that's the Panthers, and you probably will split with the Bucs, so you got 5 wins right there.
You're right.
The past 2 seasons we've shut them down. We're 4-0 against them, so that's a good sign too.
So that could be 5-6 right there. Mm-hmm. Maybe the Panthers you'll lose 1 just from some stupid reason.
You're right. It's crazy things have happened.
You're at least winning 5 games in your division.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of a little disappointed in Adam Trotman. I thought he would be the answer at tight end, the next great tight end, but he hasn't played up to his potential. I think if he doesn't play up to his potential this year, I think there's not a good chance that he turns out to what I want him to be. So hopefully this year is his year that he translates. We'll see what happens.
If you throw us at 7, you can have N'Keal Harry.
right. We'll get
N'Keal Harry.
We can't get this man traded for nothing. Let's see. Carmichael says, I like Winston. I feel like he can be good. And so I'm rooting for Jameis. I am. I remember when it came back to him coming out of college, the whole Jameis versus Marcus Mariota. And so, I mean, back then I was rooting for both quarterbacks, but I really wanted to see Jameis succeed because I saw what he could be at Florida State. And I felt like, and even the time where he threw those 30 touchdowns, the 30 interceptions, if you just cut back on the turnovers, cut it in half, you're happy with his performance out there. I know he cares about the game sometimes, maybe a little too much, very passionate, but you like that about your quarterback. You know that he cares about the game. But let's see, James says, just my opinion, but if there's a quarterback that I'm ready, I think it's Ryder. And so, okay, so he likes Ryder, the kid from Cincinnati that comes in with a ton of starts there. We know the success they have. For me personally, I want to see the Seahawks go grab this kid. I feel like for Seattle, this is the quarterback that you got to identify that you want. And if I'm assuming that you should be able to get him in a second, even if you got to probably trade up a little bit there, but just make sure that you get him. Because I remember when Russell Wilson was drafted in the 3rd round when he came out his rookie year, did a good job building around him and helped him out there. And I feel like if you put the offense like it was back during that time when he first entered the league, before he became the Russell that we know now, that's been hurting my fantasy football team, but the one that we know now, then I think that Ryder can have a lot of success right there with the Seattle Seahawks. So if I'm the Seahawks, that's my guy right there. I'm targeting him. And so how do you guys feel about Ryder though?
You want me to go first or you want to go first?
Yeah, we'll start with old man first. Let him go ahead and
I agree with you. Me and you are on the same page, JB. In fact, I keep telling you, I think the Seahawks will take him. That's the perfect spot for him. But if the rumors are true, Seahawks might be looking to trade back in the first for that 5th option.
Yeah, that is true. That 5th option will go a long way. So that would make sense to go up into the first towards the end of that, especially a team like maybe Detroit at the very end of that. And so, I mean, hey, if they want to be really aggressive with us, I was about to say, if they want to be really aggressive with us, we like to trade back. So
give us that 2 seconds, and there you go. You get your 5th option.
Exactly. But how do you feel about that, Landry?
I think he's probably one of the more safer quarterbacks. I think his ceiling is Dak Prescott, though. I don't see like elite top 5 quarterback when I see Desmond Ridder. I think he's going to be really good. Don't get me wrong. I just don't see him being a top 5 quarterback. The quarterbacks that I think are going to be the best, though, are Matt Corral or Malik Willis. I think those 2 have the highest ceilings, to be honest with you. Okay. I think Carson Strong might be a surprise or 2. I think he's really good, and people are doubting him because he doesn't have much mobility, but he has one of the strongest arms in the class, so I think he's a sleeper.
Okay, and I will say, I mean, I think that when you look around the league, look at a guy like Kirk Cousins, for example. We know that nobody considers Kirk Cousins to be a top 10, top 15 quarterback.
be
But
arrested.
Kirk puts up enough numbers to get into the Pro Bowl. Why? Because they have the weapons around him and they put him in a position to succeed. And that's what a team like Seattle can do. You've already got DK Metcalf, you already got Tyler Lockett. So if he comes in there, and even if he's a Dak Prescott, you're probably going to be happy with that, especially if you can build a solid team around him and revamp that defense there. You can be happy with something like that. Not every team is going to need an Aaron Rodgers to lead them to the promised land. And quite frankly, Green Bay saying that's not enough right now. They're saying that's not enough right now. Let's see. All right, so Carmichael says that his top 5 quarterbacks in the draft, he's got Pickett, he's got Malik Willis, he's got Ryder, then he's got Matt Carroll, then he's got Sam Howell. And so how do you feel about that top 5 right there? We'll start this time with you, Landry.
Well, I think that's pretty legit. I can definitely agree with those lists. I'm not really as high on Kenny Pickett as a lot of people are. I think he's a safe bet, but I see a Derek Carr type of ceiling for him, which isn't bad. It's still really, really good. I just don't see him as being the best, obviously. But I think this is a solid top 5. I can agree with this list. The only person that I think would maybe be on the end of that list is probably Carson Strong. I think people are still sleeping on him. I think he's going to be really good.
Yeah, we'll let old man go next.
I like his list. The only thing is Pickett. If you get Pickett, I hate to say it, but you're getting like Matt Rob. Sorry, you're getting Max Jones. You're getting a ready quarterback who's ready to go. He's not going to be flashy. He's going to dink and dunk. You might once in a while get the 15-yard pass for a touchdown, 50-yard when it's blown coverage, but you're not getting the top-tier quarterback.
That is
you're
true.
Getting a safe pick.
But I will say this, in this draft class right there, I'm not sure that we have a quarterback like that. I mean, Malik Willis comes with potential, but potential is raw potential. That means it can work. It might not work. There's a possibility that it might not work. There's many years that we go into the draft with a guy who's like a project, and he just never pans out. I mean, I'm hoping that Malik does because I like Malik as a person. I like him, his intangibles, his leadership, and I like, his arm. I like his speed and stuff like that. So I would love to see Malik Willis succeed. But at the same time, you're coming from Liberty. And so you played against, Ole Miss, and you threw 3 interceptions in that game. You looked like you were lost out there. It was your worst game. The only time you played decent, really decent competition at a higher level in terms of like big time talent that like you're playing against. And so now obviously you'll play with better people as well. So that's why I say it's going to take some time to go out there and develop. He's going to need at least a year, I would think, just to adjust to the speed of the game. But that's a risk. That's a high risk, high reward type of thing. You better be confident in your quarterback coach, your offensive coordinator, and the guys you have around him and put this kid in a position to succeed. I'll say it now. Carolina, stay away from Malik Willis. Don't mess up this man's career and stuff like that. And so I'm just saying he has to go to the right team. And I don't think Carolina's the right team for Malik Willis. If they're going to go quarterback, they better go the route of Kenny Pickett or either trade for Jimmy G. That's what I would do if I was the Panthers and I needed a quarterback.
Or love for Packers, Jordan Love.
There's a possibility as well. Nobody's talking about Jordan Love. Where's the love for Jordan Love? He's like, I need to play.
In my offense, if Jordan Love came in this draft, I'm drafting him number 1 out of them all. From all the quarterbacks, I'm taking Jordan Love if he came out this year. So if it costs you a second round to get Jordan Love still on that rookie contract, I'm doing it. If I'm instead of trading for Baker I'm trading for Love.
Oh, yeah, because it's still, he could reach that potential. We don't really know. I know last year we got to see the man start for a game. And I'll admit I started him that one game in fantasy football, and I regretted it deeply afterwards. But still, though, you never know what he can bring there. So that's an option as well. Just depends on, I guess, what Green Bay wants in return for him. But we got Coach Dante here in the chat, guys. And so, Coach Dante, what's good with you? And so I know that you're ready. I hope that you got, your food and everything like that ready for your Houston Texans here, because your Texans are going to be what determines how this draft is going to get started. If there's going to be a run on corners early, or perhaps a run on offensive linemen, or maybe you guys even decide to go edge or something like that. Who knows? But Houston certainly will be the most interesting pick of the top 5 early on. So certainly looking forward to that. Let's see. James says, over the year following the draft, what you learn about drafting the quarterback, 50% will be out of the football in 4 years. That is a fact. And out of the other 50% that make it, only 25% are starters. And so you're a Browns fan. And so, okay. Well, hey, As a Browns fan, you know you got your quarterback. You're just trying to find someone that's going to be foolish enough to take Baker Mayfield at this point. That's what you're hoping. That you can find someone that you
Don't
can
hold
scoop.
your breath.
You're calling Carolina today. You're trying to sweet talk Carolina, say, hey, you know, like these quarterbacks, I don't know about these guys, but we got a guy, you know, we want a playoff game with him, you know, you can have him, you know, or either you're making that call, you're reaching out to Atlanta, and you're like, do you really want Marcus Mariota? You know, like.
I actually heard an interesting rumor. Apparently with Baker, they said that if he gets released, Pittsburgh's going to be ready to sign him. So he could end up.
That's what I was about to say. That yep. They are, and I think that's the best spot for him to go to. That or the Bucks. If he was smart, if he was like ready, wanting to turn his life around and turn his career around, he'll go to the Bucks on the cheap deal. Learn from Tom Brady. Learn how to act. Learn how to grow up.
Yeah, that doesn't strike me as Baker Mayfield. Nah, he'll take the Pittsburgh route. He's all about revenge. He's like he'll punt on the maturing part. He just wants to get his revenge. So he wants to go to Pittsburgh. I know he's itching to go to Pittsburgh. I know he is. And so that's why if I'm Cleveland, I'm trying my best. I'm like, Seattle, y'all sure? You know, like we can work something out here. You know, like y'all, you look at your quarter. You just extended Geno Smith. Why would you do that? I mean, shout out to Geno Smith, though. He did, you know, help my fantasy football team, though, in a key matchup this past season. But outside of that one play, yeah, you can't depend on him at the quarterback position. Or don't get me started on Drew Lock. Don't do it. Don't kid yourself there. Don't kid yourself. So, yeah, so if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm really begging and pleading every pick, like, you sure you guys don't want it? Because the last thing I want is for him to go to Pittsburgh with all the weapons that they have there. If they fix the offensive line and they actually do the right stuff they're supposed to do with this draft, and they get Baker's going to come with an edge. And I feel like, especially when he plays the Browns, he's going to let them have it each and every time. And I don't want to have to deal with that no more. Like, I'm tired from last year. He pissed me off too much last year. I don't want to have to deal with that. So. All right, let's see. Carmichael says, I have Kirk at 12 through 14. And so, okay, for Kirk Cousins, is ranking 12 through 14. And so how do you feel about that, Landry? I know that you cover a lot of this. We're always talking about this in your spare time in terms of how you're ranking guys. So how do you feel about that assessment of Kirk Cousins, where he stands right now?
I honestly think that's a pretty fair range for him. Like, that's exactly where he should be. Obviously, there's some quarterbacks better than him. I can name a lot of them or a couple of them, but I think that's a fair range to put him at. In fact, I think Kirk Cousins gets a little bit too much hate. He's a solid quarterback. He just doesn't show up in primetime games, which I know is important. Yeah. But he's still a solid quarterback and plays really, really well in other games. So I think 14 is fair.
I remember I was streaming a game last year for the Vikings. It was on Halloween. They were playing the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas did not have Dak Prescott. And so I'm thinking, all right, you know, Vikings got this. You know, I was like him. I think Dalvin Cook was playing for that game as well. I was like, they're about to eat. Then I look out there and Kirk Cousins was having one of his worst games that game right there. I was very disappointed in Kirk. I thought he was going to ball out there, and the Cowboys ended up winning that game. And so shame on Kirk for that one. But 12 to 14, I can see that. I looked at the numbers last year. The numbers back that up. So I could see that being around that spot. What do you think, old man?
I might get some hate for this, but I got him top 10. I got him at 10.
Ooh,
wow.
So
I say that because I have to watch him more because my mother's a Viking fan. Mm-hmm. So I have to watch the Vikings and everything. I like him. The only problem with him is when it's time to, like, crunch time, he gets like deer in headlights. He points, oh, I'm throwing it to you. I'm no matter what, he's not looking for his second receiver. He knows, okay, it's your time, Adams. I'm throwing to you no matter what. You could be triple covered, I'm throwing to you.
That is true.
That's the only problem with him.
That is true. But hey, I mean, you're right though. I mean, Justin Jefferson, he's not throwing them passes to himself, nor is Adam Thielen. I mean, both of those guys, they're pretty much eating out there. So he's doing enough to feed them. So I'll give him that. I will give him that. Let's see. Carmichael says probably 13. James says, I see all the quarterbacks in this year's draft as backups in 4 years. So, guys, tell me, how do you feel about that statement? James just set the table. He basically said if you're drafting a quarterback here, you're wasting. Well, it depends on if you draft him in like the third or fourth, second. Well, I say really third or fourth round. But if you draft him in the first, you're thinking he's going to be a starter. But he's saying all of them in 4 years are going to be a backup. How do you guys feel about that?
I wouldn't go that far. I would say probably 1 or 2 of them will be legitimate starters. But maybe the rest I can agree with. But like I think at least 2 or 4, at least 2 of them are going to be starters in the league.
Old man, what do you say?
It depends on where they go. If you get like my personal belief is if Malik goes to Washington, I actually think he'll ball out because Ron did draft Cam, and when I look at Malik, I see a younger version of Cam. Not as big, so he's not going to take the damage Cam could take. But I can see Ron saying, okay, he's my Cam 2.0. I went to the Super Bowl. Maybe if I let Carson Wentz do it for a year, let him learn the playbook, next year, bam, boom, he's ready to go. Because that defense, when healthy, Washington's defense is top 2. They just need to get that O-line taken care of. So if you say bite the bullet now, do that, build up on that O-line through the rest of the draft, and then next year, at worst, you draft a top 2 O-lineman, and you have fun. Because you got Scary Terry, you got Samuel, so you have 2 weapons that are fast enough to get open.
Sorry, go ahead. The only concern. Oh, my bad.
No, you go ahead. I got this after you. Go ahead.
Okay. The only concern I have with him going to Washington is I heard Carson Wentz isn't like a good person to like be around, and he's just not willing to like help people out. I feel like I'm not trying to hate on Carson Wentz, but I feel like from what I heard, he's pretty selfish. So I don't know if like Washington is a good spot for him. That and the fact that like if Carson Wentz doesn't work out, then they're going to probably rush Malik Willis. I think Malik Willis is a quarterback that needs to sit at least 1 year before starting. And he's a little raw, but if he can put it all together, I think it could be something special. It just depends on where he goes. I think he needs to sit behind a good veteran quarterback that's willing to teach him. I don't think Carson Wentz is the right guy to teach him.
You're basically saying the same thing that I said last time about you draft a quarterback. And you know how Carson Wentz, he folded for Jalen Hurts. And at that time, we just thought Jalen Hurts was going to be a project at that point. I mean, we were starting to like him more and more. But Carson Wentz, he just fell apart. He got to the point where he wouldn't even talk to the head coach no more, guys. Like you can't have a guy like that be the leader of your team trying to coach another quarterback when you know that he does not like competition at all. And so, but that aside, though, I personally feel that there's like, obviously you got to ask me tomorrow once I see where everybody ends up at, then I can give you an accurate answer for that. But just based upon how I view these guys and their potentials, I'm willing to say that there's probably going to be maybe 2 guys that pans out to be starters for at least about a good 5-6 years, at least 5-6 years, 2 guys. And so that's it.
But that's average. That it's 50%. If you draft 4 quarterbacks in the first round, at least 2 of them are going to be a bust.
That's right. I mean, and let's not forget now, last year now, Davis Mills for the Houston Texans, he just ended up at a spot, at the middle of the draft there where obviously no expectations really got put in there, no pressure whatsoever. So maybe a guy that gets, you mentioned, Matt Curl, that's a guy that a lot of people you said are sleeping on here. And so I've seen Matt Curl, his stock has kind of gone a little bit down, but maybe he ends up in the right situation, get taken round 3 or something like that. Maybe it works out there. Maybe it's just the right fit. You never know about the guys in the middle of the draft. And it could go the opposite. Last year, Kellen Mond. I thought Kellen Mond was going to be somebody last year. And like after seeing him in the preseason, I think he lost his confidence in the preseason because I saw that man when he was struggling worse than any other rookie quarterback because he had no time whatsoever. I said, if I ever made it to the NFL, keep me far away from that offensive line the Vikings put out there that day during the preseason. It did him no favors out there. So you're right. It's hit or miss. It's hit or miss. But I could certainly see the potential, though, where, like if these guys go to the wrong place, it can go bad. It can go bad. There's no safe, like 100% guaranteed quarterback out there. Let's see. Carmichael says his top 5 receivers. All right, so he's got Garrett Wilson here. He's got Drake London. And so I personally have Drake London as the second receiver as well, but I've seen some people start to defer from that. Then you got Chris Olave, Jameson Williams, and then Trey Burks. We'll start with Old Man for this one. Old Man, what is your rankings in terms of the top 5 receivers here, or if there's another receiver you would replace these guys with?
I like his list. The only one I would switch is London and Olave. I would switch them to.
Okay.
Ohio State, in my view, the Ohio State wide receivers are the best ones in its best ones.
And so, I mean, when you make an argument like that, it's hard for a Buckeye like myself to go against that. But I'll let Landry go next here.
Are we talking about just the order? Because
if you have Yeah, if you have a different receiver that you feel is top 5, just your top 5.
Well, this is pretty much my top 5 as well. I'll say, though, I think if Jameson Williams becomes healthy, I think he can be the best wide receiver in the draft. Between him and London, I think Drake London could be a Mike Evans type of wide receiver. So that's really, really good. So I think it can be one of the best too. So my top 2 are definitely Jameson Williams and Drake London. And then probably between Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, I think that's a really, really close race. And I could see Treylon Burks. I'll say this. If Treylon Burks ends up on the Packers, I think he'll be one of the best wide receivers in the league. It just depends on where these wide receivers land.
You're right about that. You're right about that. But just purely coming off of pure talent, like if I'm a GM and I'm putting these guys on the board here, for me, Garrett Wilson, he's that number 1 guy. Like he's top of the chart, number 1. And so now what old man said about Chris Olave, I mean, like I could see myself putting him there at that second as well. But me, I still got Drake London as second right there on that board. And then Jameson Williams, I feel like if he doesn't get hurt, then Jameson Williams is probably 2 or 3 at this point. And so who knows, maybe even 1, but I think at least 2 or 3 if he does not get hurt. But the fact that he did get hurt, that's something that you do take into consideration. So with that being said there, it depends on the team that I'm with, honestly, whether I favor Chris Olave or Jameson Williams there. Because if I'm the Cowboys and I'm trading up, I'm probably trading up because I believe Jameson Williams is going to be a star. But that being said, I got Chris Olave above Jameson Williams there and then Trey Burke at 5th. So I think this list reflects how I feel about it as well, Carmichael. So there you go. I basically said a lot to say the same thing. So let's see. James agrees with that. Okay. Let's see. Carmichael says, I just really like Chris Olave. There's a lot to like about Chris Olave. For Chris Olave, I'm very protective of my Ohio State Buckeye receivers and making sure that they end up in the right place. I don't want Garrett Wilson to go to the Jets and stuff like that. I prefer that he goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Even though I know Atlanta doesn't have a quarterback this year, but I'm anticipating next year the Falcons to take C.J. Stroud. So I'm thinking ahead there. So I'm thinking Atlanta's going to be back in that top 3 again next year. And so therefore I want to see that connection right there. And quite frankly, who's Atlanta going to throw the football to right now that's eligible to play other than Kyle Pitts at tight end? But a wide receiver, who we gonna throw the ball to other than Russell Gage out there? That's a real question. So they have to go wide receiver, I feel like. Otherwise, you're really trying to tank, and the NFL needs to investigate immediately if they don't go Garrett Wilson with that first pick. I'm just saying.
I honestly think this is one of the deepest wide receiver classes in a long, long time, to be honest with you. There's just so much talent at wide receiver this year.
Oh, yeah. There's so many wide receivers that I love in this year's draft class. And so, I mean, like a guy that doesn't get mentioned as often, me and old man, we've talked about it, David Bell. I'm pretty high on David Bell. He reminds me a lot. Like I said, like if the Patriots don't end up getting a guy like, John Mechie and stuff like that, if we can get David Bell, he reminds me of some of the older receivers that Tom had when he first came into the league. The guys like Troy Brown, David Patton. He reminds me of guys like that. And I feel like he could really excel in our offense. I think the Bears would be a good fit as well, but I know the Bears, they got to address that offensive line, and they got to get a receiver here. Bears got a lot of work to do, but that's going to be tomorrow, of course. But they got a lot of work to do, so they can't miss that, because they can't let my man Justin Fields go out there and go through what he went last year. You can't do that.
Man, they're going to kill that poor man.
Yeah, you can't have that happen now. You can't. Every pick, I'm almost at the point now where I'm like, every pick had better be to support this man in some way, somehow, because this man had nobody. I remember that Tampa Bay game he played last year. I was just thinking to myself, like, Coach, you got to take him out, Coach. Take him out, Coach. This is tough to watch. Take him out. Just take him out. He did not need to be in that game. It was really bad. I had not seen a quarterback get beat up like that in quite some time.
But, also, don't sleep on George Pickens either.
And so George Pickens, and so that's a guy right there that it's very interesting and stuff like that. Once we get to around the Pickens conversation, and like once we're at that point in the draft with in terms of like Pickens, and then like there's Watson from North Dakota State, around that range right there. That's
Sky Moore.
Interesting. Sky Moore right there, and so it gets very interesting. Very interesting.
There's a lot of wide receivers that I believe if they didn't come out this year, next year they'd be like top in the first round. If John Mechie doesn't get hurt, I think New England might have taken him first round. If he stayed healthy, Mechie goes in round 1.
And so you're right. But hey, sometimes these injuries, they could be a blessing in disguise as to where you end up going to the right team in the right round, to where it just all comes together and works out for you. And so, because there's been plenty of times in the past where receivers have failed to the second round. I'm like, wait, what? This guy's second round? Like, really? Like, I remember Anquan Bolden and stuff like that. I mean, my man went out there and balled out as a rookie, but yet, you know, he ended up in the second round. I was like, how did that happen? And so, but yeah, let's see. Carmichael says, I don't know how to feel about Baker. So you guys know how I feel about Baker Mayfield. So
if he's not on your team, feel happy. If he's not on your team, do a lot of praying.
And so, I mean, James, I know you're a Browns fan, so let us know, you know, your honest opinion about Baker Mayfield. I mean, do you feel like last year's injury really contributed to his, you know, woes that he had out there? Just let me know, James, since you're a Browns fan, let me know, how should we feel about Baker Mayfield? But Landry, tell me, how do you feel about Baker?
I mean, I think he's solid. Yeah, obviously he didn't live up to his draft hype or because he was the first pick, but I think he's solid. I don't think he's bad, but I don't see him being a quarterback that you win a Super Bowl with, but he's solid. He's not. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed because I thought he'd be better than what he is, but I think he can be a solid quarterback in this league. I think just give him another chance, and I think he'll be better than Sam Darnold. Let's just say that.
Yeah, he's
That's
definitely
not hard, though.
You're right. You're right, old man. You're
That's
right.
not hard.
You're right. That bar is not high at all. If we're comparing him to Sam Darnold, you got to go deeper than that there and compare him to a guy like Josh Allen, which there's no comparison right there.
Oh yeah, obviously Josh Allen's better, but
I will say this though: if I was the GM at that time, I would have lost my job there because at that time, Sam Darnold, he was top of my board coming out of college. I'll admit that. And so when I saw that they went Baker Mayfield, though, I was like, okay, Cleveland chose the guy with confidence. Didn't they do that with Johnny Manziel? I was comparing him to Johnny Manziel in terms of just his pure confidence. I was like, we tried this one time. It didn't work. But, of course, Baker's not anything like Johnny Manziel. But at that time, you know, I was like, it didn't work out that time. But, I mean, how I feel about Baker Mayfield, though, I'm mad at him not because of the fact that he, you know, went out there and played as bad as he played. I'm mad at that he did not realize that he was hurting the team to the point where he was costing them games that I felt like the backup quarterback would have been able to go in there. I forget his name. He played what was his
Case
name?
Keenum.
Case Keenum. That's right, Case Keenum. Couldn't think of his name. But Case Keenum was more than a capable quarterback. I mean, heck, he led a team to the playoffs there and had that Minnesota Miracle. So he was more than capable to hand the ball off to Nick Chubb and stuff like that and company. He was more than capable to do that. And the Browns lost a few games that they should have won had they had just a decent quarterback play. I wasn't asking him to go out there and be Peyton Manning. I just asked him to go out there and not be what Baker was on the field. So I was really irritated. This man was so self-conceited that he did not allow the backup to go in there, and he hurt the team just to go out there and say, oh, well, I played through my injury. That was my problem with Baker Mayfield. And so that's where I really grew my dislike, because it was clear this man couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat at this point last year. That was obvious. I was mad at the coaching staff for being too stupid to realize that. I was mad at a lot of people at Cleveland last year. Well, let me stop before I just go on the whole Baker Mayfield rant before the draft, guys. And so absolutely. But let's see. James says he will not be realist. This quarterback draft sucks. And if they hold on him all year and someone grabs him, they get a third. The Browns have the cap space. And so that's what's important coming out of this for the Browns, getting that cap space back. You know, I know they say that, well, we got the cap space there. Yeah, everybody, yeah. You don't want to spend it on that guy right there. You don't want that. And so let's see. James says he's a draft junkie. And so I like this. And so, Lewis, what's good with you? We got Lewis here on the stream. And so glad to have you here, Lewis. And so let me know, Lewis, what teams are you really interested in watching when it comes to this year's draft and all like that, in terms of just seeing who they're going to pick? You know, let me know what teams you have of interest for this year. Would appreciate you for coming through and joining us here as we're getting closer, guys. We got less than 20 minutes before the draft begins, and we know in reality that means before they put up the 15 minutes, and then, or is it 10 minutes this year, whatever it is, before they count down to the actual pick. And so Boston Sports is here. I'm seeing Patriot Nation coming out here strong tonight. We're bringing out everybody. I like it. And so he says, what's up, JB? And so, man, I know we got a while before our pick, but I'm just going to be counting down. Now, last year during the draft, I was on pins and needles, guys. Like, I was really nervous because I said we need a quarterback. And so I wanted us to take Justin Fields first. Mac Jones was my second option that I had for last year. But when I saw that Chicago made a bold move and actually decided to get Justin Fields, I was so happy for Chicago. But I was like, all right, Bill, we got to get Mac Jones now. We got to make sure we get him. And so we got him last year. And so now it's time to help him succeed and take that next step. So we'll see how that plays out. But appreciate you, Boston Sports, for coming through. Let's see. Braden says, do you think the Packers trade up between 10 and 15 and take a receiver? Landry, we'll start with you here.
I think it's definitely a possibility, but knowing the Packers' track record, I don't really see them trading up. I think they're just going to sit and wait and see which wide receiver drops to them. Some options that might be available for them are Traylon Burks. I can see Chris Olave being around that range. Jahan Dotson could come in that range. So I think they're going to sit and wait, to be honest.
All right, old man, what do you think?
I don't see them trading up that far. If Chris Olave is there at 21, I can see them calling New England and say, hey, move back a couple of spots, let us move up. It was like a 5th rounder, take it. And I can see Bill saying, you know what, whatever, give me it. But I don't see them trading up to 10 or 15 because whatever team they train into, they know, oh, they're going for a wide receiver. So you know what? Let me try to milk it. And it'll cost them way too much money. Way too much. Because they got a lot to fix, too. They got defense to work on. They need to get that O-line worked.
You're right. You're right. For me personally, do I think the Packers trade up between 10 to 15 to take a receiver? No. I don't think the Packers trade up there, but I do think that maybe the Kansas City Chiefs, because they realize if the Chiefs are like me and if they did a ton of mock drafts out there, they realize who's going to be on the board when they pick may not be exactly what they want from their potential wide receiver one. And so they're going to have to probably move up a little bit early in this draft if they want to get someone that's going to come out there and be explosive, for them. So we will see. Again, it is a deep class, but you're talking about wide receiver one. There's a difference between a wide receiver one and a wide receiver two. So if you want a wide receiver one, you may have to trade up if you're the Chiefs to get that guy. But for the Packers, I don't see them trading up there. It's just with that first pick they get, they better go wide receiver.
Now, JB, if you're KC, how far would you trade up to, and who would you pick?
So if I'm Kansas City, that is a very good question there. And so, because I personally, I've seen that the Saints have explored a lot of options with that second first round pick of moving up or moving back. And so if, they have that interest in moving back, that might be a pick that I might be targeted in terms of their second first round pick, depending on, the asking price there. But I probably would, if I'm Kansas City, I'm probably going to inquire about that. Obviously, you mentioned the Patriots as well. And so I got to make sure I get up there before Green Bay does. And so that's for sure. Like, I'm going to make sure that between those two teams, that we're going to be the ones that decide the receiver that we want, especially if I see a guy that starts to slide in this draft and stuff like that. Like, I'm trying to think of a receiver like Traylon Burks. That's probably a guy that's, I'm thinking realistically might be at the point where he might take a little bit of a slide, depending on how things go in the draft. He can slide. Or if somehow Chris Olave, if he happens to reach that point where we're at like 12, 13, somehow, some way, then let's say Washington does go quarterback or something like that instead of taking him, and then things just change like that. Maybe the Eagles decide to go, corner early, something like that. So maybe in that scenario, I would trade up for Chris Olave. I would definitely trade up for Chris Olave. So it depends on who's on the board, but something like that. Old man. Obviously, the draft is there's many ways this draft can go this year. Let's see. James says this is a deep draft on wide receivers. And so, old man, outside of wide receiver, what other positions do you say are like some of the deepest positions in this year's draft?
In O-lineman, it depends. If you want like a top tail guy, you gotta take him in the first round. If you want them the second tails, you can get them in the second. And then there's some sneaky guys you can get in the third. But O-line is filled with guys that could play all over the line.
Oh, yeah, I agree. There are some good options. Like when I look at this draft class and I look at some of the guys that should be available, say round 3, round 4, I'm looking at a lot of these guys like, okay, these are guys that some of these guys have played multiple positions. Some of these guys will take they're little projects that maybe not year 1, but maybe by the end of year 2, we might can import them into the starting lineup, or at the very least have some depth at these positions. But that being said, though, our quarterback's still going to go out there and get crumbled if the offensive line is already bad. And so, but these are guys that probably will get better as time goes on. But if you would need a guy immediately at an offensive line position that come in there, like if you're the Saints, you got to get that offensive lineman, but one of those first round picks there, you just have to do it. If you're the Cowboys, don't be stupid. Go ahead and get the offensive lineman that you need to go out there and protect these guys in the backfield. I mean, I saw Zeke last year. Sometimes it didn't look like the Cowboys offensive line that they had in years past. Him, Tony Pollard, there was a couple of games where they just couldn't go nowhere. So, I mean, if a Zion Johnson out of Boston College is there, you take him. You know, maybe Tyler Linderbaum out of Iowa, you take him if you're Dallas at that point there. I know they want to move up and be aggressive and get a wide receiver, but this year's class is super deep. You can get you someone in that second or third round that can come in there and still, you know, be an impact. You pay Michael Gallup all that money. I know he gets hurt a good bit, but you got to hope that he doesn't get hurt, you know, and you can get someone in that second or third round. Braden says he wants Chris Olave on the Packers. That's why he targeted that 10 to 15 spot. He wants Chris Olave. He's been doing his homework. Let's see. Lewis says, hopes there's a good receiver available by the time the Bears pick. And so by the time the Bears pick, there's a couple options I think that should be on the board, but there will be some good options for sure. If I'm
Sky
the Bears.
Moore, Mechie.
Yeah,
Bell.
Mechie, David Bell, Sky Moore.
Don't take Mechie, though. Let him fall. Mechie sucks, actually. He's both like a fourth. Never mind. Let him fall in New England.
Let's see. And then let's not forget the kid, Calvin Austin III from Memphis. You know, like he's going to be on that board too. There's a lot of options to go with in that round. So there's going to be somebody there for the Bears. But with the first pick in the second round for the Bears, though, you got to go offensive line there as long as there's a quality.
I don't think they have a first round pick this year.
No, I mean like their first second round pick. Round
then
pick.
Yeah.
So I believe they got two, if I'm not mistaken. I think they got two second round picks. So make sure that the first one, you go ahead and get you an offensive lineman there, because don't play around with Justin Fields like that. If I see my man get hit like that, I'm calling his agent and saying, get him out. Get him out. Just send him somewhere where the offensive line's at, because he can't be taking hits like that. All right, let's see. Lewis says at 39. And so Braden says Russell Gage from the Buccaneers, so they only have Pitts. And so that's right. He did go to the Buccaneers there. So like literally, Landry, you I guess you played against the Falcons your team has played the Falcons a couple of times there. Who was on the depth chart here for the Falcons at receiver? Like,
shoot, it's not a lot.
like, gee, like who are they gonna throw the ball to? Like, I can see them going about 3 receivers in this draft class, because quite frankly, I mean, I don't know who they got that they can throw the ball to. I'm trying to put up their depth chart here to see, but this is yeah, that's bad. That's they're in trouble. They're in trouble. We're gonna start putting receivers out.
Kenny Pickett and Peterson, that's it.
Say what?
Kenny Pickett and Peterson, that's all they got in offense.
And so, I mean, Kyle Pitts, you got to make Kyle Pitts. I mean, you saw last year at the start of the season when teams were actually like early on looking out for him and stuff like that. They can take him out the game now if he's the only one. He's going to need somebody else out there to help him out. So we'll see. Obviously, if you're the Falcons, it's a no-brainer. Garrett Wilson has to be the pick. If somehow Atlanta messes that up, I'm calling the commissioner myself, guys. Like, this is that they're intentionally trying to tank for next year, and they're doing it wrong.
The only way I would not pick a wide receiver is Kayvon Thibodeau's on the board. That's the only excuse. That's the only excuse. Because I'm looking at their depth chart, and I see Auden Tate, Damiere Byrd, and Zacchaeus. That's all they got.
They picked up Damiere Byrd?
That's not
Did you hear that, old man?
That's not a bad move though. Get Byrd and Tate. Tate is a pretty good wide receiver.
Oh yeah, Damiere Byrd did not help us out that much when he was.
Sorry, go ahead. They might have to throw a lot of screens to Cordell Patterson. That's for right now. So, and Kyle Pitts.
Oh yeah, let's see. James says, watching the draft on the NFL, they are talking about Baker a lot. I hope he goes somewhere good like Tampa Bay, or I think he would do good at the Lions. So how do you guys feel about, I know, old man, you mentioned, about Tampa Bay being an option right there for whenever Tom Brady decides he wants to retire, 2, 3, 4, 15 years from now. But, and the Lions as well, the Lions, I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. Jared Goff, I mean, he's not that answer. And so
I'm taking Goff over Baker, though.
Ooh, he's taking Goff over Baker there. How do you feel about that, Landry? How do you feel about that?
I mean, Goff is solid. He's not bad. Obviously, he's not the answer long term, but he's a capable starter in the league. I honestly think Detroit's going to draft a quarterback in this draft, but it may not be first round, or maybe their last pick in the first round. It's definitely not going to be their first pick. The only way that they will pick a quarterback is if they actually consider taking Malik Willis number 2, but that would be a disaster for Malik Willis. I don't think he's ready to start. I think he needs to go to a stable organization to be a capable starter in the league. So
are you saying Detroit's not stable? There may be some Lion fans here that may take offense to that. Are you saying Detroit is not stable?
It's telling the truth. I just think I think he needs to go to a stable organization. But honestly, I could see them taking a quarterback with their second pick, which could be like maybe Desmond Ridder or something like that, or they might just wait to the second round and pick a quarterback. But I think they're going to pick their quarterback of the future in this draft, or they might just wait until next year. But I definitely think one team that's waiting until next year is the Falcons. I think they're going to wait till next year to get a quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
I think this year they're going to tank. So
definitely.
One quarterback, though, I have to agree with him, is Strong. A lot of people are sleeping on him. Bad. I want him to go to Pittsburgh. If I think he would be the best spot, would be in Pittsburgh for him. With Mike Tomlin, Strong, oh, you got yourself a quarterback.
Oh, yeah. I trust Mike Tomlin when it comes to developing these young quarterbacks for sure. I mean, if they're going to pan out, Mike Tomlin, he's a good guy to do it. Good guy to do it.
Put some respect on that kid's name, though, Strong, I'm telling you.
All right. Lewis says that the Jets and Giants will probably take the best offensive linemen. And so I will start with old man on this one. But in terms of, let's start with the Jets first. What do you think the Jets are going to do with their first pick?
A corner. You got Waddle, Hill, and Diggs in the division. You have to take a corner. You have to figure out how to stop them.
And I think with their second pick, I think that they will take a wide receiver with that second pick. I mean, they've been desperate for a receiver so much. They've been really saying, look, if there's a big time receiver that's available, just let us know. We'll meet your asking price and then some. So definitely.
But they could take a left tackle though, because their left tackle, they're having trouble with him with his weight. And there's rumor that they might ship him out.
Yeah, that's a possibility there. That's a possibility there. I mean, hey, it'll be good for like teams like the Packers, though, if they, opt not to take a wide receiver there and leave some of those receivers on the board there. I mean, hey, that could shape up the draft a little bit different there. But for the Giants, I agree that they'll take the best, offensive lineman there that's available, regardless, whether that's Evan Neal, whether it's Eichmann, whoever it is that's available there, I can see the Giants doing that.
I honestly think the Jets are going to take two players. It's either going to be Sauce Gardner or it's going to be Icky. I think those are going to be one of their first two picks. So it just depends on what they value more. Do they value offensive lineman or do they value a corner? So it's going to be between those two players, I believe.
All right, and we are getting closer and closer to the start of that draft, guys. I can almost see it. I can't wait to see these picks actually happen, guys, and see what curveball is going to be thrown our way. Let's see. James says, Baker is a good quarterback. Last year, he broke a bone and tore his tendon. What hurt him is he kept playing when healthy. He is a top 10 quarterback. Do you guys believe top 10 when he's healthy?
No.
And so
my problem with Baker is, and you can call me biased, I don't like the fact that he came in the NFL with so many. He's so cocky, and then he got all those deals for all those commercials. He just put a big target on his back. He think he was King Kong when he ain't done nothing yet. Yeah, you took the Browns to a playoff, but then, well, let's face it, you had a great run team, and then your defense was top notch. You really didn't have to do nothing. And then when you got Odell and Landry, I don't blame Odell and Landry. I blame Baker.
Oh yeah. What about you, Landry? How do you feel about this? Top 10 when healthy.
I can't put them in the top 10 because it was evident and clear that Odell Beckham turned into a whole different wide receiver when they went to the Rams. I can't give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. I'm sorry. He's maybe top 20, but even that's pushing it. I'll say between the 20 and 32 range from quarterbacks in the league. So I can't say he's a top 10 quarterback. There's just too many talented quarterbacks that should be ahead of him. So no, I disagree.
I will say this is very tough for me, guys. You guys know how I feel about last year. That's what all comes to mind there. But I'm gonna ignore last year, okay? Because I'm gonna ignore that. The year before that, Baker Mayfield. I thought that Cleveland was going to be. I had projected Cleveland to get to the Super Bowl, guys. I thought Cleveland was going to be a Super Bowl team last year. When I did my projections and stuff like that, I had them finishing like in the regular season, I think below Kansas City, but I ultimately thought in the playoffs that they would end up winning that game there. Why? Because the confidence of Baker Mayfield combined with the backs that they had and then the improvements they made on defense last year. They picked up that safety that came over from the Rams and stuff like that, and obviously Jadeveon Clowney came over. So I was thinking, okay, like this might actually be the year for the Cleveland Browns there. So definitely, I would say for me, if he was fully healthy, you take last year out between that 15 and 20 spot for me. And so that's where he was prior to this past season, between 15 and 20 for me. Because I hadn't seen enough, long term to see, above that. Let's see. James says, I like Baker and wish him the best. And so, but Watson is a top 5 quarterback. That is a fact. That is a fact. All right. And so as we're getting closer to the draft here, let me go ahead and let's see. All right. So, yeah. So as we get closer to the draft here, so Jacksonville on the clock. Let's see. But yeah, I agree with that. Watson, top 5 quarterback. Absolutely. Boston Source says, be right back. Let's see. James says, Calvin Austin is probably the most he'll pretty fast too. He should go second or third, and that's going to be a steal for whatever team ends up taking Calvin Austin the second. I like that guy a lot, and I feel like, he's going to be a steal, whether it's a team like maybe Detroit takes him, maybe it's a team like maybe Dallas takes him later on, or who knows who, wherever he goes. I like his odds there, and he's going to be a steal.
Calvin Austin reminds me of Davon Austin a little bit. They both short, but they can cut real quick, and they got that speed to get off the top.
That's right. That's right. James says 5 minutes till draft time here, and so guys, let me know if you guys can see actually the top of the screen that has the actual picks. When the picks happen, you guys can actually see that right there. I wish I could make it bigger. But let me see. Can I make this bigger? No, it's just gonna. Let's see. All right. Well, hopefully you guys can see that there. What's on the pick there? But yeah, certainly gonna be looking forward to seeing how this draft's gonna play out. As we are finally here, it's the moment for this to actually play out, guys. Let's see. Braden says Chris Olave is either getting drafted by the Saints, Eagles, or Packers. I think Washington's a consideration as well, and I would not be surprised if the Cowboys move up and get drafted. Well, I'm sorry, move up and draft him as well if they, decide to go the route of receiver. But I don't think they should, but it's a possibility. And so James says some teams are going to tank to get better quarterbacks next year. And so, but how do you guys feel about tanking? Do you guys feel that the NFL has a tanking problem? Or, are you guys okay with a team if they understand, like, hey, we're the Atlanta Falcons this year. We got rid of our, franchise quarterback we had for a long time. And so we want to start over.
I kind of don't like tanking, to be honest, because you're just cheating the game. You're losing on purpose. I think what the NFL should do is like the NBA and just do a lottery. It'll make the draft even more interesting as well. So I think a lottery would stop tanking a whole lot.
How do you feel about this, old man? Is the lottery the route to go?
I don't like tanking, but I wouldn't change anything. What I would do is, if it's blatant, that is if they catch you like tanking, like the Sets did when they sent that all bliss out, that proves that you're tanking. You should lose a pick and you should be fine, and they get told, hey, next year coming up, it don't matter if you go 0-17 and not getting the first round pick. You're getting it late. You're getting like the 32nd.
Okay.
Because tanking is ruining their game. You can perfectly tank and suck, and then I feel bad for the player. You go into a sucky team that's in rebuild mode, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, got to figure out what's going on with my TV here. This is not the time for it to be acting up. All right, let's see. But yeah, I do agree with that, though. Some teams, they understand who they are here. And Atlanta, I'm talking to you. You should take a receiver there. But yeah, next year's when you're going to get your quarterback of the future, and we'll see how things play out and look next season. James says the Giants have already said they're not picking up Jones' fifth-year option. The handwriting is on the wall. And so there it is. I mean, Daniel Jones, how can I put it? When the kid came out of Duke, I was just never too sold on him, honestly. Like, I was looking at the tape and I was like, other than I think the bowl game or something like that, I was looking at Daniel Jones. I was like, he doesn't strike me as like the best quarterback in the draft and stuff like that, or someone that was going to come in and, change things. I thought he'd be average at best, but it just has not worked out there for the Giants, honestly. Jesse James says the stats in 2020, he's a top 10 by stats all year. And so, oh yeah, Baker gets streaky. He gets streaky, and when he's doing good and stuff like that. It's just I would have preferred to see just a little bit more years in terms of like consistent performance there, and then he could have moved up that chart for me there, as opposed to just 1 year there. But again, guys, we have the draft about to go on away, and soon we'll find out who that first pick actually is going to be. But yeah, I'm going to ask you guys here and now, both Old Man and Landry. We'll start with Old Man. Who is the first pick? You guys let me know.
I'm taking Neil, the O-lineman.
Ooh, so Old Man starting off with a curveball here. What a curveball that would be if all this time they just baited us into thinking it was going to be edge. It was going to be edge. It was going to be edge. And just right off the bat, throw off about 90% of our mock drafts just like that. What do you say, Landry? Who's going to be the first pick here?
Honestly, I think it's going to be Trayvon Walker. Listen, I like Aiden Hutchinson, but I think he might actually end up being better than Walker. But I think they're enamored with his explosiveness, Walker's explosiveness and his track time. And I think that's what's going to catch him. And I think they're going to draft Trayvon Walker.
Okay. For me, personally, my guy, I got Aiden Hutchinson. And it hurts me as a Buckeye to be so sold on a guy from Michigan. But Aiden Hutchinson, I mean, he's proven to me. I still believe in his abilities. I like his leadership, his intangible. I know he's going to give me everything that he's got. And so I think Aiden Hutchinson, at the end of the day, is still the top player to select for the Jacksonville Jaguars here. But let's see what James says here. James says Hutchinson, second CD corner, and second generation there. And so, I like Aiden Hutchinson right there. Honestly, it's that pick. That is what I got there. And so, but we will see what actually happens. But I think once we know the first pick, I think the second pick would be a lot easier in terms of determining what exactly is going to happen with that second pick. All right. But here we go, guys. The NFL draft on the way. So we talked about it a little bit earlier when it came to obviously last year the Jaguars were in this situation, so they're very familiar with how this works. They took Trevor Lawrence, and so you guys said you guys believe in Zach Wilson more than Trevor Lawrence, and so based upon what you've seen so far from last year's rookie class, where do you rank Trevor Lawrence amongst his peers in that rookie class in terms of what he's going to be long term? Obviously, it's still extremely early, but just what he's going to become.
I would say top 3. I think that's a good range for him. I just don't see the passion for football with him. And you gotta have passion to be the best. And so I think his passion is going to hurt him. And I think Zach Wilson is a little bit more talented than him. I know it's crazy saying that, but I think Zach Wilson is a little bit more athletically gifted than Trevor Lawrence. So I could say that Zach Wilson is going to be the best. The second best, I'll probably say Mac Jones. And then third, I'll probably do Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, so where does this leave Trey Lance? Because if that's the case, San Francisco may have some issues right there. Like if what you're saying plans out, what about Trey Lance down there in San Francisco? Should they be worried right now?
That's a hard thing to say, to be honest. I haven't seen enough of Trey Lance to say that. I still think Trey Lance will be a solid quarterback, but honestly, I would take him probably 5. I'll put Justin Fields ahead of him. So,
ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'll say Trey Lance is probably the 5th best quarterback in the past draft.
Okay, so basically he's saying that the 49ers made a mistake. Oh, man.
I got Trevor 4th right now.
Let's see. Braden says everybody's going to boo Goodell. And so, yes, it's happening. It is going to happen.
Good, he deserves it.
The whole Raiders up there. I was about to say, is that Darren Waller? What's he doing up there? You can't get drafted twice. Let's see. James says, it is hard to say. Trevor is good, but he is not on a good team. They need to draft on better guys around him. And so, yes, I mean, you think about last year with that second first-round pick that they took. Even from the very beginning, under the Urban Meyer regime there, they went and took Travis Etienne, and then he got hurt for the whole year. I mean, he's going to come back this year. Hopefully, he's going to be fully recovered and have an impact there. I know the reason why they drafted him. It doesn't mean anything now because Urban's gone. So, the whole putting him at receiver thing and all like that, I don't know if they're going to stick with that route or just go ahead and put him at the position that he was originally, just run him. But it'll be interesting to see what the Jaguars do with Travis Etienne now that he's going to be back and healthy. And so James says he even boos Goodell at home. Oh, believe me, I boo him all the time. I think of all the first-round picks he has taken from the Patriots over the years. It just fires me all up just to boo him all the time. So, absolutely.
I think as all NFL fans, we can agree that we all can boo Goodell.
I think more so our teams, Landry. I feel like aside from the Patriots, the Saints have also been penalized a good amount. So for our teams particularly, we've been hurt by Roger Goodell. He did nothing when your Saints were robbed of that game against the Rams, where it was a blatant pass interference. He did nothing to help you guys. So
he's been rough on the Saints. And I'll say one thing. When the Saints got caught with Bountygate, they weren't the only team running Bountygate. They just made the Saints as an example. So I don't think that was fair. The Vikings had a Bountygate as well when Brett Favre was on the team. And a lot of people don't know that. I'm just putting that out there.
Way to defend those Saints.
Every team has a bounty. You go up to an old school player, they're like, yeah, the coach came to me and told me. I remember an interview. My stepfather used to interview like professional wrestlers and former football players. We was at Sim Kelly's golf tournament, and I forget the player's name. He used to play for the Broncos before. He says, oh, yeah, the head coach told me if I take this dude out, I get 50 grand extra in my bank. And that was back in the 80s.
Yeah, that was.
So you're telling me the Saints get caught? No, everybody's doing it. It still happens today. It's just called bonuses. You get an extra sack, you get a bonus.
Mm-hmm. You're right. But yeah, I mean, the commissioner doesn't like the Saints and he doesn't like the Patriots. Those are two things that we know for a fact he does not like. Oh, yeah, but it's definitely looking forward to seeing his first pick here and getting this on the way. But I know Derek Carr is feeling good right now. Derek Carr's got to be feeling good. I mean, heck, you just got the top receiver in the game that come to your team there. Raiders have been busy and stuff like that. And while we wait for this pick to happen here, you guys in the chat, let me know. I'm going to ask these guys as well. But you guys in the chat, let me know for the AFC West. Give me your top. Well, give me the order from who's top, who's the best, and who's the worst. 1 through 4 in the AFC West. Obviously, that's your Raiders, your Chiefs, your Chargers, and Broncos. You guys rank them and let us know your thoughts there. And I'll start with you, Landry. I'll put you on the spot here as we wait for this pick. Let me know the AFC West, who's the top team there, and then just go on down from there.
Ooh, I'll say that right now you just got to say the Chiefs. They're just proven. But one team that I think is on the rise is the Chargers. It would not surprise me, as crazy as it sounds. I think the Chargers will have a chance of making the Super Bowl next year. I really do. I know they didn't make the playoffs last year. I know people are going to look at me like I'm crazy, but I think they're on the rise. They just built their defense with Khalil Mack. Justin Herbert's only going to get better. They bring back Mike Williams. They have Keenan Allen. They got Austin Eckler. I can honestly see them overtaking the Chiefs this year. I think the Chiefs are going to go down a little bit because of the Tyreek Hill loss. So I obviously think it's going to be Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, and then Raiders. So we'll see what happens, but that's my order for right now. But it would not surprise me if the Chargers win the division this year.
I remember last year heading into the season, I was so high on the Chargers. I mean, I was hyping them all up and stuff like that. When it comes to the Chargers, for them, they got to stay healthy throughout the season and stuff like that. They got some guys like Mike Williams and stuff like that. Keenan Allen, those receivers, they come in the lineup. They get hurt towards later in the season when it hurts the most. Austin Eckler, if he can stay healthy for a full season. If they can stay healthy, I'm right there with you. I mean, heck, they paid a lot of money to get my man J.C. Jackson. I mean, a lot of money. For that kind of money as a Patriot fan, I was like, I want him to stay, but I wasn't willing to pay him that kind of money to do it. And so, but if they can draft, I feel like maybe one receiver that they get a good value on, maybe in that round 2, round 3, or something like that, just in case a guy goes down or something like that. get an offensive lineman, stuff like that. If they can just get the little pieces there, I do like the Chargers team a lot. I like all of these teams a lot in what they've done. I said it before when it first happened and stuff like that. The Broncos will be first because of their defense and stuff like that. The Broncos, I like their defense first and stuff like that. For me, for number 2, I still got the proven Kansas City Chiefs as well, because I've seen it with my own Patriots. You lose a guy like a Randy Moss, but you still have a top, the top tight end in the game. You evolve and switch it up, and then all the draft picks they get right there. We'll put Kansas City right now at that 2 spot there. But it's a close 2. It's a close 2. For me at 3, I'm going Raiders at 3 right there. I mean, I like the moves they made right there. And so, I mean, don't get me wrong. The Chargers could very well get it there. But if the Raiders can, if Derek Carr goes out there like he did last year, I mean, they did a lot when they lost a lot of pieces. They lost guys like Henry Ruggs. They lost their head coach, and they still made it to the playoffs there, played the Bengals extremely tough. But ultimately, what can I say, guys? That division, there is no wrong one for that one. And so we've got old man here back.
Sorry about that. My nephew needed me help with getting the draft on.
Oh, it's all good. It is all good. Absolutely. And so, yeah, we've got Jacksonville on the clock here. And so, of course, as the pick goes in here, we should be able to see it here. I'm not sure if you guys are able to really see it very clear from those of you watching from home. But either way, we'll be discussing the picks as they happen. All right, let's see. Braden says Ice Cube on stage and soon to be Packer Darren Waller. Braden is doing some recruiting, guys. He's doing some recruiting. Braden, all right, so Braden says Broncos 1, Chiefs 2, Chargers 3, and the Raiders 4. And so, okay. Let's see. James says Jacksonville's on the clock. Absolutely. It's time to see, guys. Again, I said Aiden Hutchinson here. And so, yeah, and so old man said it was going to be Evan Neal. And Landry, you had Trayvon Walker, right?
Yes.
All right, but you guys in the comment section, comment who's going to be the first pick here. Before it happens, let us know who's going to be the first pick that Jacksonville is going to take. Let us know.
I also heard a rumor that Trent Balk, the GM for the Jaguars now, he's the one that wants Trayvon Walker, but the owner actually wants Aiden Hutchinson. That's the rumor that I heard. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Braden says he think it'll be Walker. So let's see who wins out then. Owner or GM. If this was the Cowboys, it'd be very easy. But since it's not.
Thinking about it, though, Walker would be nice with the Jags. With him and Allen on defense coming at you.
Oh yeah. It's just a matter of picking your preference at that point. But absolutely. All right, we still got a little bit of time here before that pick.
They're gonna milk the whole clock.
Yes, you would think this is the end of the game here, and they're taking a knee.
That's the one thing I hate about the Jags. They take their sweet time. You know who you picking, mother lover. You got the first pick.
Right. Like nothing was going to change the alter you having the first pick. Nothing was going to change.
If you came in right now, you know who you're taking, you in trouble.
I feel like some of these guys they're coming back from vacation right now. They probably took a vacation. It's the first time they're probably talking in weeks and stuff like that. That's how they're acting with it.
Pick is in.
All right, guys, pick is in. Let's see who it is going to be. And so Vikings New Age, what's good with you? How you been, man? How you been? And so glad to have you back here during the NFL draft there. And so obviously, I know for your Vikings there, I'm expecting the Vikings to go corner here. So I'm going to be looking to see, especially when Houston gets on the clock, does Houston take a cornerback and perhaps alter the board in terms of, that's a difference between getting perhaps a guy like, maybe Gardner, maybe Stingley, or either, whether it's McDuffie, whoever's going to be on that board there, it's going to make a huge impact.
I also heard Lovie Smith actually likes Derek Stingley a lot. So, yes, that's a possibility.
Oh, yeah. Coach Dante was definitely filling me and old man in on that when we did the mock draft with him. So that's certainly a possibility. But right now, I want to see who the Jaguars are taking with this first pick here. And I think that'll help us get a head start with the next pick for Detroit. And I know Detroit's watching too. I feel like they have like this code between each other. Like in the first round, you have to take all the time before you go up there. Like you can't turn it in early. I feel like they get told that just melt every second so we can make this last as long as possible. Do it for the views.
After this pick, I have a question for y'all.
All right, bet. Let's see. Braden says, I hope there's a run on quarterbacks and edge rushers. And so don't start that, Braden. I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to distract everybody from the receiver so your Packers can get one. You know you guys don't draft receivers anyways.
Hold on, JB. Hold on now. That might work in our favor. Why? Or David might fall then.
You're right. You're right. Also, there it is. So you guys, let's see. That would be Landry was right here about Travon Walker being the pick.
There's no way to hit him. There's too much explosiveness. They couldn't resist themselves.
And so let's see. Is there a way I can? All right, can you guys see this board right here?
He kind of does look like a Dougie P type of guy.
Travon Walker out of Georgia. How about that? And so, I mean, hey, 6'5", 272 pounds there. And so, I mean, he lit it up in the combine. You have your height, your build, your length. You got all the intangibles that you need. If he reaches that potential, you are getting a premier guy there, and that's going to be fun to watch there. I'm excited to see those guys on the edge there for Jacksonville here. That's a great pick right there for the Jacksonville Jaguars. No lie about that. I mean, it's just a matter of picking your preference there. And so, obviously, GM won that one. What do you think about this, Landry?
I just think his upside. They're just taking a swing on his upside. This could backfire on them if it doesn't work out though. So we'll see what happens. Personally, I would have taken Aiden Hutchinson, but I knew kind of with the Jaguars that they were going to bet on his upside instead. So we'll see how it pans out. But this is really one of those hit or misses. If it misses really badly, we're going to look back in a few years and say, "Man, the Jaguars made a terrible pick."
All right, we will see if this actually pans out. Old man, your thoughts?
After thinking about it, it does make sense though. It kind of does. Like he said, they're trying to get an upside player, and he does have one of the highest upsides in the draft. But it all depends. Can you get that? Can you get that motor running? Can you get him playing better? Can you get him ready to play? Like, will Zip play football? Because 9 sacks ain't gonna do it. You have to at least get 12, 13.
Oh, yeah. And let's not forget, we're talking about over the span of 3 years, a total of 9 sacks, not just coming out of last year, which Aiden Hutchinson had more than that last year. But that sets the stage, though, for Detroit. And so, I mean, I can't be wrong twice, right, guys? I mean, it has to be Aiden Hutchinson.
Now, this is what I don't get. Well, Detroit, you know who you're picking. Come on now. Don't take the 15 minutes.
Let's see. Braden says Trent Bulk 1. Let's see. Vikings New Age says, how have you been? I have been great. I have been absolutely great here. And so I've been counting down for this draft here for a good minute here. So I'm excited that we have this draft here, but I have been really great. And so glad to see you back, though. Glad to see you back here. Let's see. James says, Lions are running to the podium. Yes, I mean, honestly, it didn't take very long for the pick to be in for Detroit. I'll give them that. Detroit said it's a no-brainer. They're jumping up and down right now. They're throwing a party. And so I know his family is extremely happy as well. I mean, you think about that from his perspective there. You just, played great at Michigan. You were loved there, and you get to be the first, well, actually second overall, but still first pick for the team, like in the location that you played at. That's close to your family and stuff like that. This makes a lot of sense here for Detroit. Now, watch I say all that and they go a different direction. But but no, I think we all know who this is. Braden says, the Lions won Hutchinson bad. Yes.
Yeah.
A full-out sprint to get there. And so full-out sprint to get there.
That might have been quicker than Max Jones' pick from last year, how quick the pick came in.
I hope this inspires a lot of people.
I bet you Lion fans are flipping right now. Happy, happy, happy.
All right, it's Aiden Hutchinson. There we go.
Here comes Coach.
Here
comes the coach.
And so
excellent.
We'll start off with old man here. What are your thoughts on Aiden Hutchinson?
I think he went to a great spot.
Oh yeah, not just a great spot there. He went to the spot.
Oh yeah, he like you said, he basically played in the area. He knows the area well. You know, Lions fans are gonna start buying his stuff right away. Dan Campbell's gonna love him. He's gonna love him.
Oh yeah.
Kneecaps and everything. You're gonna tell him, go for those kneecaps, boy.
And so just to look at good also the NFL comparison that they gave him, it was Jared Allen. And so I find that interesting right there. But
hey, if that turns into him, they got a great pick, that means.
Oh yes. I mean, 6'7", 260 pounds. And so we talk about production or the lack of production from Trayvon Walker. That was more of a projection type thing. Here, you know exactly what you're getting in Aiden Hutchinson. There, it's just a matter of how much higher can that ceiling go. But you look at him, the excitement on his face here. I know it means that much to him. You get a guy that's going to come in here, work extremely hard, be consistent there. And so I'm excited for him, and I'm excited for Detroit. They need someone like that that's happy to be a Detroit Lion. Sometimes it feels like guys get drafted and like, oh man, I'm going to Detroit here. And so we're not going to win. But this guy's a guy that can certainly help turn his culture around. And he's someone that, you know, is a Dan Campbell type of guy, honestly. But yeah, Landry, your thoughts on this pick?
I mean, it's a no-brainer. You get someone that's from Michigan, played at Michigan. Mm-hmm. He's available on the board. He's got a good high upside. And if he turns out to be half of what Jared Allen is, you can't even complain about the pick. I think it's a good pick.
You're right.
I picked him number 1, but you know the Jaguars just took their chances on the upside.
We'll see if that swing works out for them or not, but I am happy for Detroit here. I mean, not a bad year to have the number 2 pick there for them. And you see the fans there in Detroit that showed up. They should be used to the draft process now. They're used to these early picks, but this is great for them. I'm happy for them. James says the pick is in. Let's see. Vikings says, I'm excited for football season to start again. And so obviously after the draft, you know, we'll have the undrafted free agents and stuff like that. But then when the NFL schedule gets released, that's going to be like probably the next big event that I can think of that I'll definitely be having a stream for that as well. So, hey, great times ahead. James says his dad played for Michigan too. And so nice. Braden says, good pick by the Lions. Bad for your Packers. And so, yeah, Rodgers isn't going to like that too much. Let's see. Braden says Dan Campbell going to eat his kneecaps. And so let's see. Braden says he thinks the Texans take an old lineman. So what are we thinking for the Houston Texans here? You know, this is around the time right now where, you know, Houston, they can alter the draft right now. This is where things get very interesting. Will they go corner here and take Derek Stingley Jr., or will they go and take a lineman? And if so, which lineman do they take?
I definitely think it's going to be Evan Neal if it's not a corner, to be honest.
Okay. Old man.
It gotta be Neal. He's the best old lineman. You need to protect Mills. Take Neal.
I say Evan Neal as well. It's like the three of us, we actually agree on something, guys. Gee. We actually agree on something.
Now watch, they won't take him.
Oh, exactly. They'll be like, 3 guys? No, let's not do it. We can't do it. Lewis says Texans better draft the coach. And so I like Lovie Smith. I don't like
Lovie Smith is the good guy.
But I like him. He was good with Chicago back in the day. Chicago misses him severely.
Badly.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Derek Stingley, though. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I wouldn't be surprised either. But I think a guy like Evan Neal, you gotta make that move there. Like, I just really feel like you make that pick right there, you won't regret it. No matter what happens, you won't regret it. And so Stingley, if he reaches his potential, that's great. But, you know, maybe, you know, if he doesn't, then I don't think we have those conversations with Evan Neal. I think Evan Neal's a safe pick that you know is going to work out. Braden says, I think they take okay, so Braden's going to take a little different route here, you know, still sticking with the offensive lineman, though. You know, it comes down to preference. And so, hey, Braden was right last time, you know, with the first pick, and I chose the wrong guy. So Viking says, I feel bad for Hutchinson. He was a graduate from Michigan, and his career ended when the Lions picked him. And so, oh, here we go. James says, there are teams that draft every year that leave everyone scratching their head. What team will draft a bonehead pick first this year? Ooh, the first team to make a boneheaded pick, guys. What do you think that team's going to be?
I'm saying the Giants because they usually make picks that they scratch your head about.
I love that answer because you guys know how I felt about the Giants. But I'm gonna say I gotta look at the draft order here. I'd like to think early on that these teams aren't gonna do it, but maybe the Seahawks or the Panthers. I might go ahead. I might say the Panthers. I might be aggressive and say the Panthers go ahead and they take a quarterback and they try to mess up Malik Willis' career.
I think they're going to take Kenny Pickett before Malik Willis, to be honest.
Ooh, Houston went Derek Stingley Jr., guys. So they went Derek Stingley. So Coach Dante was right.
Where is Coach? Where is he?
Wow. Coach Dante's probably streaming himself right now. But, man, Coach Dante was right about the Texans taking Derek Stingley Jr. How do you guys feel about that pick right there? Going cornerback and not just – they didn't want the sauce. They didn't want the sauce. That's what gets me. They didn't want the sauce. You better be right that this guy pans out.
I think he'll be okay. I think Derek Stingley will be good in the NFL. I don't even have any worries about that. I think it's all nonsense with the character stuff. I think he'll be okay.
There's one thing about LSU corners and stuff like that. Sometimes they come out with a little bit of character concern. I remember when Honey Badger came out, he had got already kicked off the team, stuff like that, and that was a little bit worse, stuff like that. But, I mean, LSU's been known to produce a couple, but they still produce at the NFL level. I will say that. So I don't have any doubts that he'll come out here and produce and stuff like that. But a guy like Evan Neal, for me, if I was in that draft room to the very last second, I would have been saying, are you sure we don't want to take Evan Neal? I'd have been that voice that just to the very end, I'd have been saying it. But, I mean, hey, you get a cornerback here. You look at that division, guys like obviously A.J. Brown, you've got Pittman over there at the Colts and stuff like that. And so we'll see how this pans out here for Houston. But at 3, they chose to take the first corner off the board. So will these corners start the slide here? We'll see what the Jets do with their pick. What do we got the Jets doing coming up next?
Corner.
Yeah, I think the Jets are going to go corner as well. Now, all 3 of us sat here and said it was going to be lineman last time. And right now, I've never been this wrong early in the draft.
I'm thinking Sauce or Icky.
Okay. Let's see. Braden says, I'm just happy he didn't go to the Vikings.
If they take Neil Hill, I could see them putting the left tackle on the trade block. See if they can move on from him.
Let's see. Vikings says, I was just saying that we should get Stingley. How sad. And so, I mean, I had a couple of mock drafts where early on that was going to be the case. At this point, I knew Houston was going to be the deciding factor there. So that's the difference between you guys possibly getting Stingley and probably getting, McDuffie, which is nothing to sneeze at. It's just, he's not, Derek Stingley.
Happy about that pick? The Giants are. Because Neil could fall to him right here.
Yes.
I think he will, to be honest.
If they don't pick him, man.
Yeah, they've got to go line here.
If Evan Neal drops, it's because they were saying they had injury concerns. So, we'll see if, he really does have injury concerns or if it's just, fake or false. But he claims it's false, but we'll see.
I'm still taking them, though.
Oh, yeah. I trust our medical staff. He'll be in the right hands with us.
If he fell all the way to 21, I'll take him.
Now, unless somebody has some type of hidden video like when Tunsley was in the draft that can make him slide to about our pick and stuff like that, now's the time to do it.
Hey, I'm not even going to lie. If I want to see him and I can see a guy can take a hit off of that bong like that, I have. That thing will kill you. And that man didn't cough once. I'm taking him still. That means that man got some lungs. He can move.
Exactly.
You saw he made it into an NFT, right?
Say what?
He made the video into an NFT.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. James says Stingley is fast, 4.3, 140. And so, I mean, you got to have that speed now. Brady says the Giants could get Kayvon and Neal. And so that is a fact that, I mean, imagine that. I mean, getting those 2 players there. I mean, the Patriot fan in me does not want to see that happen. I feel like I got to do something in my power to try to prevent that from happening. But
I don't think they'll get both. I think the Panthers would take Neal if they pass it.
Unless they go quarterback.
Which be stupid.
It would be. Hey, I projected the Panthers to make that first bonehead move if it's going to happen in the top 10. Why not Carolina?
I think Carolina drafts Kenny Pickett because their owner went to University of Pittsburgh. So that's that connection. You never know.
Hey, I mean, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. It all comes down to connections and who you like, especially in this draft right here. It comes down to who you personally like.
See, if I'm the Falcons, I'm trying to trade back. I know I need wide receivers, but you need everything. I would try to trade back.
All right, so the Jets pick is in. Come on, this should not have been too long here.
Come on, be a bum.
Me and Old Man are hoping that they get it wrong here. Oh, wow, look at that. Last 5 seasons, tied for the worst record. Something about New York, Old Man.
I know. They think they better than everybody when they ain't.
I think it's Sauce, though. I think they're going to go that route with Sauce.
You have to.
I mean, you got to get someone that can lock down the guy that just basically said, I'd rather go to Miami than to go to New York. And when you were the first team to show interest and you made the better offer.
Who do you guys think is going to get the first pick next year?
First pick next year.
Falcon.
I think Falcons will be top 3. Right now, I got to say Falcons. Until I see the schedule and see otherwise, I got to go with them as well.
Yeah, I was leaning towards the Falcons too, to be honest.
All right, says the pick is in here. And they went corner, guys. They went and got the Sauce. So
now this would be the quickest pick of them all, New York. You know, Neil's right there.
All right, so Ahmad Gardner, guys. So 6'3", love the height there, 190 pounds there. You know, body control, burst, length. I mean, best press cover corner in this draft. Let's see. James said they will wait till after the commercial to tell us who the Jets pick, and so Braden says, not surprised by that pick. I mean, it's nice to see that I got something right for my mock draft here. It's nice to see that something's going my way here today. But yeah, so Ahmad Gardner now off the board. So we got 2 corners and 2 edge rushers off the board. So far, all defense. Will the Giants, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Giants have to go offense here, offensive line. It's just a matter of which lineman do they take. Or do they go ahead and take edge again? I mean, a lot can happen here, guys. But it should be a quick one here for the Giants. Braden says Giants take Kayvon, Ikem, or Neal. And so those are the 3 guys that are discussed for sure. I mean, if it was outside of that, then somebody pick up the phone right now. Like, imagine if New York just pulled a 360 guy, 180, and just, I don't know, take the quarterback or something like that. Like, imagine if they did something crazy like that. Like,
hey, they took Danny Dimes. Anything's possible.
That is true. But this is a good corner right there. Really good corner. I'm upset that he went to the Jets there because that means my Patriots will have to deal with him. And so, but I like the Sauce a lot in this one. Braden says that the Sauce is going to lock up Harry. You know what? If they put the Sauce on the kill Harry, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I wasn't planning on throwing the ball to him anyway. So
he's going to be on somebody else's team doing that. He ain't a Patriot.
I mean, they're going to look at the end of the game and say, man, they really avoided the Sauce on defense there. They didn't even throw near him. Like, no, he was guarding to kill Harry. I have no intention of throwing that man the ball. So I'm just saying. Oh, that is funny right there.
Do you think Devontae Parker is good enough to be y'all's wide receiver 1?
I feel like he's he's good. I'm hoping that we can get someone in round 2 that can come in. But for the short term, I like that option there. But we still need a receiver 1. Let's not kid ourselves here. We need someone that can go up there and just win those 50-50 balls on a consistent basis there. I like him on the team there. Certainly an upgrade. Don't get me wrong. I really do like adding him there. I was wanting him to get there, but we still need a receiver 1. Old man, your thoughts?
If he stays healthy, I think he'll be fine. I actually like Parker a lot. What I think Belichick is doing is he's getting wide receivers for cheap. And then in the offseason, when AJ Brown might be a free agent, DK be coming up, you got a lot of young guys about to be free agents. He can throw the money. Hey, Scary Terry, if he's a free agent, Bill go get him.
Yes. Do that, and
I'd like to move anyways because we got a 5th this year for basically a 3rd round, and we getting the comp pick from the Chargers. So we basically got Parker and the 5th for free.
That's right.
I think they dropped George Pickens in the 2nd round.
You said they draft who in the 2nd round?
I think they picked George Pickens in the 2nd round.
That would be interesting. I mean, especially if we're talking like, unless I guess we trade down and get like an earlier 2nd round pick, I would think there's a couple teams at the beginning of the 2nd or end of the 1st that would have their eyes on him. But hey, if he falls, he falls. That'd be a good problem to have. A good problem to have for my team. All right, so the Giants pick is in. Let's see. I mean, look at my man, the Sauce, though. I mean, like, he got the chain and everything here. He was ready for this. But defensive players in the first 4 picks. I guess when you see all the talent that's on offense, all these young quarterbacks, and not just the young ones, but all the quarterbacks in general that are playing at a high level in the NFL, you got to get someone that can go out there and make life difficult for them. All right, let's see who the Giants selected with their pick being in. I mean, I see a lot of Giant fans out there. I just saw that Victor Cruz jersey. That brought back some memories of Victor Cruz being with the Giants, old man.
No, remind me, please.
I think it's going to be Evan Neal.
Let's see.
It has to be. They'd be fools to pass up him.
Last time we all agreed on the pick, it didn't happen. So, so I'm right there with you guys. Evan Neal's my pick. But if the Giants get this one wrong, I don't mind. I don't mind. All right, let's see. James says this is where the O-line run should start and receivers. And so, yes, you're right about that. I mean, because obviously the Giants, I'd have to think with the 2 picks they have, at least one will be offensive line. Carolina, if they're smart, they'll go offensive line. And then we'll see how the offensive line goes from there.
Don't forget, Cowboys might trade up.
Okay, the Cowboys, they always love trading up. Like Jerry Jones says, he's like, I just care about the 1st round pick, guys. I'm sure that's what he said. I just care about the 1st round pick. I don't care about the rest of the picks stocking up. Save that for Bill. That's not me. He's like, I just want
Actually, they haven't traded up in the 1st round since Emmitt Smith.
Ooh. So CeeDee Lamb fell to them.
They traded up to get him. They haven't traded. They traded back. Yeah, but hey, someone says he'll write the biggest check to win the Super Bowl. I haven't seen him done yet.
All right, so here comes just waiting to see which is going to come first, my TV or the actual scoreboard here. Oh, he wants to be a sports broadcaster. That's nice. I thought about that career. All right, they went defensive end, guys. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. That's the Giants for you. That's the Giants for you. They went edge here. Wow, I really thought they were going to go offensive lineman, but that means the first 5 picks have all been defense, guys.
I thought they were going to pick. I thought they were going to pick Kavion with their second first round pick. To be honest, I knew they would end up with him though.
Yeah, so that is who. I mean, but ultimately, I mean, like he does definitely like a great pick in terms of just like what he's going to bring to them at that position there. But to pass on the offensive lineman there, I mean, we'll see. Well, they will be picking there. I guess, Carolina ends up taking one guy. I mean, you can take one of the top 2 linemen there. So I guess they're thinking like that. But I don't think Carolina was going to take that route there. But, hey, let's see now what Carolina's going to do. I mean, the Sports Blitz, I know he's a Panthers fan, and so he'll be on tomorrow. But let's see what his team does. He's been wanting his team to trade back. He's been doing that in the mock drafts and stuff, so we will see how that goes. Let's see. Braden says, now they can get Akeem or Neal, and so that's right. They have their choice. James says, wow, no one predicted that one. And so, yes, I mean, they're ignoring everything we're saying here. And so the draft room clearly is not listening to us. So, but the Giants, they'll get their pick coming up here. But right now for Carolina, so this is it, guys. We can't be all wrong again. Somebody has to be right here on the panel and stuff like that. So for Carolina, what are they going to do? Who's the pick here? Are we for sure that they're going to go lineman here? Will they go quarterback? What is Carolina going to do?
I'll predict Kenny Pickett.
He's like, I've seen enough. They're not following logic here, so they want a quarterback. So he got Kenny Pickett. Oh man, what is Carolina gonna do here?
They gotta take Neal. I'm staying on Neal. One of these mother ads to take Neal.
What if he ends up sliding up the top 10?
I'm getting mad. JB, you know I get upset about old linemen falling. I played old line. You gotta. I feel bad.
This projection right here, specifically for the Sports Blitz, if he's happened to be watching this one, Carolina's going to take Malik Willis. So there you go. I mean, at this point, nobody's listening to us. So I'm going to go ahead and go Malik Willis. I'm just going to throw my mock draft out the board here and say they're going to go ahead and take quarterback here. Braden says not a bad pick, but they could have got him at 7. And so, I mean, they really could have. They really could have. Lewis says, here comes the boneheaded move by Carolina. Let's see. Braden says, I like how the draft is going so far. Yeah, because it's throwing us in the loop here. It is throwing us in the loop. I mean, years past, I'd have been good up until about maybe pick 9 or 10. James says Willis. And so, all right, so James agrees with me that it's going to be Willis. The question is, does Carolina agree with me? I'm looking right now, Malik Willis. Is he looking at his phone? Yeah, Kenny Pickett. Yeah, that's that's not happening there. But yeah, we'll find out soon. And so Braden says Willis, Akeem, or Neal. Braden says, hello, old man. Like, imagine that. If all the mock drafts that I did not have both linemen not getting drafted in the top 5 there. Whether we're talking Akeem, whether we're talking Evan Neal, I did not have that happening. And so, I mean, Houston, I knew that was a wild card. They could throw things off by going that cornerback aspect. They chose to go corner there. I mean, obviously, they love Derek Stingley there. Lovie Smith, defensive coach. I get that there. But the Giants, I mean, 5, you should have went old lineman there because if Carolina is a possibility, could draft an offensive lineman. And so that's my thing with that. But I mean, hey, I guess they thought that it's a possibility Carolina could go edge there. So, but now they made that choice very easy for Carolina there. So, unless they take the kid from Florida State, I mean, they got to go on the offensive line or quarterback, one of the two. But you guys in the chat, I mean, you see us at the panel, we've been wrong. We've been wrong. We've been wrong a lot. So you guys let us know, what do you guys think this next pick is going to be, if you have not already?
Hey, we got 3 picks right so far.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good, right? So let's see. James says Carolina might trade too. They do not pick until 137. And so that's right. But in order to dance, you got to have a dance partner in this one. And so there are going to be some teams that, like who's going to trade up with Carolina in that scenario to trade up for this particular pick. If you trade up right now, I'm assuming that you want to get one of these linemen particularly. and stuff like that. So we'll see if that happens, though. But I know I've seen a couple mock drafts where this would be the perfect spot for Carolina to move back. It makes sense for them to move back personally, and we'll see if that does happen.
Cowboy.
And if so, I would too. Yeah, you guys know me. Like, I love getting these, like second, third rounders and just stocking up with all the draft picks I can get, because somebody's going to work. You best believe that. If I can draft 10, 11, 12 rookies, I'm going to get a couple to hit and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not going 0 for 12. Otherwise, I won't be back. I guarantee that. But I'm not going 0 for 12. So I'm going to go ahead and get as many draft picks as I can in that scenario if I'm Carolina. But if they keep the pick, though, they say the pick is in. If they do keep it, though, I really feel like they got to go offensive lineman here, but I'll say Malik Willis because they're just not listening to me and my logic. So I'll say Malik Willis. But the common sense answer for me is you got to go offensive lineman here.
If I'm the Cowboys, I'd be trying to trade up.
Oh, yeah. If the Cowboys are trading up, you know what that means. Wide receiver.
I would trade up for O'Neal. Smith's isn't getting young. He keeps getting hurt. You got you cut Collins earlier.
Oh yeah.
I think if the Giants end up with Neal, I think they will probably have the best draft out of all the teams, to be honest, because that's really good value.
That's a great one. Just imagine though if they pull an audibles, they found some way somehow not to listen to us again, and they just do that for the entire first round.
Hey, they could go wide receiver too, with them trying to trade Tony.
That's true. Let's see. James says pick is in, and so yeah, I'm over here looking left and right to see is my TV gonna be first. I feel like it's alternating right now, but let's see. But man, so far, I mean, it has to be an offensive lineman, right? And it's got to be either offensive lineman. Whether you're taking Neal here, which I think should have already been off the board here. He's that good. Houston should have took him. Akeem, he's that good as well. I mean, I feel like it's got to be a lineman here. But if they go quarterback, wow. I mean, judging the expression of Malik Willis, I don't see any excitement there. And Kenny Pickett's looking to see if he's got any reception on his phone. So it's looking like it's got to be lineman, right?
Where do you think Kenny Pickett ends up?
I think, Penning, if Carolina does what they should do and go lineman here, I think Kenny Pickett either goes to – I think Pittsburgh's a possibility. I think before we get to Pittsburgh, someone's going to be aggressive, knowing that Pittsburgh could take Malik Willis and maybe go ahead and get him because they like his potential. And so I'll say there. And if that doesn't happen, then – well, let's just put it this way. My mock draft has not had him go further than that. So it gets interesting after that.
Well,
all right, but here we go. Carolina, they took a lineman, guys. They took a lineman. So but they didn't take the one you wanted, old man. They went with Akeem here. So another one for Braden. Braden's been killing it. But guys, finally, we got an offensive tackle off the board here.
The rumors might be true then. He might actually be hurt. Or they believe in it because he's falling.
And so, yes, he is falling. But, hey, that's going to work out for somebody. Obviously with the next pick here with the Giants here, this should be fast. This should be fast. Let's see. James says Panthers will now try to get Baker. And so I know that the Sports Blitz is not thrilled. He wanted Carolina to trade back. He wanted the extra picks. But, I mean, he knows lineman is what they needed. So I guess he'll be okay with that.
I think a sleeper team that could get Kenny Pickett is the Titans.
I mean, that would certainly do that. I mean, I know that they are not in love with Ryan Tannehill, and so if that were to happen, that's a possibility there. I think Tennessee is a possibility that they could go wide receiver, depending on how that board goes out as well. And if a good defensive player falls, though, to Tennessee, they love defense, so many things. But once we get to Tennessee, we'll have a better idea of how that looks right there, potentially. But like that is its potential pick right there.
I think at Booth, though, they take him.
But yeah, so Carolina Finally an offensive player went off the board, guys. I mean, it's about time, right?
Maybe Sam Darnold would stop seeing ghosts now.
I don't know. We might need to make one of those ghosts QB1. I mean, but they had to do that. They had to do that because you get a rookie quarterback. He's just going to struggle with the offensive line not being good. So you had to go ahead and get an offensive lineman right there if you're Carolina. And so obviously we know Carolina, they don't like the idea of going out there with Sam Darnold. So we'll see. I mean, there's obviously Baker Mayfield. There's obviously Jimmy Garoppolo, two veteran quarterbacks options right there that you could look at, if you're Carolina, potentially, just not to put Sam Darnold out there at this point. Let's see. Braden says the Giants better take Neal, but they probably take Willis. If they do that, that's it. I may have to just call it quits right there and just say I cave. They're on a mission to not listen to me at all. Carmichael says, let's go. They didn't take Malik. Of course, Carmichael's a Steelers fan, so he wants the Steelers to take Malik Willis. So he's hoping. He's in that situation that me and Old Man were in last year. We were hoping that either Justin Fields or Mac Jones falls to the Patriots, and luckily things played out that way for us. All right, guys, the pick is in. As Braden says, the pick is in, and so we will see. If the Giants go ahead and they take Evan Neal here, I mean, you may be right, Old Man. They may have gone ahead and stole the show already early in this one here by getting the two guys that they got. I mean, hey, that's a great option right there. But when you have two picks that are in the top 10, that's exactly what you're hoping to come away with. But we'll see. So everybody's on the Evan Neal train for this pick right here. Is anybody? Well, I think was it you, Landry, that said Malik Willis here, or was it?
No, I was saying that if they get Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau, they literally won the draft to me.
Oh yeah,
to be honest, because they got good value. I actually had it flipped around. I had them taking Evan Neal first, and I had Kayvon with this pick.
See, but what that tells me is they'd be happy with either one of them.
Yeah, that is very well a possibility as well and stuff like that. But so that is very possible. Let's see. Carmichael says, I just want Pickett or Malik to fall to the Steelers. And so James says Atlanta should be happy if Willis falls to them. Now, guys, we talked about Atlanta, having taken Garrett Wilson there, but we've been wrong for the most part of this draft. So what are the odds that we're sleeping on Atlanta and Atlanta's thinking that they want to actually get their quarterback of the future this year? What are you guys thinking about that? Atlanta did say that at some point in the draft, they do see themselves taking a quarterback, but keyword at some point of the draft. So do they go with Malik Willis if he's there?
I honestly could see it, to be honest. He's from Georgia. He has a lot of potential. They really need a quarterback to replace Matt Ryan. And I don't see Marcus Mariota being the long-term answer. So it definitely makes sense.
True. But I just think Garrett Wilson does. I mean, Atlanta, they love big-time receivers and stuff like that, They need a receiver. So I see them taking Garrett Wilson there. But I've been wrong a lot today, guys. So, but here we go. The pick is in, guys, and it is Evan Neal. They took Evan Neal, the Giants.
Giants stole the draft.
So Evan Neal off the board here. So much lower than I projected coming into this draft here. I've been super high on Evan Neal here. And so in my mind, in my personal opinion, Evan Neal, best player in this draft and stuff like that. So the Giants have got a great one here. He's going to come in. He's going to be hungry. He knows he wasn't the first lineman taken. Look at the way he's walking right now. This is a man walking on a mission right now. He wants to come block somebody already. I mean, but that's a great draft the Giants are having so far. You take him, you take David from Oregon as well. You're taking two guys that, quite frankly, throughout the regular season, when we were watching these games live, people were really high on these two guys. Obviously, we know the injury, with David Ox that hurt him and stuff like that. But and obviously, they're saying there's some reports about Evan Neal potentially having an injury and stuff like that, which he denied. But we know that these two guys, they're ballers there. And I'm not just tooting the Giants for one here. I'm not too fond of the Giants personally as a Patriot fan, but I can acknowledge that what they're doing so far, these are some great corner pieces to build around. Landry, your thoughts?
I definitely think they won this draft already. You got two franchise cornerstones in just one draft in the first round, and we haven't even talked about the second round yet. So there's no telling what they do next round. So I definitely think they're off to a good start rebuilding the team. It'll be interesting to see who the next quarterback is in the future, because I don't think Daniel Jones is a long-term answer. I think he's going to get replaced, to be honest, but it might not be till next year.
Okay, he can hold it down for one more year and all like that. Give Barkley, one more year to go out there. And hey, you're getting them some help here at this offensive lineman. Evan Neal's can give you some time. So we'll see if Danny Dimes can start throwing dimes for his team and not the other. Carmichael says the Falcons need a receiver. They only have Kyle Pitts, and so that's true. And he's a tight end with some gifted speed. Braden says, great draft by the Giants so far. Excuse me. Let's see. Braden says, Falcons, please take Kyle Hamilton. So Kyle Hamilton, I like Kyle Hamilton a lot. I really do. However, with the glaring needs that they have on offense, I just cannot see Atlanta ignoring their offense at all, like just completely right now. They must take someone. Otherwise, if they don't take offense, I'll go ahead and say they'll have the first pick of the draft again next year, which, I mean, I'm sure that they'll love choosing between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud next year. But I say you go ahead and get that receiver here. You get that receiver. You see teams are willing to give a fortune away to get a wide receiver. And so you go ahead and get that wide receiver now. Next year's draft, you'll be able to get you a quarterback of the future if you're Atlanta. Let's see. Braden says, no, JB, the Falcons need to ignore their offense here. Again, this is coming from a guy that is hoping that the receivers don't get touched so his Packers can get the wide receiver of his liking, Chris Olave. So, I mean, is it possible that maybe Atlanta trades back? Maybe, I mean, they got a lot of needs now. They got a lot of needs.
I mean, honestly, Kyle Hamilton could be the best player in this draft, too. You can make that argument. Someone might get a steal in him because he's slipping down the draft. So,
oh, yeah, he's slipping down all right. And so he definitely is.
I could see him going to the Commanders, too, as well. So we'll see what happens.
But we're getting to the interesting part of the draft here. God Michael says, yeah, people need to ignore the quarterbacks. I'm interested towards the end of the first round, though, to see if I'm right or if old man is right, because I feel like in this case, one of us has to be right this time in terms of if a running back will be taken or not in the first round. I said no. Old man says yes. And so that's something, obviously, as the draft goes on, we'll see how that works out.
Hey, how this Jack's been going, you never know.
You're right. All right, so the Falcons pick is in. Just a matter of seeing who they're going to take. Is there any chance in anybody's mind that if they go receiver, just hypothetically saying, if they go receiver, that maybe it's someone other than Garrett Wilson? Do you guys think it's a possibility that could happen?
The only wide receiver I could see outside of him is probably Drake London, but that's it.
Braden says, I think they take Wilson, sadly. And so, okay, Carmichael says Breece Hall to the Bills. So Carmichael thinks that Buffalo is going to opt to take the running back. That's going to be, I mean, I feel like if it's going to happen, that would be the only place that it would happen. But we'll see if it does or doesn't. Let's see. James says London or Willis. And
I mean, so, I like Devin Singletary. I think he's legit.
All right, guys. So with this pick here, the look on my face when I saw that. So they took a receiver, but they didn't listen to me. They took Drake London. That's Atlanta for you. That's Atlanta for you. I mean, no offense to the kid. I think he's great. I think he's top 10 talent. However, Garrett Wilson, the audacity to pass on a guy like him, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Someone show me why this was made. I mean, I get it. Like the comparisons, like a Mike Evans, I really get that. I do. Wow, I did not see this coming. But at 6'4", 220 pounds here, I mean, he's a red zone threat whenever they get a quarterback to throw him the ball. So, wow. I mean, another way, old man, to prevent me from being right. They just would not take the guy that I suggested. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I had Wilson going now. And
talk about mixing it up.
I actually had Drake London going to New York Jets.
Oh boy. What you just mentioned right there.
Think about it.
Yeah.
It ain't looking good, JB. They got one of the best corners, and now they could get
Jets potentially. Garrett Wilson. Not liking that idea from a Patriot standpoint.
Or a Ohio fan.
Oh man, this is Drake London. James says me brushing my hands. That's right. He said London or Willis. Braden says this is like when the Raiders passed on CeeDee Lamb for Henry Ruggs. And so, ooh. Now, let's not get it wrong now. I mean, Drake London, I still believe in the guy. He's still going to be good. I mean, he's not going to have nobody really throwing the ball this year. So, I mean, stay away from him probably in fantasy football for this year at least. But, yeah, Garrett Wilson, they passed on you. I feel that.
I honestly don't think it's a bad pick. I think Drake London is going to be a really good player. It's a safe pick to me.
Yeah, I mean, he was my second receiver on the board there, so maybe it's an overreaction from an Ohio State standpoint because I know that means the Jets might end up taking Garrett Wilson, which I do not want to see happen. But Carmichael says Charles Cross to the Seahawks, and so in all my mocks, I've pretty much had that being the case there in terms of if Seattle keeps that pick there, Charles Cross. So I agree with that one as well. What are you guys thinking for the Seahawks though?
I'm honestly thinking Charles Cross too because they need to get an offensive lineman. I think when you rebuild a team, that's the first position you need to target. So I can see Charles Cross.
Let's see. What about you, old man? Is Charles Cross your pick?
No, Widow. They're gonna bypass everybody and go for him.
Ooh, so they're gonna go quarterback. They're really shaking things up here now. Okay. Let's see. Braden says, "Yeah, go ahead."
You never know. Look at the draft. We've been wrong so far.
Yes, we have. It's amazing. If it wasn't for the chat section saving us here, we would just be completely wrong with a lot of these picks here.
I think if they take a quarterback, it's going to be Willis, though, to be honest, if they take a quarterback. Because I think he resembles Russell Wilson the most out of any of the quarterbacks in this draft. So I'm saying Malik Willis if they draft the quarterback.
If they go quarterback, I'm gonna say Kenny Pickett just so we cover all three bases here. So therefore, we got to be right? Like we got to be right. Let's see. Braden says USC receivers are usually really good in the NFL, though, and so I mean, look at the Colts. You know, like they've got a good one. Let's see. Braden says Andrew Booth or Charles Cross for the Seahawks. I got Charles Cross or Jermaine Johnson there going from Florida State for the Seahawks for that one. Braden says Willis is Willis is the wild card, and so yeah, Willis is a wild card here for the Seahawks here. I mean, if you traded away Russell Wilson and all like that, I mean, and then you ended up starting over with a different quarterback and stuff like that, you first probably want to fix because I do feel like Ritter would be the pick there, but I feel like you can probably trade back in maybe with Detroit or something like that at the end of the first, or either second round something like that. I feel like you could get Ritter at that point there, so you go ahead and take Charles Cross now. But what do I know, right? They're not listening to me at all. And so these GMs better know what they're doing. That's all I'm saying. And I'm interested to see when the first draft trade is going to happen. I'm very interested in seeing when that's going to happen as well. Let's see. James says, with Pitts in London, whoever Atlanta gets at quarterback should be happy. And so, oh yeah. With those two right there, I mean, you've got some great young pieces to work with. I mean, Drake London, that's going to be a red zone target right there. So the question really is for Atlanta, who will that quarterback be? Who will that quarterback be?
I think it's going to be CJ Stroud.
So you're saying next year. And so, I mean, I personally feel like, CJ Stroud's stock is going to, at some point surpass Bryce Young's next year. I mean, maybe it's the Buckeye in me. I think that we're going to go out there and have a fantastic year next year. He's going to throw the ball all over the field and get himself to be the first quarterback taken. But, yeah, so I could definitely see that. I'm rooting for that to happen next year for Atlanta with CJ Stroud. But it's saying that the Seahawks pick is in. So let's see. Can we get it right, guys? Can we Charles Cross be the pick there? Can we get it right? this just goes to show, honestly, that the type of draft class this has been this year, honestly. I mean, just to recap what's happened so far in this one, obviously, with Jacksonville starting off with Travon Walker there, then Detroit, Hutchinson. I feel like Detroit was probably the easiest one to pick and all like that. Once they got to Detroit, it was the easiest one to pick right there. Houston, they went Stingley and that one. And then on the Jets, they took Gardner. And then the Giants, they went with Thibodeaux there. Carolina, they finally took an offensive tackle, off the board with Hakeem. And then the Giants followed up with Evan Neal. And then the Falcons went ahead, took Drake London. And so we will see what the Seahawks do here. Let's see. Braden says, need some teams to reach on some players. And so, all right, let's see. James says pick is in. So the pick is in. It's just a matter of seeing which one's going to pop up first here. Because after this pick right here, we'll have the Jets again, and I'm afraid of what's to come, old man. I'm afraid of what's to come.
Oh, I already know. It's going to break my heart. I'm going to have to root against our boy.
I mean, the way the board's been going, though, maybe they take a different direction. At this point, we really just don't know. All right, just waiting to see who the Seahawks are going to pick here. All right, so James says cross. And so if so, I'll be relieved here to know that I finally get another pick correct, guys. Let's see. Carmichael says Garrett to the Jets or Kyle Hamilton. And so I feel like that's the case there. And the Buckeye in me, I don't want to see the Jets get Garrett Wilson, but it's out of my control at this point. And so, yes, as we said, guys, Charles Cross was the pick for the Seahawks. And so they went offensive line. They
finally getting no lineman.
Yeah, finally, now that Russell's gone, they said we'll finally go ahead and get the lineman that he's always wanted. So, but now that we know that that's in there, and so obviously Seattle, they've got to figure out who's going to be their quarterback here. So we'll look to see if they probably try to trade in at the very end of that first round, maybe to get their guy Ryder and stuff like that. Or, if they get him in the second, we'll see how things play out. But it's nice to see that some things still go as we thought they would.
It wouldn't surprise me if they get Matt Corral in the late first round or the early second round too. Possibility.
All right, so for the Jets here, I think I'm leaning towards Garrett Wilson here. I feel like, the Jets, they've been screaming, crying, doing whatever to take a wide receiver. So unless a trade goes down between him and the 49ers, it's going to be Garrett Wilson going to the Jets. And so Wilson or Wilson? Zach Wilson to Garrett Wilson. Let's see. Carmichael says he called it. Braden says, Jets, take your boy Wilson. Also, please, Jets, don't take Olave. And so, is there any hope that the Jets just don't take Garrett Wilson? But the Seahawks did the smart thing, though. Go ahead and get your lineman there. They did the smart thing there. And so we'll see what else. Their next pick, I feel like, is probably going to be their most important pick whenever they end up picking again. But yeah, the Jets, they should not take too much time here, as they should know what they need to get to help Zach Wilson out. But if they make a mistake, oh man, I'll never let them hear the end of it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, guys, give me a projection in terms of where will we see the first trade happen in this draft in the first round? Where will we see the first trade happen?
Maybe the Texans trade back.
You think so, Houston? I think Houston's interesting based upon how that board goes. if a guy like Kyle Hamilton is still on the board at the time that Houston picks, and they have to choose between him, possibly even someone like maybe a Jordan Davis or something like that. I think they go the route of Hamilton there. I think that's where he ends up going. But let's see how things play out here. Imagine if you're Washington, if somehow the Jets end up not taking a receiver in this scenario, and you get to choose between either Ohio State receiver. Imagine that.
I'm going to say the Steelers make the first trade and pick Willis.
So they start getting a little antsy at that point. They're like, you know what, our guy, I don't know. Some of these teams, they may take our guy. So I can see that being a possibility as well. I really can. I can see Dallas looking like, hey, these are some receivers, some good receivers still on the board. Like, we got to do something about that. Carmichael says the pick is in, and let's see, Braden says the Jets also might take Hamilton. And so that is a very real possibility as well. James says Pittsburgh is desperate for a quarterback, so they might trade up. All right, so the Jets pick is in. Just going to look to see who is that. Braden says we don't want that, JB, and so yeah, we don't want that. We don't want the Jets to take a receiver. But if they did take the route of Hamilton, that secondary, oh my goodness, like that secondary is going to be about as good as it was back when they had Darrelle Revis and who was the other cornerback that they had that came over from the Chargers, I think. Antonio Cromartie. Yeah, Antonio Cromartie. When they had those guys in the secondary. And so would not be too thrilled about that. But, hey, Patriots like to run the ball, so wouldn't hurt us too much yet. Is there a chance that you guys think that there's a possibility that maybe the Jets take a receiver and it's not Garrett Wilson? I mean, is there a chance that maybe there's another receiver that they could potentially like more?
Chris Olave or Traylon Burks. That's all I could think.
Let's see. James says Wilson to the Jets, and so it'll be a Wilson to Wilson thing. Let's see. Carmichael says I would be okay with Pickett or Malik, and so all right. But yeah, they took him. They took him, guys. They took him. Garrett Wilson. So as we can see here for the Jets so far in this one, with their first pick, 4th overall, they took the sauce, Ahmad Gardner. And so I like that pick there for them. It made a lot of sense. And second, they took Garrett Wilson, who in my mind is the best receiver in this draft class. And so, yeah, so arguably one can make the case that perhaps maybe they took the best corner and the best receiver. You guys still feeling that the Giants stole the show with the draft here, or are you guys thinking that maybe it's the possibility that the Jets, maybe end up stealing this draft class? I mean, pretty solid picks here.
I'm staying with New York Giants. You got the best O-line in the draft, and then you got the best defensive player.
That's right. I mean, in some people's mind, maybe he might be the second, maybe even first. You never know, but you certainly got a high quality one for sure. I mean, his only thing is, like maybe the motor, but I feel like at the Giants, they'll get that out of him. They'll get that out of him. Let's see. James says, Pro Football Focus draft is faster, so Wilson is the pick. And so James is ahead of us in that regards. Let's see. Braden says they took Wilson. Carmichael says the Commanders take Kyle Hamilton. And so, all right, so Carmichael's thinking that the Commanders are going to go safety here and take Kyle Hamilton. And so how do you guys feel about that?
It'll be another piece to their already dominated defense. I know they had a down year last year, but I expect them to bounce back this year and be better on defense. I think it'll be a great pick. You can argue the fact that Kyle Hamilton might be one of the best defensive players in this draft, so I definitely could see that as a pick. And I actually predicted that as a pick as well.
Okay. Old man, how are you feeling about what they're going to do?
I'll go O-line. You lost your right guy to the Zags. You got to replace him. You ain't really got nobody on that O-line to protect Wentz. And we all know the man gets hurt every year almost.
Ooh, so is this a trade? So the Commanders have traded with the Saints.
Ooh,
And
okay.
so,
Quarterback
okay.
or a tackle.
Ooh, let's see. So now you've got the Saints coming up. You know what that means, Landry? It's your team. You know what that means. Are we going to get Malik Willis here, or is this for maybe Chris Olave? I mean, I'm thinking maybe it's Malik Willis. I don't know.
I'm thinking that too. If they moved all the way up for this, it has to be Malik Willis, in my opinion. I don't think they would trade this far up for Olave, but you never know. They fooled me one time, so there's no telling. But right now, I'm going to say Malik Willis.
Let's see, but Braden says Wilson and Moore are going to be scary together. Hopefully not too scary for us Patriot fans. James says Washington on the clock. And then Braden says, I agree with old man. The Giants have the best draft so far. Braden says Commanders take Hamilton. Carmichael says they traded the pick. And so James says Hamilton would be a good pick. And so Carmichael says Saints take a receiver. And so, all right. So Carmichael's thinking the Saints are going to take a receiver here. And so Landry's saying they better not have traded all of that to move up for a receiver. And so Braden's like, please don't take Olave. So
my secondary pick is Chris Olave, though.
So we got the Packer fan hoping that Olave doesn't come off the board right now. We've got the we've got the Steeler fan hoping that the Saints traded up for a receiver rather than the quarterback. And so let's see how it plays out. Carmichael says Saints take Chris Olave. Braden says they're going to take Olave. No. And so Braden's just seeing his team, potentially the nightmare just come to an end. And so he's saying Olave.
Don't worry, I keep telling you, we got a wide receiver you can have. He's a big body receiver.
I think they'll just go to Traylon Burks. That's what I think they're going to get.
All right, so I'm just waiting on the pick to show up here. But man, so the first trade finally happened, and it was Washington that opted to do it. So I am surprised. Well, they did say prior to the draft, they did say the Saints, they evaluated some options in terms of moving up, potentially moving back also. So we will see how this plays out. I would have to think, though, like given the timing of it, like we literally just saw the Jets take Garrett Wilson. So we saw two receivers come off the board. So maybe it pulled the panic button and they said, Olave is our guy. We think that someone's going to come up here that's going to take him before we do. So we want to make that trade here before they get to the Eagles pick, perhaps. So maybe. Let's see. James says Willis is their type of guy. And so me personally, I'd be thrilled if they took Malik Willis personally for the Saints, because I felt like when I was saying where I wanted him to go, I had the Saints as the place for Malik Willis to go. But I know a lot of people want to see Kenny Pickett go there, and I get that. But Malik Willis to the Saints, I love that idea right there. I love that the community would embrace him. He'll be able to sit a full year behind Jameis Winston. I like it. I like it a lot. But let's see what the Saints traded up for. Let's see. Braden says, take Willis so we don't have to draft another quarterback. And so if your Packers do that, man, like they got some issues going on. And so Alexis says, why the Saints? And so why did they trade up? And so that's the question that we all are asking right now. We know it's one or two things here, or we think we know it's one or two things here. Let me specify that because we've been dead wrong on a couple of them so far here. But we think it's going to be either from Malik Willis at quarterback. I don't think you trade up for Kenny Pickett. I think you trade up for Malik Willis because you believe in his potential. If not him, you traded up for Chris Olave because Garrett Wilson just went off the board. So therefore, obviously with eventually the Eagles coming up, or if a team makes a trade, one of the teams ahead of them, receivers are possibility. So maybe it's Chris Olave. You want to make sure that you get your guy. So, but either way, this is what you love about the draft. But as we wait to see what the Saints are going to pick, now's a good time, if you have not done so already, to make sure that you press the thumbs up button and also subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed already, guys. And so this is about to come in here soon. Really looking forward to seeing what it's going to be.
Oh, Jameson Williams is a wild card for me.
And so if they traded up for Jameson Williams,
that's a wild card. That's a wild card. I'll put that out there.
Carmichael says, I wouldn't be thrilled. Alexis says, my Eagles stay put. And so she wants the Eagles to stay put. James says, Olave is the pick. Pick is in, says Braden. And so all right, waiting to see here. Will it be? I mean, this would be a good spot here for my Buckeye Chris Olave to go to. But if it's Malik Willis, guys. I know a lot of Saint fans, they want the Saints to go receiver and lineman in this draft rather than quarterback. Many Saint fans have definitely let me know that during my mock drafts. Is that Tony Gonzalez?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. In 2 weeks, we'll find out that NFL schedule. All right, let's see. James says Washington gets these. Okay, so they get a 16th and a 3rd and a 4th rounder. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Shoot, not bad at all. They moved back a couple spots there, and so not bad at all.
They needed picks after trading them for Wentz.
Yeah, got to make up for that. Got to make up for that. And so Alexis says the Vikings. And so, yeah, the Vikings will be on the clock next. And so for Minnesota, though, I think Minnesota, you go cornerback here. You go ahead and take McDuffie off the board here. You go cornerback for Minnesota. And so I feel about as confident as I felt for many of those other picks there. Now, if they go a different direction there, oh, man, I don't know what to say, oh, man. Like, they're doing their own thing.
They got to go corner.
Rogue. They're going to go rogue.
They got to. Their cornerbacks are old. They need help.
Let's see. Let's set the Vikings next. They sure know how to stall out a pick. I'll say that.
They would do it for the Saints pick too.
Yeah, like, they know this is the pick everybody wants to see. What is that big trade for? So they're like, let's just go ahead and talk about a bunch of nonsense right now and just stall this pick out. Let's see. Alexis says the Lions trade up. James says that his board says Detroit is on the clock. And so
Dang, the Lions did trade up.
They did trade up, but Chris Olave
taking a quarterback.
Chris Olave was the pick here for the Saints. Just want to get that out there. Chris Olave was the pick for your Saints, Landry. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they had to be scared someone else was going to pick them. Early, like a couple months ago, I heard that they were like in love with them and they really liked them. So I'm not surprised that they traded up to get them. I just hope it was worth it, to be honest. So we'll see how it plays out.
Chris Olave to the Saints. Oh, man, how you feel about that?
I actually like it. I think he's in a great spot. If you get a healthy Winston throwing the ball, and he could throw it far, he might have a breakout season.
Oh,
Thomas and Olave. Ooh, Ohio State, stand up.
There you go. There you go. James says that his board says Detroit's on the clock. That's right. Detroit is on the clock here. And so Alexis says with the Vikings. And so, yeah, they made that trade there with the Vikings. And so Detroit. Now, Detroit moving up there like this, making a bold move here. And so
I'm actually
you guys,
shocked the Vikings did that.
Exactly. I mean, you're right. But, hey, that's that you mentioned it. I guess they say it's Detroit. Does it really matter? I mean, you don't make that trade unless you just think it's Detroit. And that, in my opinion, right there. I mean, you're going to help them out to that degree? Wow.
Who do you think is the pick?
Oh, Malik Willis.
I can see that.
It got to be a QB or a corner.
And so, corner would make a lot of sense for Detroit now. Corner would make a lot of sense for them. And after seeing McDuffie go off the board like that, but I still feel like maybe where they were picking at the end of the first, maybe there might have been a corner there. I probably would have waited a little bit more because there's a couple guys, well, 2 corners left. Well, just to see how that played out there. But in terms of first rounds, but Braden says no. Braden's not happy right now. He's not happy at all. Carmichael says, let's go. Malik is still on the board. And so Braden says, I said that the Saints could draft him. And so, Braden, your team needs to trade up, man. Some people getting aggressive here. Carmichael says, I would also be okay with Pickett. Let's see. James says Pickett is the Detroit pick. So James says it's going to be Pickett. Let's see. Alexis says, no Lions trade for Sam Howell. And so I'm going to go with Willis with my suggestion here. What are you guys thinking here?
Willis.
Ooh.
Let's just think about this one.
Ooh. I think it could be Kenny Pickett, too. You can throw him in there, too.
Let's see. Braden says the Lions draft Willis. And so
I think it's going to be Willis, though, but it could be Pickett, too. If they're taking Sam Howell, though, that's a huge reach. That was a bad trade for him.
They would not have had to trade up for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's Howell, that's a huge reach.
Let's see. James says Houston on the clock. And so, but then again, as I said before, we've been wrong all day today.
Okay, I think it's Willis, man.
Let's see. All right, so it is in. And so it's not updating on here, but I thought I saw Malik Willis come up.
He wasn't in his seat, so that's a sign.
Let's see. Carmichael says, what if the Lions pick Hamilton? Michael says, what's good with you, Michael? He says, hey, guys, I just jumped on. Can anyone tell me anything on the Commanders? And so, oh, man, if you want to break down that trade, what the Commanders had going on.
They traded with the Saints, and they got the first, a third, and a fourth this year.
Yeah, I picked 16, and then they picked up a third and a fourth as well. And so, obviously, for the Commanders there, they're going to want to make sure that they get some offensive line there. Would make sense to get another receiver. And just depending on how that board plays out there when you're at 16, maybe if Kyle Hamilton's still on the board, maybe that's an option you take as well. So they're going to have some options. We'll have to see how this plays out, though. Let's see. James says, nope, Williams. Lewis says, man, a lot of teams without a first-round pick. And so, yeah, because there's a lot of teams in the first round that has multiple first-round picks. You had the Giants, had the Jets, the Eagles, they had 2. Saints came in here, they had 2 and stuff. Like, there's a lot of teams that have Packers, Chiefs. A lot of teams have multiple picks in the first round. And so that's what makes it interesting. Let's see. James says, my board changed first. It said Pickett, then changed to Williams.
Dang, they didn't even take a QB.
So they traded up for Jameson Williams. You know what? I should not be surprised. This is the same organization that you look back a decade ago. They went and drafted 4 receivers, 4 years in the first round. That sounds like a move that Detroit would make right there. They love themselves some receivers. But Jameson Williams, in all my mocks and my possible combinations here, I had never thought Jameson Williams would be going to Detroit right now. And so, I mean, you look at everybody around there. I mean, it's a surprise there, but hey, I mean, that just goes to show receivers. Now your Saints have triggered something. Your Saints have triggered, Landry, an avalanche of receivers coming off the board. Now, even Detroit felt the need to go up there and get a receiver. Now I can hear Green Bay on the phone saying, all right, we got to move up now and all like that. Otherwise, there's not going to be a receiver that we want to take on that board. But man, Jameson Williams, he's off now. Chris Olave is already off. Garrett Wilson, Drake London. We've got some receivers going off here, guys. Trades are happening like crazy.
I felt like the Lions. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go.
I felt like the Lions felt like they had to do it because there are rumors that the Eagles were interested in Jameson Williams, so they felt they had to trade up to get him. So I guess they must really, really like Jameson Williams to move up. And I heard a lot of NFL scouts say that he could possibly end up being the best wide receiver in this draft class. So a lot of people are high on Jameson Williams. It's just a matter of health. Can he stay healthy?
Oh, yeah, of course. If he can stay healthy, I like his potential a lot. I really do. And so let's see. Michael says, cool. Thanks, guys. Of course, Michael, of course. James says, Eagles on the clock. And so Lewis says, you guys doing a good job with the stream. Hey, appreciate that, Lewis. Appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely appreciate that. And let's see. Carmichael says Malik and Pickett are still there. And so I know you got to feel a sense of relief right now that both quarterbacks are still there. So your team will have the choice between the two, honestly, at this point, if things keep going the way that they're going right now. Because let's think about it. We got the Eagles on the clock here. I think, they're not going to touch one. You've got Baltimore coming up. Of course, trades are going to happen and stuff like that. And then, obviously Washington there, Chargers. So, I mean, we still got some picks there to where if somebody really wants him, they can make that trade. But for right now, you're at least breathing a little bit better knowing that he's still in the pick. Meanwhile, the Eagles, their pick is in. What do you guys thinking the Eagles are going to take here? This is going to be very interesting.
I'm going to say pass rusher. George Kalafdis is the person I think they're going to take.
Oh, man, who you got the Eagles taking here?
I can see them taking a corner because Slay's getting up there in age.
Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, the fact that, we just had the Vikings trade back, and so I had the Vikings going corner. So now with this corner on the board, and you look at their receivers that remain, maybe McDuffie is the pick here for the Eagles if you're there. So I probably would take that route in this scenario, given how the board is played out.
I definitely think McDuffie is their next pick, though. So I think they're going to draft the corner with their second pick.
Okay. So, I mean, if in that case, though, that's assuming that obviously a team maybe like, I don't know, Baltimore, doesn't opt to maybe see that. If a guy like that is available, you just never know. But let's see, in between that pick and when they pick again. So, yeah, you could take that risk there. You could. And so, I mean, Jordan Davis perhaps is a conversation to be had, though. I mean, like, there's a possibility that maybe you take him here as well.
I think the Ravens end up with Jordan Davis.
Interesting. I mean, hey, given our track record today, I look forward to seeing how that plays out.
That's why I had him in the mock draft. Him going.
I had him in one of my mock drafts going there, honestly. But yeah, the Eagles are on the clock. Let's see. Braden says, no, not another right receiver. This has turned into a nightmare for Braden and his Packers right now. He's trying to figure out when he plays Madden, who's he going to throw the ball to? He wants to know who's Aaron Rodgers going to throw the ball to. Heck, Aaron Rodgers, he's probably like, dude, what are you guys doing right now? Like, move up. Get us somebody. Like, I need to throw the ball to someone, But, hey, I mean, Detroit, they identified their guy. They moved up there in a surprise. And, hey, I thought Detroit was going to be involved in the trade in the first round. I just thought that maybe they'd be trading back with their final pick of the first round, maybe trading back and getting a lot more. I did not think they were going to go up there and get a receiver, but hey, Jameson Williams to Detroit there. Hey, I mean, let's see how that plays out there. I don't think Detroit's going to be done, though, when it comes to trades. I don't think they're going to be done. Carmichael says yes. And so James says Houston traded to the Eagles. And so love these trades as they're coming in here. I mean, you just never know who's going to be involved here. James says, this is wild. Yeah, this is wild. Like, this is wild. Like, I mean, everybody here, we're all trying to guess what are these teams going to do. And, like, it's so tough this year to pick what everybody's going to do. But this is definitely fun. I mean, we definitely needed this right here while we wait till at least the NFL schedule to be released in terms of our football hype and stuff like that, the love that we have for the game. Let's see. Braden says, if this trade is for another receiver, I'm going to go insane. I mean, hey, in a few mocks, I did have the Eagles go a receiver. You already got a guy like Devontae Smith and all like that in terms of, that smaller guy. So do you take Trey Burks, maybe a bigger guy, because that maybe somebody's going to trade up for a receiver if that's the case? Is there a possibility they go receiver? What about Devin Lloyd? Devin Lloyd would be a great pick here for the Eagles as well. And so is this a possibility you guys are thinking? You guys let me know, especially you people in the chat section. Let me know, what do you think is going to be the pick here for the Eagles? Let's see. James says Eagles pick Davis. And so Carmichael says Eagles take linebacker or Hamilton. And so possibility. Let's see. Braden
Hamilton
says,
will
please
look
take
scary on
Hamilton.
that defense.
Braden's begging, stay away from Trey Burks at this point. He's like, please
All I
just
know
stay
is,
away from
JB,
him.
that doesn't look good for New England with Messi. Wide receivers going off that quick.
Yes. You know what? I'm hoping that you're right, old man, and that running back start coming in at the end of the first and stuff like that to start distracted from some of these receivers. James says Baltimore's on the clock. And so, all right, pick is in, guys. Pick is in. Let's see. Braden says they traded up because they knew Davis was going to the Ravens. Let's see. Lewis says, has there ever been a kicker taken in the first round? And so, when was the last time a kicker's been taken? Like, that was back in what year? That was 2000, or was that the year 2000? But yeah, the Raiders have done that in the past with a kicker. I don't think that'll ever happen again. Let's see. James says,
say what you want. That took them over the edge and helped them win.
I remember when the Jets took our kicker from Ohio State. I forget his name, but it was like the year after they had lost to the Steelers back in Ben Roethlisberger rookie year when he missed like three. The Jets kicker had missed 3 field goals the year before. So in the second round, they took a kicker out of Ohio State, and that didn't work out that great for them. But that was on the Jets, I'll say. All right, so to move up 2 spots, so the Eagles going to get the 13th overall pick, while the Texans get the 15th overall, 4th round pick in this year, and there was one more pick below that. Let's see. James says, I am sure glad Bolt will not get Jordan Davis. I think he's a beast, and so Baltimore will not get him. And so, he's a beast. He is. I love me some Jordan Davis. I do. Say what you want about him. I'm all in on him. Braden says, I'm so confused right now because of all these trades. And so, all these trades are happening in like back to back to back. Teams are panicking. That just goes to show, because the top of the draft was not what we've been seeing in years past and stuff like that, guys have identified like we need to get this guy to make our first round pick worthy of a first round pick. And so we will trade up to get these kids that we particularly believe in. And then there's so many teams that have difference. I guess like the boards might defer a little bit as well. And so, but receivers, we knew that receivers were going to be going in a premium. We just saw 3 in a row go. Matter of fact, 4 of the last 5 have been wide receivers prior to this Eagles pick. Let's see. James says, Gostkowski was a first round pick. That's right, the kicker that the Raiders took. Carmichael says, I will cry if we don't take Pickett or Malik. All right. And for the Eagles, their pick, whenever we find it out. Let's see. Carmichael says, Jordan Davis will destroy my team offensive line. Let's see. James says that Hamilton is the Ravens pick. James says Eagles on the clock. Let's see what they do. And so the Eagles, they took Jordan Davis, guys. They took Jordan Davis. I see the picks just in. And so they took Jordan Davis. And so they actually listened to my mock draft. One of the mock drafts I had them taking Jordan Davis there in a few. Not all of them, but a few. And so how do you guys feel about that? I mean, that's a great piece to add to that defensive line there for the Eagles.
Definitely a great pick. They had no choice but to jump in front of Baltimore because Baltimore was just ready to take him if you still.
Yes. He struck me as someone that they would love to have.
I'm pretty sure Baltimore's pretty pissed right now, but if they get Kyle Hamilton, that's a good consolation prize.
He's going to Philly. And so, old man, 80s, he's got to be excited about this pick right here for his Eagles.
Yeah, 80's going to be hyped. That's scary. Cox and Davis on that D-line. It does make sense since they did release Cox and brought him back on a 1 year. Mm-hmm. Maybe they move on from Cox and let Davis take over after next year.
Yeah, that's that. Hey, I like it for them. I like it a lot for them. That's a great pick right there. I really thought if they didn't take him, I'm with you. Baltimore had to do it. James says, now it says Houston on the clock. And so teams are trading left and right, guys. And so it's throwing us in a whirlwind here. And so imagine how far off everybody's mock draft is just simply with all these trades. Who could have predicted all of these trades going down the way that they are? And so, but yeah, Baltimore on the clock. Let's see if I can. No. So I know Baltimore's upset because they love a guy like that. They love a guy like that.
They could take Wyatt.
They could, but I'll be curious to see what Baltimore does here. I mean, do they go offensive line potentially here? Let's see. Michael says Jordan Davis.
They could go wide receiver again.
Carmichael's like me. He said his mock is no more. But guys, so far in this one, what has been the biggest surprise in this draft so far? Now that we're almost
Saints trading up and not taking a QB.
I'll say Detroit. Detroit trading up for Jameson Williams. I did not see that coming.
I have a feeling the Saints will take Chris Olave, so I'm not surprised about that. I guess I got to agree with Josh. Jameson Williams going to the Lions. That's the biggest surprise to me.
Hey, if he stays healthy, they got himself.
I do like that pick for Detroit. I really do. You know, the more I think about it, the more I like it. You go out there and you get you a potential game changer. And so we'll see how that plays out for them. But Jordan Davis to the Eagles, I really like that for them. But I'll see how Baltimore responds with this. Do they go offensive line here? What direction do they go? But yeah, we're getting closer and closer now. We're at pick, 14 and 15. Pretty soon, a quarterback will have to come off the board at some point.
I think the Steelers take the first quarterback or the Saints. One of those two.
See, now if the Saints does get the QB at that pick, this next one, they might actually have the best draft then.
I'll be happy about that.
That's a bold statement. Bold statement. I can see it. You go ahead.
Think about it. You got your wide receiver of the future, and then if you get Malik or even Kenny Pickett, that's the QB of the future.
We'll see what they do, but honestly, they might just wait to the second round and take either Ritter, Carson Strong, or Matt Corral. So we'll see what they do. I think they need an offensive lineman too. So at this point, I'm going to say offensive lineman or quarterback, one or the other.
Let's see. Carmichael says, I really like how no quarterbacks are taken. So, I mean, my mock draft, I consistently at this point have not had a quarterback get taken before the Saints' second pick at earliest in all my mocks. So it's going, at least that's going how I anticipated it was going to go. So I'll at least take some consolation in that. Let's see. Alexa says, how do you like? And then she says, the Eagles pick. And so I love that pick because you got yourself a guy in Jordan Davis who's going to be the center of that defense. I mean, he's big. He plays big. And he's got that speed. I mean, tremendous speed for his size. And so there was so much hype around this man all throughout everything that we saw throughout the Scouting Combine. And with this team particularly, I trust the Eagles when it comes to, D linemen and stuff like that. When they're at their best, they will build a good rotation and stuff like that. And he's a great piece to build around on that defense. And so outside of that, I probably would have went maybe linebacker with Devin Lloyd. But outside of that, Jordan Davis is a great pick for the Eagles, and you will not regret getting Jordan Davis there because he is a great player. Great player. James says Houston picks Green, and so by Green, I'm assuming that tackle from what's his name? The lineman from Texas A&M, I think. And so let me go ahead and all right, pick is in. Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame. So Baltimore, this is wow. I don't know why I didn't even think that they were going to do that. You know they love defensive stars and stuff like that. Baltimore, there was many ways that I felt Baltimore could have went in this draft. Jordan Davis was on that board. I thought they could have went that direction. You know, I thought they could have went offensive line direction. But I thought they could have even went cornerback, honestly. But a guy like Kyle Hamilton going to the Ravens, I like this a lot. You know, the more I think about it, I had not thought about it before, but I really like this for the Baltimore Ravens here. Getting a guy like Kyle Hamilton, he's going to bring the boom for sure down here, and he's going to be a tremendous asset for their secondary for years to come, at least a decade.
This honestly might be the steal of the draft to me because no one expected him to drop this far in the draft. I expected him to go in the top 15, not this far, or the top 12.
I had him at, well, according to my mocks, which obviously don't mean nothing right now because all these trades, but I had Houston taking him with their second first rounder. But again, Houston traded back. So, but yeah, I had Houston taking him actually. So I thought that he was going to be taken next and all like that. But now I'll see what Houston does here. But great job there for the Baltimore Ravens.
I'm actually shocked they took him because didn't they just sign the safety from the Saints?
Marcus Williams.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they say, you know, Baltimore is the type of team that they like to get the best player that's on the board defensively speaking, I will say.
How long you think before the Ed Reed comments start coming out that they got the new Ed Reed?
As soon as they made that pick, I can already see the newspaper already. They're already typing it right now. Oh, man, it just hasn't been hit the front lawn yet, but they're already typing it up now. All right, let's see. Carmichael says, if the Saints don't take a quarterback, who do you think the Steelers would take, Malik or Pickett? I think if the Steelers are there and they get those options, I think it's Malik Willis. Ultimately, you choose the guy because you like to believe in yourself. No coach is going to sit there and say, I can't help this kid be the best version that he can be. The Steelers have a good amount of receivers. They do a great job at drafting receivers. I expect them to continue to probably get some more guys later on because that's just what they do. They continue to develop receivers long term. They're always going to have receivers. Work on the offensive line. That's something you're going to have to do later in this draft, especially tomorrow, work on that offensive line. But you get a guy like Malik Willis and then, hey, Mitchell Trubisky, try to hold it down for the full year and just go out there and don't do so bad to where you have to play Malik earlier than you want to. So I think of the two for Pittsburgh, Malik Willis. You guys?
I'm thinking that too. I think the Steelers are probably like Malik Willis a little bit more. He has a higher ceiling. I think Kenny Pickett has a pretty low ceiling, but a pretty high floor. You know what to expect. I think they take a swing on Malik Willis and take their chances on him if they take a quarterback. Or the sleeper is Matt Corral, but he might go to the second round or the late first round too. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Oh, man, your thoughts?
I agree. I think they take Willis. But what's funny and kind of ironic at the same time, Willis is known for his speed, for how he takes off in the run game. Steelers fan make fun of the Ravens because Lamar is supposed to be a halfback. That would be funny because they would take the quarterback that is known for being a runner, aka they took a halfback. But who knows? Steelers might not even take a quarterback.
All right, Houston. So Houston, they went with Green, and so the offensive guard out of Texas A&M. Braden says that's a reach by the Texans, and so clearly the Texans had Kyle Hamilton, I think, on their mind. And when that didn't happen, then they went ahead and said, all right, so let's just go ahead here, look at our board, and so, yeah, we'll go here. But, yeah, Kenyon Green. Now, in all of my mock drafts, I did not have him getting taken earlier than maybe where the Cowboys picked that and stuff like that. So I did not have him going this early in any of my mock drafts. James says Green guard, I think, is a bonehead pick. And so, all right. So, hey, that counts as the bonehead pick right there.
I kind of disagree a little bit. Green, I like Green. You put him on that O line next to Tunsil. You got your left side taken care of.
Let's see. Lewis says that he hopes the Packers screw up both picks. Well, I feel like we have the entire NFC North on our stream here. Let's see, except for the Lions. I haven't seen anybody rep the Lions yet here. Braden says the Ravens traded Marquise Brown to the Cardinals. And so meanwhile, Braden says, no, Lewis. He says no. James says Green was rated about 40 top guy. And so, yeah, for me, I had him going in the first. I just had him going later in the first round, like towards the last, like, I'll just say 8 picks around that time, around that range right there. But if you believe in the guy, you believe in the guy. And so, matter of fact, let me look at what Houston's done so far in this. And so obviously they went Derek Stingley first. And so this is why I felt like, they should have went ahead with that first pick there. If they went to go lineman there, they should have went Evan Neal there. I still feel that way. But they did get their corner there. So they get a corner, get a lineman here. So, Houston needs a lot of pieces there. So I won't knock it too much there. I mean, it's not the pick that I probably would have made, but I can see the reasoning for it and I can respect it. And so as long as he goes out there and does great, it'll work.
Who is Lamar Jackson going to throw to, though, now that Marquise Brown has been traded?
Well,
he really got traded?
He really did. I actually looked it up. Now the Ravens have the 23rd pick. They traded the number 100 pick.
Ooh. They have Bateman from Minnesota from last year. Outside of that, they have question marks. So who knows? Maybe they they certainly have to draft somebody now at some point. But wow, there's a lot of teams. Yeah, go ahead.
I bet.
Sounds like we got some audio issues right there.
Man.
Yeah, we didn't hear that,
everybody, huh?
We didn't. Yeah, we didn't hear that one. We lost old man there. He'll be back though in a second. Alexa says the next pick is the is safety, and so all right. So you got the Eagles taking safety there, and so I remember earlier you said Kyle Hamilton was your second best safety on the board. You had the kid from Baylor as your top safety, so that's who you're wanting the Eagles to select. But right now, we've got Washington on the clock right now. Now, assuming they keep this pick. Let me add old man back. All right, so old man is back. All right, so Alexis says the next pick for the Eagles is going to be safety. James says Washington on the clock. And Lewis is laughing at Braden. Let's see. Michael says, okay, Baltimore took Hamilton. Is there going to be anybody decent left for the Commanders? And so that's a very good question, guys. Right now, if you're the Commanders, who are you going to take right now if you are the Washington Commanders? I mean, is it possible that, because honestly, coming into this, for me, I was looking at, receiver. I was looking at Hamilton there, but they traded back. So there must have been someone on the board that they felt confident would still be there when their pick came up. And so what are you guys thinking for Washington? We'll start with you, Landry.
Ooh, that's a good question. I could see them maybe taking their chances on someone like Devin Lloyd or maybe George Kalafdis. I could see that possibly happening. They could use another pass rusher just to add more fuel to the fire, or they could go and elect rather maybe taking a corner or something. We'll just see what happens. I'm not sure what they're thinking with this pick, to be honest.
Oh man, your thoughts?
O-line, O-line, O-line.
O-line is certainly a need that they could certainly address there because Carson Wentz, I mean, he's going to need some time. If you want to get the better production out of him and you're going to stick him in at their quarterback, you're going to need to make sure that offensive line is A-OK. And so you got a couple picks that you can go from. I mean, if Green's coming off the board right now, I mean, you could go, Tyler Lindenham perhaps out of Iowa. That's a route you could go. Perhaps maybe they go corner, maybe.
Trevor Penning's also on the board too, as well.
Trevor Penning, can't forget about him.
Well, we were all
Washington said they're still.
Oh, wow.
Braden, did you see it, Braden? They went Dotson, man. Your Packers are in some trouble, and Packer fans and Chiefs fans, wow, this is a nightmare going on based upon how this is going for you guys right now. But Washington took Dotson. So Dotson I had falling towards that end of the first round there. I thought the Packers would be the team to get him. I thought the Chiefs would be a possibility. I thought maybe if the board just played out nicely, maybe if Tampa wanted to really get that third receiver again, without Antonio Brown and stuff like that. But, hey, right now he has gone off the board there. So, Traylon Burks he's still up there. Someone's got to go get him. But, man, Dotson to Washington, guys. I in my mock, I had them going wide receiver, and they stuck with the fact that they wanted to get a wide receiver. So we'll see. One thing I will say about Penn State receivers, though, they tend to do that. They're hit or miss, but when they do good, they do really good because, quite frankly, the quarterbacks that they had to work with at Penn State aren't the type of quarterbacks you're going to have at the NFL level. So I think there's a lot of upside to his game here, and Washington, this can work out here, but you got to make sure that you do get some more guys on the offensive line later on in this draft to help Carson Wentz out there. But I like the pick of taking Dotson considering the board right there. But does that mean Trey Burks is going to fall, and who's going to take him?
I'm thinking the Packers take him, man. I'm really sold on the Packers taking Treylon Burks. I think that's their wide receiver. I think that's their guy.
I think Kansas City's going to try to jump in front of Green Bay and try to get that pick before that happens. So
I could see that too, but I could also see the Chiefs taking Christian Watson. He's a little speedy for his size too. So, and they like speedy wide receivers, so I could see that too.
Oh, wait a minute! The pick's already in for the Chargers.
that's nice.
That was quick.
All right.
They said they're not playing around. The Chargers said they're not playing around, so they took Dotson. They took Zion Johnson, the offensive guard out of Boston College, and I like this pick a lot here. I like it a lot for the Chargers here. When you think about what they really needed to get right there, offensive line was certainly up there, and so getting a guy like Zion Johnson, I really like him right there. Perfect spot to get him to for the Chargers. I like this a lot, and so great move there. I mean, the more I think about it, though, taking Green above Johnson, I don't know if I would have did that if I was Houston right there. I'm going to have a little talk with Coach Dante and see what's going on. What were they drinking this morning before they got here? They had one job, and right now I'm wondering what's going on. Let's see. Braden says Kyler Murray reunites with his college teammate.
Oh, the Titans made a trade.
And so James says Chargers on the clock. Who did they make the trade with? Ooh, Philly.
The Chargers. The Titans moved up.
Let's see. Carmichael says Steelers will take a quarterback. James says Green is not bad, but they could have got him in the second round. And so, yeah, I projected that Green would have been a good pick, like according to my mock, around the time where we got to maybe where Cincinnati is on the board or something like that, somewhere around that range. I could have saw the Cowboys maybe take that route there. But if you fell to the second, would not have been a huge surprise there. But to get him where Houston got him right there, I did not see that coming. Did not see that coming, not with some of the options that were still on the board. Braden says, looking more likely that the Steelers take a quarterback. Let's see. Michael says, let's see what the Commanders do here. Please let it be something good. And so, but guys, you got to love the draft, man. This has just been very exciting to go through. Who would have thought things have played out this way? You can never predict the draft, but even so, things are crazy and they're not done yet. James says Chargers picking Zion Johnson guard. James says Washington picked Dotson. And so we've got 80s here on the stream, guys. And so 80s, he's the founding member of the JB Nation membership here. And so appreciate you and the $10 super chat here. And so always good to have 80s here. 80s, he's an Eagles fan, diehard Eagles fan here. And so 80s, let me know your thoughts on what the Eagles have done so far in this draft. Do you like it? Do you love it? How do you feel about Jordan Davis? I know you got to be excited about that kid, and I know that you got to heard about all the good things to say about this guy. But yeah, certainly let me know how do you feel about that and just how the boys playing out, particularly with the wide receivers. But glad to have you here, 80s. And he says, oh, one more thing. He said, 76ers advanced. Where is JB? And so, well, I certainly wasn't on the other team, 80s, that's for sure. So I will take no blame in that one. I was not on the other team. Let's see. Carmichael says, Joanne Dots. And so, yep. It's looking good for you, Carmichael, unless somebody decides to be ultra aggressive. Unless Pete Carroll says, you know what? Why not go up and get Malik Willis? Why not? You know, something like that. Or maybe Atlanta says, well, you know what, on second thought, let's just double dip. Let's get back into the first and get a quarterback. It's something crazy like that, in which craziness has been what's been happening so far in this one, guys. But right now, we've got the Tennessee Titans here on the clock. And so does Tennessee maybe take a receiver possibly? Maybe Trey Burks? Is that a possibility? What are you guys thinking for Tennessee? If I'm Tennessee, maybe I'm taking Devin Lloyd or something like that. I mean, we haven't had him or the Kobe Dean off the board yet. They're still on the board, you know, so maybe a receiver, maybe that, maybe offensive lineman here, seeing a couple linemen go off the board. What do you think?
I'm going to go offensive lineman. I think they're going to get either Bernard Raymond, or I could honestly see Devin Lloyd as well. I'm going to take a sneaky pick. And I'm going to say Kenny Pickett might be a surprise pick here.
Ooh, so you're thinking that they traded up for a quarterback here. And so, all right, let's see how that plays out. Old man, are you there?
Yep. I say they get Lloyd Hill.
All right, I'm in agreement there. I think you moved up here. You saw somebody that's a star. You want to, and you know the Titans. Mike Vrabel loves defense there. He sees something in that. I think Devin Lloyd's going to be the pick here for the Tennessee Titans. But let's go through the comments here and catch up a little bit here. James says Eagles on the clock. Carmichael says Dotson to the commander. Braden says he wants Burks or Pickens. He's like, please leave someone on the board for him and his Packers. They need someone. Carmichael says Burks is still there. He is still there, but for how much longer is the question. Braden, he signs. It's been a long day for Packer fans, guys. Long day. Carmichael says Chargers take Johnson. I love that pick for the Chargers there. Love it. James says Tennessee traded up and on the clock. Let's see. Carmichael says Eagles trade with the Titans. Braden says another trade. Carmichael says they might take Jermaine Johnson. Ooh, Jermaine Johnson. Now, there's a guy I almost forgot. Just like in my mock draft, you know, I know he's been rated pretty high, but he has fallen a little bit on some people's boards there. So, I mean, hey, Jermaine Johnson would be a tremendous pick here for the Tennessee Titans.
AJ Brown to the Eagles.
What? I got to call Bill Belichick real quick and say, why didn't we do this? What? So here you have it. A.J. Brown traded to Philly. Then who the heck's going to – who's the running tell you who to throw the ball to?
That means they're taking a receiver here.
But you gave up A.J. Brown. They must have known that he did not want to be there anymore. Like –
no, he came out on Twitter and everything and was talking about he doesn't want to be there. It was rumored he wanted out. It wasn't even the money. He just wanted out.
What could have been, if you just hold it on for one more season in the offseason, what could have been with the Pats. But we'll move on from that. But there you go. So, wow, A.J. Brown with the Eagles here. I mean, wow, that's wow.
Now, here's the question. Who would you rather have? A.J. Brown or Marquise, the other Brown from the Ravens?
Oh, definitely A.J. Brown. Definitely A.J. Brown. Yeah, Cardinals, they can have Marquise. They can have him. And so let's see. Braden says Titans on the clock. And so Braden says A.J. Brown traded to the Eagles. We could have got him. Matter of fact, Braden said they would have given up 2 first-round picks for him and stuff like that. And so you guys better call the 49ers, Braden. Call the 49ers and say, look, y'all want the 2 first we got? You can have it. Just give us – we need somebody.
It's crazy. The 1 week see if everybody said will get traded hasn't got traded. And it's been 2 already.
Yes, because I mean, I'm telling you, like, if you'd have asked me between AJ Brown, DK Metcalf, and Debo Samuel, who's going to be the first one to get traded? AJ Brown, I would have said that he would have been the last one on my choice in terms of being the first ones to get traded. Like, he would have been the last option. But Tennessee went receiver, guys. Trading Burks off the board. And so they replaced AJ Brown immediately, like a minute after trading him. So Trey Burks.
Is it looking good for my picks, JB, for New England?
Yes. Braden, we would like to send you our deepest sympathy here. Your Green Bay Packers, they may be out of luck. You and any Chief fan that's
this
looking
is
for
scary,
a receiver.
though. Do you think Belichick might grab Messi in the first round?
I don't think so. I don't think
think we get him in the second unless we trade up.
Oh yeah, we're definitely not getting him in a second. That's not happening. That's not happening. We may possibly trade up in a second, though. I would not run it by Bill. Like Bill, we may do that. We may trade our first round pick and just move up earlier. But man, the board is looking very crazy right now. Very crazy.
Looking good for the Packers.
Sorry about that, Braden. Let's see. Alexis says that's a minus, and so. But yeah, Alexis, how are you feeling about that right there in terms of obviously getting a guy like AJ Brown there? I mean, you did go ahead and get a wide receiver technically in that trade right there. Plus Jordan Davis, not a bad day for the Philadelphia faithful at all. I will say that.
80's probably drinking up a storm.
And not to mention, Alexis, that safety that you'd mentioned and all like that, I'm pretty sure he'll be there in the second round on the kid from Baylor. So, possibilities. But yeah, this is good news for the Eagles here. And so Alexis says draft for my Eagles. Let's see. 80 says Jordan Davis is next Air Jordan. I tell you what, if Jordan Davis is on the basketball court and he's running a fast break and he's going to throw it down on a dunk, I'm not taking the charge. I'm not doing it. So I'll leave that to old man to take that charge.
No, I'm good, JB. You trying to get me killed? I'll be like stuck. I'll get right out the way. No, I'm good.
Exactly. But we've got the Saints here. So Landry, let us know for your Saints. What's this pick for the B, man? Give us some guidance. We're lost. We're confused. There's a lot of things that don't happen as of late. We just need some direction. What's going to happen?
I'll say this. It's either two picks, either Trevor Penning or Malik Willis. One of those two is going to be the pick.
Who do you want?
We need to replace Teron Armstead. He's a huge hole that we need to fill. Even though he missed a lot of time, when he was there, man, was he good at protecting the quarterback. So it's going to be one of those two picks. I don't think they're fully sold on Jameis either. So I can honestly see them taking their chances on Malik Willis.
Yeah, I think they go offensive line here. When it's all said and done, you got to protect whoever's quarterbacking right now. And offensive line is going to be important. They're saying the pick is in. So we're about to find out, Landry. This is huge. You might get a quarterback in the future. You might get a lineman here in the future. This is huge. James says they might break the record for first-round trades today. And so, yes, it's been that kind of crazy day, I'm telling you. And so let's see. James says Tennessee picks Burks. Alexis says, is A.J. Brown a good pickup? A.J. Brown is a great pickup. I wanted him personally for my Patriots. He's the kind of guy that you give him a competent quarterback out there. My man's going to go out there and he's going to ball. He's the kind of receiver that when he gets into the zone, you say something to piss him off before the game, he might go off for 200, maybe even 300 yards one day and all like that. He's a big body receiver that can go up there and get the ball. And so he is great, Alexis. This is a great pick. This is good news here. He's better than any receiver that was on that board right there for you guys and all like that. My team made a mistake of not drafting him back in 2019. We're not going to mention who we took in that instead of that, but we made a mistake not taking A.J. Brown. So
as they call him, Bust. That's his nickname, Bust.
Yeah. That's exactly what he was. Let's see. James says Saints are on the clock, and so they said the Saints pick is in, and so I can't wait to see what they do here. Let's see. Braden says, no, I wanted Burks. I'm done with this. Braden says he's done with this, y'all. He can't take this anymore. This is too much for him and his Packers. He is done. Carmichael says Titans could have taken Trevor Penning. They could have. but they opted not to. I
he's
mean,
still
not after
available?
you trade AJ Brown, though. Not after you trade AJ Brown. They had to go wide receiver. They had to.
Is he still available?
Yeah, Trevor Penny's still available.
Bill said, "Don't do it." I will smash my TV if you do.
You know, Bill. You know what? Because after the Steelers, you're right.
JB,
You're
I'm
right.
getting worried.
You're right. But I mean, Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean are still up there as well. And I know that he has to be in love with at least one of those two for a fact.
What's good? What's good, 80s?
Yeah, 80s. Appreciate that super chat as well. The $5 super chat. You said you heard Bill Belichick's son was drafted by a medical expert school. Shout out to old man. And so love the shout out right there. Let's see. Old man says, I'm sorry, 80 says, AJ Brown will have a ring this season with the Birds. And so let's see. Carmichael says, let's go. We get either Pickett or Malik. At this point, Carmichael at least knows it's going to be one, or if not, both will be an option for his team. So he's sitting back. He's feeling really good right now. Braden, we might have lost Braden, guys. We might have lost him at this point because his team just flat out did it. And the Saints, they went offensive lineman. They took Trevor Penny. No need to worry, old man. He's off the board here. And the Saints went offensive lineman.
Thank you.
So there you go.
I'll never say nothing, man. The Saints are my favorite NFC team now. Thank you.
you know, Bill was going to do that. Lineman, or are you just not sold on Trevor Penny?
No, I want Watt or trade down. I don't want nobody else. I wanted Davis or Watt or trade back. I don't want. And knowing Belichick, his asshole ass would take a O-lineman.
Oh, he loves linemen. He loves linemen.
You don't need O-lineman.
Just to trade him. You're right. When you traded away Shaq Mason like that, it was like, all right, now, Bill, no. So don't trade him away just to replace and draft someone else. Don't do that. But Carmichael, he's stoked.
Take my dude.
Let's see. Alexis says, what grade you give? And so in terms of the Eagles draft, I give this. Well, you know what? I'll let old man go first. You go first.
I give him an A+.
You give him an A+.
You got Davis, and then you got your wide receiver. Oh, you're good.
Oh, yes. A proven wide receiver.
I'll give it an A. The only concern I have is AJ Brown does get hurt a little bit. So that's the only concern I have. But outside of that, they hit it out the park. I'm
going to go A+. They killed it. Given the board right there, they went out there and they got, I'll just go ahead and say best receiver that you could have gotten right now because he's a proven receiver. We know what we're going to get from him. He's a pure wide receiver number one. And so even last year when he had nobody else at wide receiver with him for the Tennessee Titans, he had to do it all by himself because Julio Jones, he stayed hurt. And Tennessee had nobody else really that they could rely on. So it came down to A.J. Brown many times. A.J. Brown, even though he's extremely young, he's already very proven in this and he got many years ahead of him. I love that. Jordan Davis, I'm very high on him. And this is one of the two teams I was hoping that he would go to, if not Philly, then Baltimore. So great picks all around there. They knocked it out. They knew the assignment there. And so very happy with what they did so far in this one. But now we know who the Saints have. They went offensive linemen. So that means a couple things here. Carmichael, your Steelers on the clock. We'll see for real who's going to be quarterback one, unless the Steelers decide to throw us all in the loop right now. And would that not – I mean, the way the day is going, anything's possible. Anything's possible.
My friend just texted me and said he's not a big fan of the Saints moves, but he's a Bills fan, so.
Oh, you're like, what does he know about the Saints, huh?
Tell him what you know about winning Super Bowls.
James says that AJ just signed a 4-year, $100 million contract extension. That's some good money right there, guys. So, I mean, you wouldn't make that trade unless you know that you were going to go ahead and give him this money. And so that's great for AJ Brown. Braden says, Harry still hasn't been traded yet. Can we have him? Oh, you hear that, old man? The moment we've been waiting on. Pure. Do it. We'll work out the details later. Just do it.
I tried to give you for a seventh.
Yeah,
I tried to give you for a seventh so many times.
And so
you gotta give us a fifth now.
Oh, now he wants a fifth now, and so
hey, don't give up hope, Braden. There's some decent wide receivers still in the draft left.
Carmichael says the Saint pick
as long as you don't take Messi.
And so let's see. 80 says, work early tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night to you, 80s. Thanks again for coming through there. And so, yes, I know you're going to have work, but after work tomorrow, you can take some time to celebrate what your Eagles have done so far in this draft. I mean, I'll say this, the NFC East, well, I should probably specify. I like what the Giants have done, even though I don't like the Giants at all. I like what the Eagles have done, even, like the Eagles, they did a good job as well. So I really like what those two teams did. I like what the Jets did also, although I'm not, too thrilled with it. Houston, they left me kind of like, why? With the second pick, I was like, why would you do that? But obviously the draft's still going on here. But, yeah, some surprises were certainly made here. But, yeah, 80s, you take care. Let's see. James says Penning is the Saints pick. Says Pittsburgh's on the clock. Let's see. Lewis says cheese melted in Green Bay. Braden says you're watching a Packers fan lose his mind right now. And so Lewis says, I hear you, Braden. Carmichael says both quarterbacks on the board. So right now, guys, who's the pick here for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Which quarterback do they take? Malik or Kenny Pickett or someone else? You guys let us know. Everybody let us know. I'm sticking with Malik Willis. I think you just believe in the kid's upside at this point. You draft the quarterback. You believe you can help him reach his potential here. You like his character. No concerns in that regards. You have a good system in place for this organization down there in Pittsburgh. I say go ahead and take the kid Malik Willis. If you believe that he has the potential to be the best, then, hey, trust yourself to help him reach that. Do everything you can to help him succeed. We'll let you go next, Landry. Which quarterback will it be, if a quarterback indeed?
I definitely think it's got to be Willis. I think they're going to take a swing on this potential, and I think it'll be a change of direction for the Steelers. I think they are really, really high on them. So I think they take their chances on Willis. The only way I see them picking Pickett is because he went to the University of Pittsburgh. He's a hometown hero. That's the only way I see them picking Pickett.
Old man?
I'm thinking Willis.
All right, there it is. There it is. Let's see. Carmichael says, let's go. He's fired up for this one. Brandon says, I don't think the Packers draft a receiver. I think they draft Jermaine Johnson or Devin Lloyd. Maybe they take old man's advice and they do take Andrew Booth Jr. It's not so out of the possibility now. But I'll say this, though, like the linebackers that are on the board right now, like there's some really good linebackers, guys, that are on the board. But here we go. The Pittsburgh pick is in. Let's see. Braden says Steelers draft Willis. James says first quarterback Pittsburgh, Texas Pickett. Carmichael says let's go. So Carmichael's fired up here. It'll be funny though if Pittsburgh has Pickett here, and so I remember when I did my first mock and I had Kenny Pickett going to Pittsburgh. And so let's see if that works out.
Bring the hometown hero home.
And you know what that means after this pick, old man? You know what that means after this pick?
Wyatt, hopefully.
Let's see what the Pats do.
I think he's taking Lloyd. I have a gut feeling he's going to take a linebacker.
Kenny Pickett was the selection there.
They did bring the oh, snap.
Yeah, they went Kenny Pickett here, Landry. So I guess the Pittsburgh University connection actually paid off. They do say, you're supposed to network. And so I guess that connection, it must have paid off there for him. And so what are we thinking about Kenny Pickett being the quarterback taken? He gets to stay home, another homer. We talked about Hutchinson earlier down there in Detroit, being able to stay down there. And now we're talking about Kenny Pickett here with Pittsburgh.
I honestly think it's a safe pick. You know what you're getting out of Kenny Pickett. Malik was a little bit more of a high risk, high reward kind of guy. So I kind of see why they went with Kenny Pickett, because they know what to expect of them. They didn't want to take their chances, especially with Big Ben retiring recently. So I just think that they wanted to make sure that their next quarterback was a success. Now, I don't think Kenny Pickett has a high ceiling now, but I think he'll be a really good quarterback. I say Derek Carr type of ceiling.
Old man?
I'm actually shocked. I thought they would take Malik Hill, but He did. Kenny Pickett did go to the best spot for him. With Mike Tomlin, he's gonna get the best out of him. The only thing I hope is they let get that old line fixed before he has to take over.
Well, I mean,
you're gonna have Big Ben all over again.
You know, and that's exactly why at first when I was thinking, I was like, well, given his ceiling, and I've seen Big Ben in this system now. I've seen that the system can work, you know, whether we're talking prime Big Ben, whether we're talking towards the end of it, you just need someone that can go out there. And you got a lot of weapons to work with down there in Pittsburgh, a lot of weapons to work with. And so I, at first, had liked the whole Kenny Pickett thing because I had Malik Willis going to the Saints, but obviously that didn't happen. And so I slid him down. But Kenny Pickett here for Pittsburgh, I think it works. I think in that offense, it can work. You've got weapons around him. You just got to get the offensive line. You said it right, old man. Make sure the offensive line is A1 before he steps out there on the field. But, yeah, congratulations, Carmichael, and all the other Pittsburgh Steelers fans out there. James says New England on the clock. Let's see. Braden says, I'll take the trade, old man. And so Braden's been defeated, guys. He's got no fight left for his Packers here. James says, funny part is Pickett, his 8.5-inch hands. Miles is going to have a field day twice a year. And so James is referring to them Cleveland Browns there. Lewis says Packers might pick up the first kicker in this year's draft. Talk about putting salt on the wound there. That would really, if they did that with the first round. Like, wait a minute. What just happened there? Did we just trade back? Back? Let's see. We did, old man.
I don't know, JB, depending on what we get. But
yeah, Bill's late. Bill, I ain't gonna lie. Bill's been giving away stuff for cheap as of late.
That's why I'm worried about. So. If he got a couple of second round picks, I'd be happy. But Wyatt still.
What? What do you think the Chiefs do here? You think they go wide receiver, or you think they go safety? What do you guys think?
I think the Chiefs.
I think they safety.
I know they want to go receiver here. I mean, I'm trying to think the next receiver on the board. I mean, for me, it's Watson. But I mean, some people believe Pickens is a first round pick. So you know Green Bay's coming up. You know they're going to take a receiver if you don't. So I think receiver.
Oh, we trade with KC?
Yep, Kansas City.
Did we get at least one of their first rounds or no?
I'm still waiting on the. Okay, so I see that we have the 29th up here on the board. So yeah, we got at least one up there. So okay, that works out. I like it. Maybe Nakobe Dean's still on the board at that time.
Maybe why it is.
I doubt Wright gets past Tampa Bay. They already made the Warren Sapp comparison for them down there. Mm-hmm. I think that they're going to take I don't think he gets past Tampa Bay in that scenario. But yeah, let's see.
I got to see what else we have before I even make up my mind.
Let's see. Carmichael says Kenny Pickett is a Steeler. Carmichael says yes, he's excited. Braden says Pats, please draft Booth. And so we made a trade, buddy. Carmichael says I am so happy right now. James says Kansas City traded up and are now on the clock, and the pick is in here for the Chiefs. Wonder who they took. And so Jay says, Pats. And so, Jay, what's good, JJ? With all of these trades that's taking place, man, give us some guidance, man. Who's the big winners so far in the first round? Who's the losers? What threw you in the loop? Give us your take in this draft, in this crazy draft right here. A.J. Brown being traded and stuff like that to the Eagles. So many things happening, Jay and the Bay. Give us some guidance here, please. Braden says no. Braden says they're going to take a receiver. How could you, JB? I reminded them that we do play the Packers this upcoming season. So maybe that had something to do with it. You know, a little strategy before the season right there, Braden. But,
hey, I won't look so funny if they take Booth now, will I?
Exactly. Braden would love that. He would love that. But honestly, if Pickens gets taken by Kansas City, then the Packers could go Watson from North Dakota State. I mean, they could. Let's see.
Do you guys think that Malik Willis is still a first-round quarterback now? Because all the teams now don't need a quarterback. So
someone's going to trade up for him.
I was going to say someone has to trade up.
Seahawks might trade back up in the first.
I can see that.
If someone's going to trade.
Hey, New England, make it happen. Tell them give us at least one this second. We'll trade back again.
They got McDuffie.
I mean, let's not forget now. I mean, Tennessee is up there. They took Trent McDuffie, which McDuffie had no business falling this late in the draft, to be honest. I thought we were going to see a run at cornerback, but hey, you know.
I'm actually shocked he lasted this long.
And so Braden says yes. And so
Don't worry, Braden, you're about to get Andrew Booth.
James says Green Bay on the clock. Let's see. Braden says, please draft Pickens, Lloyd, or Johnson. He left a lot of varieties out there. He's like, you can't get it wrong if you just take one of these three. Let's see. Jay says, we won't really know who won the draft until the players get in the field. It's been an exciting draft so far, though. And so that is true. That is true. That is true. All of this we won't know until they actually hit the field. And so, but that being said, though, we saw some good things and we saw some things that left us scratching our heads so far in this one. I mean, the fact that Kenny Pickett was the first quarterback taken, it goes back to my original stance on this quarterback class where I was like, Kenny Pickett. I did get on the Malik Willis hype train because I figured that GMs will get on the hype train there. But for me, Kenny Pickett, you know what you're getting there. Smart play there by the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, so the pick is in.
You think the Ravens take Wyatt since they missed out on Davis?
I think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you're the Baltimore Ravens here, you know, giving up Marquise Brown, maybe at some point you will want to get a receiver here. But I don't know if that, given how the board's playing out, that may not be this round.
I think after sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
I was saying, I think after this pick, I'm gonna have to go, you guys.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on here. He says his Saints has made their pick. His day is done. He got to rest up here. So certainly understand that. Absolutely. Let's see.
It was a pleasure being on this show.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming through, man. Glad to have you here. And it's great to catch up with you.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man.
Oh, yeah. So he's going to leave after the Packers pick here, which we will see shortly. Let's see. Jay says, I'm kind of surprised the Chiefs didn't take a receiver. And so I thought that's what they were trading up for because they know Green Bay was coming up. And so, but I mean, honestly, like given, you know, if you trust your board and you're sticking with your board, then probably at that point right there, you're like, well, either way, if we're going to select a receiver, whether it's Pickens, whether it's Watson or whomever is going to be on the board there, you know, they probably can get that, you know, next time. So matter of fact, just to make sure they still have their, they got their 30th pick right there. So perhaps.
Did they put out what we got for KC or no?
Say what?
Did they put out what we got for KC for trading up or trading back? I mean,
I haven't seen that come up on the board just yet, but I'm going to look and see if I can come up with that as well because I am curious myself here in terms of what we got other than that.
I just hope Buffalo don't take Wyatt. If he falls, I'm going to be sad. That would be scary. Wyatt on that defense with Von Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what the Packers do.
Let's see. James says Green Bay takes Walker. So, and then he says, so a linebacker, not a receiver. And so James has been ahead of us so far in this one. And so, guys, your thought about that? I mean, not just that, but that means Quay Walker, in which for me, I had Quay like second round, perhaps.
Typically, the Packers don't draft a wide receiver in the first round, unfortunately. So I'm not too surprised by it, but they definitely need a wide receiver one pretty badly right now. I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers is not happy.
Walker.
See, I'm not even kind of shocked at that because they did let Smith go. But I thought they would take Andrew Booth here to help that secondary out.
Well, Quay Walker there. I mean, 6'4", 241 pounds there. And so, do we have any Braden sight? Has anybody checked on Braden? Let's make sure Braden's okay. Braden, if you're there, we're here with you, man. I know it's hard times right now. Believe me, you're going to have to edit that playbook that the Packers have on Madden. It's not going to work anymore with the receivers that you got. Believe me, I tried that with the Patriots the last couple of years. You're going to have to make some adjustments. Let's see. Lewis says Ryder's probably scratching his head right now. And so
he shouldn't taking all that money.
let's see. James says Balt's on the clock. And so Lewis says Braden flipping the coffee table. Let's see. Braden says, I'm fine with that pick, actually. So, all right. So he's fine with that pick there.
Let's think. It could be worse. You could have passed up on AJ Brown to kill him and took in a bust.
All right. So we got Buffalo on the clock here. All right. Old man, our moment of truth. Old man says this is where the running back comes off the board. I say not in the first.
Just don't take Wyatt for me, please.
I think they'll take Booth here.
I think they'll go corner as well. I think they'll go Booth. Matter of fact, I'm going to say they go Elam, actually. He's been rising up some draft boards I've been hearing, so I think Elam may be the pick here. I think he's climbed up past some draft boards recently. I don't know if Buffalo's one of those teams, but I think he's a great fit for Buffalo and what they're trying to do. So we'll see if Elam's that pick.
I can see that too. But hey, you guys, thank you for having me on the show, but I probably got to go.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you so much again, Landry. It's been great. You take care. And, yeah, great talking with you.
Great
talking. And good luck to your Saints, man. Good luck to your Saints.
Good luck to your Patriots too, man.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right. So let's see. Braden says he wanted Devin Lloyd instead, though. Let's see. Lewis says Green Bay has another shot at a receiver for sure. They pick one. And so we'll see about that. Nothing seems to be for sure in this draft. So with Buffalo on the clock, old man, I think this is where
Booth or Wyatt.
Okay, so you're no longer thinking that they're going to go running back here.
Nah, because Wyatt's still there, and with us trading back, I think they take him because they need help stopping the run.
That is true. You bring up a very valid point.
And I would hate it with a passion.
Let's see. James says the Bills take Elam at cornerback, which would mean that I would be correct.
I'd be fine with that. I would be fine with that.
So, yeah, I mean, because it's like I was saying, because, like, I remember when we had Mike on, Mike, a Buffalo Bill fan, and so I was talking, and I was, like, throwing some cornerbacks towards him, and I was like, Elam's a good fit for what Buffalo's trying to do out there. So, personally, I thought that would be a great pick there for Buffalo, and so considering the options that's on the board right there, that's good. Let's see. James says Dallas on the clock for now. Haha. And so, yes, Dallas is on the clock here. Let's see what they do. Will they, end up going perhaps Lyman, maybe Tyler Lindendale? Perhaps they move back, or maybe they, make a reach and take the offensive tackle from Tulsa. Maybe that's the route they take there because I think he's what the Cowboys want. But let's see what they do.
He did.
All right, we got you back on here, old man.
My nephew loves what Casey did. He done called me to rub it in my face.
Let's see. Lewis says Dallas going for a cheerleader.
Hey, no. Dallas is still the top one in my book. Right behind the Patriots, though.
There you go. And so, Buffalo on the clock.
Hopefully, with us trading back, we at least got a third-round pick.
I'm hoping so as well, because like I said, Bill's just been giving stuff away as of late. Like I'm like, Bill, what are we doing, Bill? But he's been just giving stuff away lately. Bill doesn't have the patience to go back and forth. He's like, come on. Braden says, nobody take Pickens, please. So Pickens, that you're Braden's last and final hope right now. He's like, please, no one take him. And so we'll see how it plays out. So we've had 6 receivers come off the board so far in this one, and we still have some more picks to be made. Buffalo's pick is in, though. We will see who they end up taking. Well, I'm sorry, my TV's behind here. That's why we already discussed Elam. All right, so Buffalo gets the 23rd pick, while Baltimore gets the 25th and the 2022 4th-round pick. All right. Oh, boy. All right, so now we've got to see what the Dallas Cowboys are going to do here for them. I'll tell you what, though, it's not going to be a receiver here. I'm saying it's not going to be a wide receiver here. So perhaps offensive line. All right, let's see. We've got old man back here. So, old man, for the Dallas Cowboys, what are you thinking the Cowboys may do here? I mean, it may be interesting, the possibility of putting someone like, who knows, a Nakobe Dean out there on that defense. I mean, that would be a good look there. Dallas likes to do some things here. Is Jermaine Johnson still on the board right now? Is he still currently on the board right now? Because I don't remember him being drafted yet.
JB, so we traded the 21st pick for the 29th, 94, and 121.
Okay, to move back 8. Okay. All right, so
That's not bad. That gives us more ammo if we want to trade up in the second.
Let's see. Braden says, all around me are familiar faces, worn out places, mad draft.
Don't worry, Braden. We got Harry for you.
Yeah, we got him waiting for you. James says, yep, JJ's still there. So, yeah, Jermaine Johnson still on the board there. I mean, there were many people. Some people thought that he'd be like top 5, top 10. But in most of my mock drafts, I did have him being a guy that slid. I had Nakobe Dean getting this far a couple of times. I had Devin Lloyd dropping back this far as well. And so a lot of options for the teams towards the end of the first to make something happen here. All right, 1 second.
With us trading back, I can definitely see Belichick drafting a running back in the 4th now, with them picking up an extra one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, looking at how the board is, I mean, hey, maybe if Andrew Booth Jr. is still on the board at that time, maybe that's a pick. We could go with that route since we moved back and pick up some more picks there. Could be if Nakobe Dean's still up there.
I wouldn't even hate that idea. I didn't want Booth at 21, but with us trading back, I would take Booth. Yeah, but
Dexton Hill is a guy.
In my opinion, I'll even take Messi right here. I would be fine with it.
What if on our pick, like assuming that Tyler Lindenbaum is still up there, what if he took that route, knowing Bill Belichick?
That might not be the worst idea.
And so knowing Bill, that may be a possibility.
That the Cowboys might take him here, though.
I mean, if I'm the Cowboys here, I'm strongly considering Jermaine Johnson at this point. But if they don't, then Tennessee should strongly consider it as well.
I think the biggest the biggest question is, does Mills get taken? Maybe the Seahawks are looking up to trade back up. Maybe New England trades back down one more time. I'm down for that.
True.
A lot of people might be upset. I think Patriots fans are upset about that, but I'm not.
Ooh. All right, let's see how this is going to play out here. Let's see. James says Dallas is taking their time on this one. I'm pretty sure that means that they're not on the same page about which player to take here. Let's see. Lewis says they probably can't reach Jerry Jones for his opinion. Let's see. James says Karlaftis is still there too. And so, yeah. So in my mock draft, I had the Kansas City Chiefs, I think, take him with their second first-round pick. Obviously, if they choose not to go wide receiver, that's a route they could go. Tennessee could go that route as well. A few places there, but the Cowboys pick is in. Braden says he hopes the Cowboys screw this up.
You know what would be a sneaky pick with the Cowboys? If they did take Wyatt.
And so
Parsons on one side, Wyatt in the middle, and Lawn on the other.
You know what? That would make a lot of sense there. But Dallas is clearly milking every single possible second here to think of every scenario that they can think of.
Because Jones wants all the publicity.
Ooh, they took Tyler Smith. They took Tyler Smith, the tackle from Tulsa. And so they had a couple mocks there. I mean, they could have taken Tyler Linderbaum there. They're going to take offense. But Tyler Smith, I think, feels like a Cowboys type of selection right there in that offensive line. How you feel about that, old man?
I think it's kind of a reach. I look at him as more of a second rounder, but it all depends. But like I said, it's a good move in there too because Smith is always hurt. He's getting up there in age. He did let Collins go.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely much faster than what we previously had. All right, so with Baltimore now on the clock here, what should Baltimore do here, given what's available?
Wide receiver.
And so,
or they could possibly go running back too.
Mr. Lewis says Braden. And so James says, yep, that was the pick. Braden says Jerry is smiling no. James says Baltimore the clock now. And so Lewis says Baltimore going after Pickens. And so I could see the Baltimore to Pickens there. I could see that possibility. Braden says, we drafting 3 picks. Please be Pickens. And so
I don't know if he's going to make it with Ravens and Titans trading away the wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him falling. I'll make you a cool deal, Braden. Nikhil Harry, Nelson Aguilar, and a next round third for your first round pick.
Oh, yeah. But we've seen a couple teams reach on linemen. In Houston, I'm looking at Houston.
You see the Seahawks trading up?
I do see the Seahawks being a possibility to trade up here, and so that's what I'm banking on. Like at first, I was thinking Ritter, but I mean, if Malik Willis still stays on that board, I mean, I could very well see them. But imagine if he falls out the first round, like.
Oh man, JB Patriots against some mean comments.
I bet. You know how Patriot Nation has been as of late. Let's see. 1 second.
I don't get why though.
Yeah, they just have never been satisfied as of late. All right, let's see. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, Baltimore 1 o'clock, and then Tennessee coming up. And so Tennessee, I mean, if Baltimore doesn't go receiver, Tennessee might. But then again, I mean, Baltimore, Tennessee, you would have to think between those two teams that one of these linebackers got to come off the board. I can't believe we're this far without someone coming off. All right. Let's see. Lewis says if Pickens goes, Green Bay going to trade back. And so let's see. James says Pro Football Focus draft board is faster than watching it live. And so Braden says probably, Lewis, we could trade with the Seahawks. Let's see. Braden says and get their 2 second rounders. And so, I mean, at least that's the positive news, Braden. You didn't get, your day one receiver there, but there's going to be plenty of options there in day 2 that can still come in and make a good impact. All right, but I think we're at pick 25 right now, and so yep, so we're already 3/4 the way through the first round, guys. And wow, what a first round it's been. And so, all right.
People ask me why I don't have kids because I have too many nephews.
Let's see. James says, JB, you should hit the arrow to watch the draft as it happens. And so my only hesitation with that is that I'm not 100% sure how YouTube goes when I try to actually show something that's live like that.
You might get copyrighted too.
Yeah, that is why I don't do that for a lot of those things. I'm pretty sure that there's probably some out there that do, but it's a risky game with YouTube. YouTube likes to be very strict. I remember one time they copyrighted something. I was like, what? Like, I did not understand why they did that. But so yeah, that's why I don't do that route. But Baltimore, they took Tyler Lindenbaum, so gotta like that pick. Gotta like that pick a lot.
That's a great move for Lamar.
Mm-hmm. I love it for them. Love it for them. Let's see. James says maybe. Lewis says you'll get blocked out. And so, oh, yeah. And so, but yeah, great pick right there for the Baltimore Ravens. Absolutely love it. Matter of fact, let me refresh this page here. That should make that go away at the bottom. But yeah, excellent pick there, because I did say that Baltimore needed to get, the offensive lineman there, and to get Tyler Lindenbaum and you traded back and got that, that's fantastic right there. That's fantastic.
JB, as the board as it is right now, who do you want New England to take?
I still want the Patriots to take Nakobe Dean. Like I still want Nakobe Dean. Or shoot, right now, if Lloyd's still up there, we could take him as well. One of those two, I'm good with either or with how the board is right now. But I mean,
see, I didn't want us to take anybody else other than Wyatt at 21. But with us being at 29, I wouldn't mind Lloyd or Dean either. I wouldn't mind any of them, Dean, Lloyd, Wyatt, or Booth. There's somebody to help us on defense.
James says no need to refresh it, does it automatically. They still have the free trial thing at the bottom of the screen. I did that to get rid of the free trial that they had at the bottom that was counting down and stuff like that. So, but now it's gone. All right, so we got the Jets. We got the Jets up. I'm like, wait a second, we got the Jets.
They traded. Holy smokes. Jets ain't playing this game.
I'm not liking this.
No.
I'm not liking this at all. Not liking this at all. They already went corner, already went receiver. This means they're going linebacker.
This might be one of the best drafts ever with trades.
Oh yes, that I can think of. There, I mean,
I haven't remembered there's many trades in maybe 10 years.
Let's see. James says, I have the elite package for the stats and live quicker. And so nice. But yeah, at 26, so the Jets have moved up here. And so
you have to think it's linebacker.
It has to be, because I mean they're probably just looking like, I can't believe the board has gone like this.
Never mind, we both are wrong.
I forgot about Jermaine Johnson. I'm telling you, this man could be in a room and like.
Yo, that's did some damage.
They did.
Belichick, you got to pull something out of your hat. Come on, man.
They did. They took Jermaine.
Bill, you got to do something, my brother. Come on now. Don't fail us.
James says they took JJ. And so, yeah, I'm sitting around watching the Jets improve. And we're going to see what we do here. Tomorrow's going to be our day, though, old man. Tomorrow's going to be our day.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. So James says so edge. And so, yeah, they went edge there. I mean, that means my guy's still on the board right there. But watch Green Bay beat a team to select Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd or something like that. Watch they do that. All right, James says Tampa Bay on the clock. So what are we thinking for Tampa Bay right now? I mean, who's the best lineman that's available on the board is the question.
They could go lineman. Or they can go Wyatt and pair him up to Vea.
I say Riot. I think Tampa needs to go that route with Riot there. That would be a great pick for them.
I hope not. They could take Booth too, because I do believe both of their corners are coming up with contracts soon.
Braden says Lamar Jackson is pissed right now, and he says so is he. So,
well, I don't really think Lamar. Like, yeah, he's upset they traded Brown away, but let's be real, Lamar rather take off and run than throw.
Yeah, that just means that Their tight end's going to be utilized a lot in fantasy football once again. So,
oh yeah.
but man, who could have projected all of these trades though? And for Jermaine Johnson to end up a Jet, did not see that happening.
That's scary. Being a Patriots fan, him lining up next to coming off the edge against our left tackle, that bum Wine or whatever. I don't like it. Hopefully Trent Brown's healthy.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well. All right, so we are getting closer and closer with Tampa on the clock now. Then we'll see Green Bay. And let's see if Green Bay does indeed go receiver, or does Green Bay go a different direction here?
You think Tampa takes a wide receiver though too?
No. Given how the board played out right now, I know in my mock draft I had Tampa with one, but given how the board looks right now, they understand getting right now would be huge for their defense. He's too big of a piece not to select right now if you're Tampa Bay. I was certain that the Jets were trading up for a linebacker. I was certain that was going to be it. But that means we get premium choice, unless what just happened? The Jaguars have moved in. So
Dougie P.
My goodness, how many trades are we going for, guys? Like at some point, somebody stick with your picks. Stick with your picks, guys. You're there for a reason. Stick with your picks.
Wait a minute. They crazy. They kept.
Say what?
They kept those first in the second round. I thought they might have to give that up to trade up.
Yeah, I thought so too, but wow.
I'm actually shocked that they still have it.
Wow. So how about that, guys? Our night's not done yet, and with another trade like that, Jacksonville's on the clock.
I'm gonna have to do some research to figure out what they traded and everything.
James says Jets really upgraded their defense. Yeah, they did. Braden says Jets are winning the draft tonight. Let's not say that. There are some things we don't have to say out loud, Braden. So James says Jags traded up. Braden says we stick with our picks. James says, I think that is the NFL record for first round trades, and it may not be done. It may not be done.
Hey, don't give up on the Packers yet. There's still some free agents out there like Landry.
Yeah, you can get a Jarvis Landry. Yeah, let's go with that route.
What I see them all taking vet minimums because look how many receivers came off this board. And look at the receivers who got traded. Young players getting retraded. They're going to get paid. Maybe they take a vet minimum this year and then try for next offseason.
Braden says, LOL, JB. Yeah, this has been an interesting draft here. And let's see. Braden says, true. Oh, man, but that won't happen. All right, so to find out what Jacksonville traded up for, could it be linebacker?
It could. They did cut Shaq. Jackson.
They did.
Went to the Bears.
They did. So a guy like Devin Lloyd, that could be the pick.
And then you got Walker and Josh Allen on the other side.
Right. Who they got on the D line, like inside in the interior of the defensive line down there in Jacksonville? I know about the edges, but inside it, like on the inside,
I don't know. I don't think they have a good one. They could take Wyatt.
I was about to say, you think that they're thinking they add those guys to the line, and what the defensive line is going to be down there in Jacksonville for years to come?
Plus they in the division that has love to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Colts. Love to win the ball, Tennessee.
Titans. Up. Do we have? No, this is just a grade here. I got excited. And so let's see. Brayden says, but let's talk about how the AFC East has gotten better tonight, JB. And so, yeah, let us. There are some teams that still haven't been able to make their selections. So, we don't want to pick too much on the Dolphins, and I'm sure Buffalo's happy with their corner and stuff like that. Patriots, we
Dang.
gotta, we gotta wait and see what we do, And then that other team, the Jets, well, they'll probably be picking again top 5 again next year. So we'll leave them at that.
They took Lloyd. That's not a bad move.
Oh, they took Devin Lloyd. They did. But I had to know there's no way that Lloyd was going to fall out of the first.
Hey, it's starting to look good for my guy, though.
At this point, it's going to come down to Nakobe Dean or Devontae Wright, assuming Green Bay doesn't lose their mind.
Or Booth Jr.
That's true. That is true. So, Braden, what is your Packers going to do here? That is what we all want to know, especially those of us that are waiting for the Packers to make their pick.
Knowing Bill Belichick will trade back down now.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't hate it.
Braden says, dang, they took Lloyd. Yeah, that hurt me. That hurt me right there. I was banking on having that option, but it's okay.
Dean's still available, though.
He is, unless Green Bay just decides to ignore their wide receiver position altogether and they don't go corner or lineman. Let's see. James says Green Bay on the clock for now. And so let me go ahead and move this up.
I forgot Pickens has been taken.
Braden says Pickens are right. I have not forgotten about Pickens yet. I have not.
Pickens might be the move for Green Bay.
He's going to have to be. Either him or Watson. I mean, in my mock draft, I took Watson before Pickens, but look at how things are going out here. Maybe they take Pickens here. If not, woo! What if Wright falls to the second round? Oh man, what if that happens?
I'll actually be shocked. I don't see him getting out the first round. Oh no! See, it fixed itself. The Jaguars did give up the second.
Okay, yeah, they did.
The Vikings have the 32nd and the second pick in the second round.
Yeah, so they can get 2 out of 3.
My mother should be happy about that.
Now, the fact that Malik Willis is still on the board at this point. So Devin Lloyd going down there to Jacksonville.
That's a scary linebacker core.
This is what, second year in a row Jacksonville don't jump back into the first to double dip. So give me your biggest loser so far in the first round, old man. So far, how this has played out so far, your biggest loser.
Ooh. I would have to say, I'm not sure yet. Tough.
All right. I mean, if I was a Titans fan, I'd be very sad right now.
If the
Very
Packers
sad.
if the Packers don't take a receiver here, I'd say the Packers.
I'd agree with that. If Green Bay doesn't do that, I got them going out as losers here because that's just
But as right now too, you could say the Titans too.
yeah. You lost AJ Brown and you replacing them with a rookie that you're hoping pans out to be. You just never know. You just never know. Let's see. Lewis says Jets and Saints did good, and so
Oh,
yes,
I hate you Packers with a passion.
and so there it is. There it is. Green Bay took Devontae Riot.
Yeah,
Braden,
Packers get
talk
a
to
big
me.
F.
Yo, they just said screw the receivers in this year's class, man. They're not having it. They said we good with what we got. They said we'll make Sammy Watkins work. And so they took Devontae Riot. They took your guy. You know what that means, old man? That means we're going to have to take either Andrew Booth or we're going to take Jacoby Dean, and I am good with either or. But that's a big-time decision right there for Green Bay. They just said they're not going to go ahead and reach for a receiver, basically.
Green Bay Packers just became my world's favorite team. They became don't like them no more.
Wow.
Yeah, we.
James says biggest loser Willis. He is not drafted yet, and so yeah. If I'm the Kansas City Chiefs, probably with that second pick right there. I mean, unless they take Pickens, probably with that pick, we'll see how that goes. Wouldn't I be surprised if maybe the Pats are like, hey, anybody wants to trade up here? You know.
I'd be calling the Seahawks right now, seeing if they're willing to trade up.
Yeah, if they want to come up, I mean, like, hey, you got a chance to get Malik Willis right now. Because if you don't make that trade with us, I mean, I don't see Cincinnati giving up their trade there. Although I'm trying to think who's the best lineman available right now currently, but yeah, right now that's where we're at right now. So the Patriots, let's see what we do. Let's see what we do. Lewis says, Braden. Braden says that's what I wanted to pair with Clark, and so James says New England on the clock, and so yes, Braden says still should have drafted a receiver, and so
it's going to cost you a fourth round now for Nick Hill.
Yeah, his value just went up right now. Oh man, but here we go, old man. So our team right now on the clock. And so let's just assume that they do keep this pick, who should they take? Should they go ahead and take Andrew Booth Jr. here, or should they go ahead and go linebacker and take like Jacoby Dean?
Give me Booth.
I think, is there a possibility that maybe they take Hill? I know that Bill's really high on a guy like Hill. I know that Dexter Hill is someone that he really would like.
Oh, yeah. See, I keep forgetting because I think he'll be taken already. But yeah, Hill could play safety also.
Mm-hmm.
We all know how Belichick loves people playing more than one.
And so, yeah, but I mean, personally, Jacoby Dean's first, but it's a close second between him and Andrew Booth Jr. Either way, I'm extremely happy. Dexter Hill, I know that that's the type of players that we like to pick and stuff like that. And so if we take that route, I understand it. But those are the three options that I feel like for us at this point right here. And so
I wouldn't hate trading back down either.
Oh yeah.
Especially since my guy's taken, I say trade back.
Let's see. Lewis says Willis, and then Braden says Aaron Rodgers is happy right now. So Aaron Rodgers ain't thinking about football right now, guys. He's thinking about golf. He's enjoying all the perks of being the Packers quarterback. He just got paid. That's probably what he's saying to himself. He got paid again. So
he got his one ring. He doesn't care about winning Super Bowls. He cares about MVPs.
Let's see. Lewis says Pickens gonna fall to the Bears tomorrow at 39, and so we will see how that plays. Again, we'll be live streaming again tomorrow. And so I know tomorrow we're going to have the Sports Blitz join us for rounds 2 through 3. I don't know if he'll stay on for the whole thing or not, but he'll be joining us tomorrow. So and you'll be back here tomorrow, right, old man?
Yes, I will be. As long as the Bills fans and my nephews don't keep bothering me.
Yes. But man, I mean, I got to hand it to the New York teams. The New York teams, they came in here and they took care of business in this draft. They really did, especially with what the Jets did there. But even the Giants with their 2 picks, they took care of business. Give it to Philly as well. Philly did great also. You know, I like what they did. Oh, my.
Yo, did he really sus? JB, I'm disgusted.
I can't believe it. I won't believe it. This is madness. We have got to put a stop to this. This is pure madness. We took Cole Strange. I mean, you want to talk about strange picks here. I mean, no offense to the kid whatsoever. I'm sure that he'll fit in just well. But this is outrageous right here. Given all the needs we have, did we not see how the defense looked last year and stuff like that? And this is what we came up with. This was the pick that we made with this one. I'd rather retrade back. We could have got him in the second round if you wanted him that much. This was a major reach right here. Put me on the phone with Bill. Put me on the phone with Bill.
Forget the phone being on, Bill. We need to go smack Bill because what? I'm disgusted.
This is just. Let's see. James says, when does the draft start tomorrow? The draft starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So, yes, that means I will definitely be on before then. And I will set up that stream after this one. But, yeah, the draft starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
I'm disgusted, JB.
This has me sick to my stomach here. Braden, make some room for us over there. We're going to definitely be all just disappointed with our teams today.
Man, I feel like I can start drinking again.
This is it ain't worth it, old man. There's still more picks to be made. You know, maybe he'll get it right with right receiver.
Dude, I rather us take John Messi than this dude. And I'm not being mean. I'm not trying to be mean on the kid, but
yeah, this is.
We could have got an old lineman later. Or we could have kept Shaq Mason.
What is Bill thinking sometimes? Like, I know sometimes he don't listen to me, but Bill. Let's see. But yeah, you're right, Lewis. Patriot fans gonna be losing their heads right now, and so this is what we waited for. This is what we waited for. James is Kansas City on the clock, and so Bill, Chattanooga, Cole Strange. Could have given him in the second round. Let's see. James says, bonehead pick of a first round so far goes to New England. And so
you could say that again.
I don't know. I think Green Bay still takes it, though. They needed a wide receiver.
I don't. After that pick, we could have taken Booth at least.
We could have.
Now watch. I guarantee you Bengals pick Booth.
Lewis says James. And so, yeah, this is this ain't how it went out. All the mocks we did, all the mocks we did, the preparation we did, the scouting notes, everything we could to tell Bill the way to go, and this is the route he chose to take. I mean,
I rather us to stay at 21.
I thought Cole was going to be there in the third round. Honestly, I thought he was still going to be there in the third round. I mean, look what he just did. He's playing around out there with our team, old man. He's playing with our team. James says Wright is still real good defensive tackle. So, yeah, he's really good. He is. There's no denying that. There's no denying that whatsoever. I'm just pissed with my team right now. Like this is bad. This is bad. Braden says 7th round pick for Harry, please. And so, see, it's so bad. Old man had to dip right there. That's how mad he is right now with the pick. He had to dip, and so, oh boy, do we like this pick? No. But yeah, Braden, we can't give it up for the 7th now. Got to make it a 5th. Mistakes were made tonight.
My uncle's already starting to laugh at me.
Oh man, this is it.
It's time to get Bill out the draft.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I did not realize that David Ojabo is still on the board here. This has just been a weird draft here. Weird draft here. This is.
We could have had Dean. We could have had a Booth, but no.
I know. I was just so stoked.
We traded one of our best O linemen for a fifth, and then traded that pick for a 6th and 7th, and we drafted an O lineman.
I have no idea what Bill's doing right now.
Bill better pull something out tomorrow. That's all I know.
After a pick like this, the best move he can make is to pull himself out of the draft room right now. Let me take control and try to salvage.
If I missed the craft, I'm bugging. I would have told him no.
I mean, what? I don't know what he's thinking on that one, though. Like, dang it. I really thought it was common sense. But apparently common sense is not that common right now. Bill, what are we doing? What are we doing? Let's see. James says, if the winning does this bad during the season, you can always cheer for my Browns. No mentioning Ojabo. I want him to go to the Browns. And so, oh, man, guys, this is tough, man. This is tough.
We waited for almost 5 hours, Belichick, and you've done us dirty.
This is tough. This is going to be a long night, guys, like a long night. So y'all just keep us in mind here. I'm sure Braden, it's been tough as well. But we're gonna bounce back, though. For tomorrow, we're going to bounce back here, and I just hope the kid works out. Braden says, love the pick, JB. Now I can roast you, JB. And so, no, let's not do that. No. And look at that. Pro Football Focus gave that a poor grade. They say this is the biggest reach of the first round. I can't deny that. They say his anchor and footwork are suspect, making it highly unlikely he slots into a major contributor early on. And so they say on a positive note, though, he is versatile and an elite athlete who excels in space. And so I don't want to hear that right now. No, I don't want to hear that at all. But anyways, Kansas City. And so they took George Karlaftis, so they went edge. So, old man, how do you feel about that?
I actually like that pick. They need help.
I actually had that in my mock draft as well, happening with George Karlaftis going here for the Chargers. So I like that. For the Chiefs. I like that for them. I just bummed out about my team here. But we're down to the final 2 picks of the first round. And so
I think Booth goes here to the Bengals or to the Vikings, one of the two.
Absolutely. Who did the Vikings take earlier in this draft? I forget.
I think they traded back, didn't they?
You know what? They did trade back. And so let's see. James says George Karlaftis. Let's see. He also says Bengals on the clock. So Cincinnati right now on the clock. Let's see. Braden says we made history tonight. First NFL team to select 2 defensive players from the same college in the first round. That's something. And so there you go. History was made right there, Braden. So Lewis is laughing. James says George Karlaftis was rated top 10, was a good pick. And so that was a good pick. I like the Jermaine Johnson pick for the Jets, though, to get him at that point there. That was tremendous. Another guy that was, potentially rated top 10. But yeah, I had in my mocks, I had like early on, I had him going early, but as the draft continued to get closer, he started sliding a little bit more and more on my board to where it was towards right around this spot here. So great pick there for Kansas City.
Oh boy, JB, people are going after Patriots on Twitter already. Hashtag for your Bill.
Oh, they're going. They were going to be doing that. You know that. I'm in shock right now. I'm in shock. It's like Bill wants to just, I don't know, not try this year.
See, I understand where he's coming from. Now we don't have to worry about O-line really until like the later round with the left tackle. But you could have got him in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully the kid works out.
That's all we can hope for. Let's see. Braden says we better take Tolbert or Pickens tomorrow. And so that's assuming that nobody trades up to take one of those guys before tomorrow. We'll see how things play out, though. Look at that. It says a 93% chance he was going to be available at pick 54.
Yep.
Bill, why? Bill, why? Disappointment. Pure disappointment. This is why you can't trust your team to do the right thing. Let's see. James says Pickens and Sky Moore are still on the board. That's right. Day 2, except now you'll have to watch out for maybe Indianapolis. Maybe that's a team that might take a receiver. The Bears, they may take a receiver. New England better come out with a receiver at some point tomorrow and stuff like that, in addition to the Packers and Chiefs. And so still a lot of teams that need wide receivers. Cowboys, they may be looking for a receiver possibly. Tomorrow's going to be very, very interesting. That's for sure. Oh, look at that, guys. Dexton Hill, Cincinnati. So, old man, the pick that arguably we should have probably made right there.
Yeah.
And so they took Dexton Hill.
Does Booth go here, you think?
To the Vikings, I like that a lot for the Vikings here. Either the board played out favorably for them. Some people know what they're doing in the front office. So,
JB, someone that posted the guy's highlight, he's getting manhandled in a lot of them. Oh my
boy.
goodness.
Oh boy.
He just got tossed to the ground like a sack of potatoes.
Oh boy, this is tough to recover from, old man. This is tough to recover from. I'm worried for the rest of our picks too.
Yeah.
See, James says Minnesota on the clock. And so, yeah, Minnesota with the last pick of the first round here. Does a trade happen? I mean, trades been happening left and right. Does a trade happen here? I think it's a possibility. It could happen. Let's see. Braden says good pick by the Bengals. Let's see. Lewis says, hope Minnesota screws up their pick. Braden says the Vikings don't know how to run a franchise, JB. And so, yeah, I can't say anything because our coach, he's out there just wasting picks. I've got no room to talk.
Oh yeah, people are saying he's a late second round, only third round at best.
I viewed him as a third rounder. Honestly, I viewed him as a third round pick. So I am really disappointed in Bill Belichick today. Really disappointed. We deserve better. We deserve better.
Like I said, I would have traded back or I would have taken Messi over this dude.
I mean, Bill's treating this draft as if this is free agency. You just go pick a random person that you have interest in and just go ahead and get them.
Yeah, but my thing is, I'm not just blaming Bill. I'm blaming Mr. Kraft too.
Let's see. James says Dexton Hill is a good pick. There are still a lot of good picks on the board. A lot of guys fell. And so, yeah, a lot of guys did fall in this one. No doubt about that. The fact that Nakobe Dean has not been drafted yet. And so that is interesting right there. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys on that board for tomorrow, and that means it's going to be a great in round 2 and 3. A lot of great things going to happen there. But round 1 certainly had its share of trades back and forth here. And again, the Vikings currently on the clock. And again, the fact that Andrew Booth Jr. hasn't been drafted yet, I don't know if Minnesota's going to change that. They probably will change that, but still.
I think Malik Willis not getting drafted in the first round is a big shock.
Let's see. Braden says, hey, at least we selected 2 guys from Georgia. you selected Doctor Strange, and so let's see what the kid does first. He hasn't lined up yet. Maybe it works out. Who knows? Braden says you guys don't have Tom Brady anymore, and so
we got the next. That's Max Jones.
That's right. We got Mickey Mack here. All right, so we good at quarterback. We good at quarterback. But yeah, so Vikings on the clock, and that will round out the first round. All right, so Pro Football Focus gave that pick a good rating right there, and I don't blame them there. I mean, that's a top 10 coverage slot Grady got from Pro Football Focus from 2020 2021 out of Power 5 conferences. That's pretty good. Braden says, I can't say anything, JB. The Packers let me down again. LOL. So I can only hope for a strong day 2. But
I think the Packers did better than we did.
And so, yeah, the bar wasn't set too high for us. Let's see. James says Mac Jones Mac played good last year. So, yeah, he had his moments there. And, of course, as a rookie, all you want to see is improvement and his confidence continue to go out there. When he gets hit, you want to see him respond well and stuff like that. Obviously, offense going to be different. No Josh McDaniels there, so we'll see, how that's going to look from next year. All right, so Braden says, what grade did Pro Football Focus give our picks? And so let us see for the Packers. All right, so they gave Devontae Wright a good grade for him. I mean, he was 17th overall on their board. Let's see the other pick. So Quay Walker, they gave a poor. He was 45th on their board. I mean, I thought he was a second rounder. I knew he probably wouldn't make it to the third round most likely, but I had him as a second rounder. But those are the grades they gave for the Packers. And so now we're just waiting on the Vikings to end things out, guys. And so the fact that Malik Willis is still on the board, guys, and that Kenny Pickett was the only quarterback taken. And also, oh, man, as I told you, no running backs off the board here. So,
hey, don't say that yet.
Yeah,
who knows?
Right.
Vikings can say we take Cook and peel the Bullets up.
You're right. Let me not speak too soon. A trade could happen.
That's just that's a good pick right there for them.
And so, look at that. So I can say it now. But the fact is, Lewis signed right there. Great pick for the Vikings there. So, hey, that was two safeties that went off the board in the first round there. And so, obviously, the fact that Andrew Booth Jr., Nakobe Dean, obviously you still get all your running backs up there. There's a ton of talent available. Matter of fact, now that we have this, let's look at best available. So, oh my goodness, man, look at this. Bernard was still up there from out of Central Michigan. And we didn't, and this is what we chose to do, old man. This is what we chose to do. I mean, you look at him. You look at Andrew Booth Jr. Look at Nakobe Dean right there. I mean, we should have taken him, man. We should have taken
Travis Jones.
You got Pickens up there, Green Bay. I'm looking at y'all. You got Malik up there. TJ, Sky Moore. I expect the Sky Moore to still be up there most likely, but still. Brisker at safety down there. Desmond Ryder. I mean, there's a lot of.
Do we even take the best available? God, oh my Lord!
We didn't do that. We didn't do that. We could have. I would not have been this upset if we had took Bernhard out of Central Michigan. I would not have been that upset. But this is how things played out, guys. And so, unfortunately, for the Patriot fans, we got to talk with Bill. We got to have a conference.
No more talking. It's time to tie him up and keep him in the corner when they draft time.
Exactly. Braden says that was a reach for us. Let's see. James says Minnesota is taking their time on this one. Let's see. James says sign. And so, yeah. And so that rounds out the first round, guys. And so we see the guys that's on the board here. And so these are some good players here. Nakobe Dean, I thought was a first rounder. Bernhard, I thought could have possibly went to the first. I mean, heck, if I knew the Patriots were going to do that, I would have had them going to the first there. Pickens is up there. Malik Willis right there, which means, hey, we'll see, if he ends up being a Seattle Seahawk potentially. Would that not be interesting? but there are some good pieces on the board. Not to mention, we haven't even discussed the running backs yet, but there's still, all the running backs on the board after round 1. And so Pro Football Focus, they agree with us. Oh, man, they have Kenneth Walker rated a little higher than Breece Hall, but not everybody shares that opinion.
It's crazy, dude. This Travis Jones is available. You could have went and got him.
So many routes that could have been made, man. I hate to say it, but a mistake was made.
I ain't trying to be mean to like young man or nothing, but
let's see. James says, this is why I always say doing mock drafts is a waste of time with all the trades and bonehead picks. And so that's right. The draft can never actually be guessed ahead of time because you never know the trade. You never know who's going to be on the board, all that stuff. But mocks are fun to do. That is for sure. But, man, it's not fun when you see your team go out there and actually just whiff on a pick. Let's see. Braden says, good pick by the Vikings side. So, oh, man, to sit back and know that there was a team in your division that absolutely crushed the draft like the Jets did, and we just went out there and just fumbled with the only pick that we had. But, yeah, let's go ahead and look at the recap here of the draft. And so
I'll have to say New York won this one.
Okay, let's see. Lewis says, I'm out, guys. Enjoy the stream. See you tomorrow. Take care. And Braden, peace. And so, yeah, appreciate you, Lewis. Thank you so much. And, yeah, looking forward to tomorrow and stuff like that as well. And so, yeah, we will be ending this stream here shortly. Just going to go through some of the picks here from the top until we get to the bottom. Then we'll end it after that. Let's see. Braden says, thanks, Lewis. Let's see. James says, it has been fun, guys. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, James. Appreciate you for coming through. And so let's see. Of course, Travon Walker right off the very start there. Some of us said Aiden, others said Walker, but it was Travon Walker first. Aiden Hutchinson. That was a great pick right there for Detroit, given what was on the board right there. Took the best available player there. Houston, they decided to go cornerback. I thought we were going to see a run on cornerback there, but they liked it. Derek Stinnie Jr. right there. And so they didn't take Evan Neal, who I would have taken there. They didn't go with Akeem there, which I would have understood that. They went with cornerback there. So understand that. Meanwhile, for the Jets, Ahmad Gardner. That was the pick for them. Braden says, see you tomorrow, JB. Hopefully we draft a receiver. And so hopefully our teams get it right tomorrow, right? I mean, it is just one round. Hopefully we get it right tomorrow. But, yeah, you take care, Braden. And, yeah, have a good night. Everybody have a good night. But we had the Jets taking the sauce, Ahmad Gardner. Giants, they took Kayvon. Panthers took Akeem. And then the Giants got Evan Neal. And then Atlanta took the first receiver in Drake London. They believed in him, and so I can't blame them for that. Seattle took Charles Cross. Jets took Garrett Wilson. Chris Olave went to the Saints right afterwards. And then Detroit traded up for Jameson Williams. Then Jordan Davis went to the Eagles. Kyle Hamilton went to the Ravens. Great pick right there as well. Kenyon Green to Houston, a question mark, but after seeing what we did, no comment. Washington took Johan Dotson. Chargers took Zion Johnson. That was a good one right there for the Chargers. And then Tennessee had no choice after trading away A.J. Brown. They had to draft Treylon Burks, and they're going to have to hope that he comes out and be every bit of what they need for him to be in year one. Saints took Trevor Penning. Kenny Pickett was the quarterback that was taken by Pittsburgh, not Malik Willis. So Kenny Pickett was the pick right there. Trent McDuffie by the Chiefs. Quay Walker selected by Green Bay. And then Kara Elam there for the Bills. And then Cowboys took Tyler Smith. And then Tyler Lindenbaum was drafted by the Baltimore Ravens right there. Jets they traded back up and took Jermaine Johnson II. Jets absolutely killed this one right here. Devin Lloyd, he went to Jacksonville. They traded up for him, took the best linebacker on the board. Meanwhile, Green Bay, Devontae Wyatt. And then the Patriots took Cole Strange, your boy right there, old man.
And then me.
And then the Chiefs took George Karlaftis. Bengals took Dexter Hill, and the Vikings took Lewis Cine. And so that leads us to where we are tomorrow when we come in here to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're going to be picking first here. And so I wonder if maybe they'll go guard. Maybe they'll take Travis Jones potentially. We'll see how that plays out there. But obviously them, I expect by the time Minnesota goes again, maybe they'll actually go cornerback with Andrew Booth Jr. there at that pick. Tennessee, who knows? Maybe they'll get a receiver this time around. We'll see, but obviously that's for tomorrow right there. And so one quick glance again at the guys available. Bernard Raham, I expect him to go very early. Nakobe Dean as well. Sky Moore, some great picks. Andrew Booth Jr., Travis Jones, great picks on the board. And Malik Willis. Where will he go? We'll have to find that out tomorrow here, but appreciate you guys so much for coming out. We'll go ahead and rest up. Thank you so much for joining me. Oh, man, I know earlier we had Landry join us as well. That was great. Tomorrow we'll have the Sports Blitz come on also. But, yeah, thank you so much for coming through. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. And so, but, yeah, you guys take care, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right.